updated on X and Threads at Van City Clerk. Though due to new posting limits, updates will only cover essential items such as vote results. Speakers are encouraged to monitor the live stream to track meeting progress, but please note if it is slightly delayed, call in or arrive soon after receiving your reminder emails so you are ready when your name is called. In case of an emergency requiring evacuation, there are 2 exits located beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are blocked, please use one of the 4 additional exits within the chamber. Do not use the elevator. Use the stairs instead. If you need mobility assistance, remain where you are and security staff will guide you to a safe location. A defibrillator is available at the end of the hallway outside the chamber. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and we thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I will also recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Thank you. Councillor Klassen in the chair. Mayor Sim. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly has a leave of absence for civic business all day. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Councillor Joe.
Present.
Councillor Maloney. And Councillor Orr. Thank you. Chair, you have quorum.
Thanks very much.
Chair, just confirming I am present. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kirby-Young. The public may speak in person or by phone, or may submit written comments to Mayor and Council. Speakers may only speak once and will have up to 5 minutes to comment on the merits of the application. Please state whether you support or oppose the application and if you are a Vancouver resident. Those representing 4 or more individuals or groups, including themselves, may speak for up to 8 minutes. Each person being represented must confirm their name and presence in person or by phone and may not speak separately. Written comments can be submitted through the Mayor and Council public hearing feedback form on the city's website. If you pre-registered with a presentation, say next to have the clerk advance your slides. The procedure bylaw prohibits council members from the use of words, tone, or gestures that express negative views of individuals or groups. Members of the public are expected to follow the directions of the chair and not engage in improper conduct such as hateful, defamatory, or discriminatory language. Council members may raise a point of order if language is not respectful, and I may ask the speakers to adjust their remarks accordingly. Pursuant to Section 1314D of the Procedure Bylaw, I am exercising my authority as chair to modify the procedures for this public hearing to move speakers who do not reside in Canada to the end of the speakers list. I direct staff to make the necessary inquiries to implement the change immediately. For that purpose, speakers may be asked to confirm whether they reside in Canada. Speakers who do not confirm their residency will be moved to the end of the list. A reminder, at public hearings, council acts as a quasi-judicial body and must focus solely on the merits of the rezoning, or heritage application. Members may ask clarifying questions of staff or speakers, including the applicant, but should reserve debate until after the speakers list has closed. After hearing from speakers, council may 1. Approve the application in principle, 2. Approve the application in principle with amendments, 3. Refuse the application, or 4. Refer the application to staff for further consideration. Finally, if all speakers are not heard this evening, the public hearing will recess and reconvene on Monday, July 27th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. Our first item is Van Vancouver ODP Amendment 6333 Yukon Street, and CD1 rezoning 63339 6369 Yukon Street. I have Councillor Meisner on the queue. Councillor Meisner.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. I just sent in a note to the clerks to propose varying the agenda this evening. We have many items on the docket tonight. One of the items, item 4, has 326 speakers registered. Obviously, with the possibility of additional speakers being able to call in. And given the limited timeline that council is facing in terms of completing its business before the break, I'd like to propose beginning with item 4 and then moving on to the rest of the public hearing items. And it's very unlikely that we will close that item tonight, but I do want to get started on that item given the exceptionally high public interest in it.
Thanks very much, Councillor. Clerk, can we put that onto the screen? And I'll advance the queue here. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. Can I get a little clarity maybe from the clerks around what that looks like around getting through before the break? What happens at the break? Can council not sit at any point, or is it we would just have to schedule more reserves in August? I'm not clear around that. I think there's some confusion too in the public. Like what does the blackout period mean, or when does that start? Because I remember councils that would have gone into August before. So I'm
Does
just
City Clerk or want to just perhaps walk us really quickly through the Templar? Thanks very much.
Thank you very much for the question. So the procedure bylaw prohibits council from scheduling meetings in August. You can reconvene meetings in August. You also have the ability to schedule meetings in September. There's nothing prohibiting you. There's just a corporate approach during election periods that we typically don't until after the election. So right now you've got meetings scheduled through all next week up until July 31st, and then there's nothing scheduled until after the election.
so we can't schedule a new meeting, but say if this thing keeps going into August, that doesn't there's no nothing prohibits that. We just continue with the item until it's finished.
I will defer to clerks on the voting requirements to schedule future meeting dates and how and when.
Not scheduling future meeting dates, but just like what does that look like if we're not scheduling a new meeting?
Yeah.
It'll be just like
So if in the instance council finishes on July 31st and there's unfinished business that isn't heard and there are no more meetings until after the election, the proper procedure would be to adjourn those meetings or those items until after the election, or perhaps depending on where they are to refer them back to staff to re-notify and reschedule a public hearing at another date too. So you have a couple options, again, depending on how far you get through all of these items by the end of next week.
okay. Interesting. So, okay. So question to the chair, to the mover, why, there's speakers, there's a bunch of speakers for a bunch of items. I feel like we could get through a few items. Is it just because this particular item has a high public interest?
Yes, Councillor. In my eyes, this item has, I think, close to 10 times the speakers as some of the other items. Some of the items are around 40 speakers. And I would like to get started on it.
Okay.
It doesn't mean we're going to finish it, but I would like to start on it, given the volume.
I see. That's all my questions then.
Thanks very much. Councillor Meisner, further comments? Or, can you just turn your mic on there for a sec? Go ahead.
Thank you. Just Templar, I think because we were here for 14 hours yesterday, can you just repeat, like, if we don't finish this public hearing today with these, I think there's 5 items, we can reconvene it in August, or we can't reconvene it until after the election? I just want to clarify.
Thanks for the question, and I might look for some help from clerks afterwards, but our understanding is you've got dates next week that you could refer to. So your next daytime one, for example, would be Monday, the 27th. If you were to run out of time on those ones, you can't schedule, you can't commence a new date in August, but you
Okay.
can reconvene in August, for example.
We can
You
reconvene.
can reconvene in August, is
Okay,
my
to
understanding.
continue the business from this public hearing.
From something that's already commenced, yes.
Okay, so we could pick dates in August to continue the business.
That's my understanding as well, yeah.
Thanks very much.
Can
All right.
clerks confirm that? That would be helpful.
Can we just, I'm going to,
Chair, point of privilege, could you put me on the queue, please? It's Councillor Kirby Young.
yeah, hang on a sec.
I'm just hoping clerks could weigh in on that. Templar was looking for a bit more confirmation from, or Jason, sure.
Certainly, Jason Twa, City Clerk. Yes, council could amend the meeting schedule and add meeting dates
Okay,
and continue the public hearing into August.
because it's already started.
Right, they could not schedule a new meeting, but
Got
they
it.
can
Okay,
continue.
thank you.
All right. Thanks very
Appreciate it.
much. Councillor Kirby Young?
Thanks, Chair. I'm also asking a clarification just to be explicitly clear. So when you say items that haven't started, that does not mean that that means if an item is on this public hearing agenda, they're all eligible for reconvening. We don't have to have started another item. If they're already on this agenda, then they are all however many 5 items we have are eligible for reconvening. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Thanks very much. Okay, we'll call the vote. Take us to the voting panel, please.
Chair, can I have
Can I
vote
get a
assistant?
seconder? Seconded by Councillor Zhou. Thank you.
Chair, may I have a vote assist in favor, please?
Okay, I'll take care of that.
Thank you.
Councillor Vo or? Sorry. Okay. Thanks very much. Okay, that passes with Councillor Orr in opposition and Councillor Maloney abstaining. Thanks very much. Okay, so we will vary the agenda for item, I believe that's item 4, to be moved to the start of tonight's agenda. Thanks very much. Councillor Dominato, further comments?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Just further.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry.
So
Point of
for-
privilege. I thought I had voted. I am online, but I did vote in opposition.
Yeah,
Just if
did I not say that? Sorry, Councillor.
you did not know.
Okay,
great.
sorry. We'll just double check
Thank you.
that. Yeah, sorry, Councillor Fry and Councillor Orr in opposition. My bad.
Thanks, Chair. Just given we have a very high volume of speakers to not only this item, but many items before council right now, I've circulated a resolution to extend past 10 p.m. to hear speakers this evening, as we did last night. The language is to hear speakers and close the speakers list and receipt of public comments. Realistically, that's probably not going to happen given that we're near 400 speakers. But I want to at least move the motion now to extend past 10. So we can at least go to maybe midnight or 1 a.m. to hear as many speakers as possible, because it is, like I say, near 100, I think near 400 people at this time. And as the staff just noted, we have a certain number of reserved dates next week, but not an unlimited number of reserved dates. So I'd like to move that now, just in the interest of time, and then we can move on to the business.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Orr?
Well, I'll let Councillor Maloney go first.
Councillor Maloney?
Yeah, if others are happy to stay and listen to speakers past 10, I'm happy to cooperate, but I won't be able to stay past 10.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Councillor Maloney. Councillor Orr?
Yeah, just a question to the chair, to the mover of the resolution. When, at what point do we decide, like when to call it? Like you said, you go past 10, like how do we know? Like,
A very good question. I mean, I think that we should probably do a temperature check closer to midnight. I mean, I think we were all here till about, what was it, 1 or
1
1:30 last
yesterday,
night?
yeah.
Yeah, and so
When the chair falls
think-
over, that's enough.
I mean, we think we have to be reasonable. People need to get some sleep too. So I think we can do a bit of a temperature check. It's just administrative. I just want to get it out of the way. And I think clerks, you guys can take copious notes so that people don't have to go review the recordings. They can get notes of the speakers.
okay. Concerned about staff too. I noticed some staff were also here till pretty late last night, but I mean, I guess we can't ask questions. Them
Well, I think that's why we'll do a temperature check and see.
that would be, okay.
Good question. Thanks very
Yeah,
much,
thank you.
Councillor. Okay, we'll call the vote on that one.
I didn't hear if you had a seconder. If you don't, I'm happy to second.
Do we have seconder for that? Sorry, Councillor Mayor Sim. Okay, very good. All right, and do you need a vote assist, Councillor Kirby-Young? Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yes, the vote assist in favor, please.
Thank you. Done. Okay, so that that passes with Councillor Fry in opposition. Okay. Now we'll move on to. I'm going to have to just find the item on my script. One moment, everyone. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, so we are now beginning. Item 4 is now our first item. Vancouver ODP Amendment 500 Dunsmuir Street, 619-655 Richard Street, 501-565 West Georgia Street, and 388 Abbott Street, and CD1 rezoning 500 Dunsmuir Street, 623-655 Richard Street, 501-595 West Georgia Street, and 620-698 Seymour Street, and 388 Abbott Street. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? The clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by Henry K. Architecture to change from business district to mixed-use high-rise 2 for the site at 500 Dunsmuir Street, 619-655 Richard Street, 501-565 West Georgia Street, and rezone 500 Dunsmuir Street, 619-655 Richard Street, 501-595 West Georgia Street, and 620-698 Seymour Street from Downtown District to Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 68-story hotel commercial building, 79-story and 68-story residential buildings containing 1,546 residential units with commercial space on the ground floor, the removal of the heritage designation for the entire Randall building at 535 to 565 West Georgia Street, and the heritage designation of the Georgia Street facade at the Randall building as protected heritage property. Maximum floor space area of 281,000 square meters and a height of 315 meters. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval subject to the conditions set out in the summary and recommendation and the yellow memorandum dated July 22nd, 2026, entitled Vancouver ODP Amendment 500 Dunsmuir 619-655 Richard Street, 501-565 West Georgia Street, and 388 Abbott Street, and CD1 rezoning 500 Dunsmuir Street, 619-655 Richard Street, 501-595 West Georgia Street, and 620-698 Seymour Street, and 388 Abbott Street, correction to bylaw number in Appendix D. Following correspondence has been received since referral to the public hearing. 101 pieces of correspondence in support, 161 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 3 pieces of correspondence dealing with other aspects of the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Thank you very much. So this is the first call for speakers. If you wish to speak to council about this item, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061-445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be displayed during the recess. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. We have staff from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application.
Good evening, Council. Josh White, General Manager, Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. I want to take this opportunity to introduce this large and unique rezoning you will be considering. The proposal is a major redevelopment of almost an entire city block in the downtown, adjacent to rapid transit stations. It is of a height that has not yet been seen before in downtown Vancouver, and though it is taller than what the current higher building policy contemplates, Many aspects of the proposal respond to the core tenets of the policy, including high-quality architecture and significant public benefit, and responds to the many objectives in the Vancouver ODP, from the spectrum of housing, including social, rental, strata tenure, economic development in the form of a hotel and conference facility, and expansion of public realm and pedestrian connections through large site open space. As Council knows, a higher building policy review is currently being undertaken. The success of the engagement is demonstrated by the nearly 8,000 touchpoints with the public since the launch of the engagement this spring. In Vancouver, we are no stranger to high-rises, and we have learned so far that Vancouverites care about how tall buildings fit into the fabric of the city. And we look forward to continuing the dialogue with the public through 2027 and to anticipate providing an updated policy for council consideration on the matter by Q2 2027. Acknowledging the tremendous amount of work to date, staff's principal recommendation of support for the proposal should not be interpreted as predetermining the outcome of the higher buildings policy review or establishing precedent for future higher building policy applications. Rather, the proposal represents a unique opportunity for a large site as identified in 2024 through reviews of public views in a transit-rich environment location, and that, subject to the recommended conditions of approval, achieves an overall level of urban design excellence, public benefit, and city building value that supports advancement through the rezoning process. Staff reviewed the proposal, taking advantage of unique design review steps through a specialized urban design review panel featuring invited international experts in tall building design. Through this process and extensive staff review, the proposal is well resolved and is ready for Council's consideration on its own merits. Nevertheless, in recognition of the work and ongoing dialogue with the public regarding higher buildings, staff have also provided Council with an alternative recommendation. This recommendation provides a resolution in the event Council sees fit to refer the application back to staff for further review following the outcome of the higher buildings policy review. We have embedded the language and rationale in the report for that alternative recommendation. Now, Nick will run through the details of the application, and we look forward to the conversation and your questions. Thank you.
Let's see here.
There's a bunch of junk under this table. I'm just trying to moving it around. I've been sitting in this chair so much this week, I've realized.
You're good?
I'm good.
Great. Appreciate the long day. Thanks, Josh. I'm Nick Danford. I'm the rezoning planner for the application. The applicants have presented this proposal that includes separate rezonings as a combined all or nothing package for two non-contiguous sites. One nearly entire city block located in the downtown that I will refer to as the Georgia Street site throughout the presentation, and the other located at the intersection of West Hastings and Abbott Streets in the downtown east side, which I'll refer to as the Abbott Street site. Given the dependencies between the sites, staff have prepared this report and the associated bylaws on the assumption that the rezonings will be considered at the same meeting, and that if council approves these applications in principle, that the bylaws will be considered by council for enactment at the same time at a future council meeting. Now, fair warning, as you may have anticipated, this is a complex application with many moving parts, and so I'll ask you to bear with me as I kind of run through the details of the review process over the past year. I've parceled out the presentation to begin with a high-level analysis of the ODP and the proposal's response to that. I'll then speak to the Georgia Street site of the proposal, followed by the component on the Abbott Street site, including the applicable city policies for both. I'll then speak to the public input received through the application process and the public benefits proposed. I'll then conclude with the outline of the recommendations and overall analysis of the application as detailed in the report. Okay, so let's get going. So at a high level, the application proposes a 68-story hotel and a 68 and 79-story residential buildings located on the Georgia Street site in the city center, while it also proposes a 25-story social housing building on the Abbott Street site in the downtown East Side neighborhood that includes a childcare facility as well as cultural space. This building is proposed to be dedicated to the city upon occupancy. Maybe not. Sorry. Firstly, we'll address the official development plan amendments proposed. On the left of the screen is the Georgia Street site that is currently designated business district. And as you can see in the blue, the surrounding parcels are the same designation. This designation contemplates predominantly non-residential uses above 26 stories. In this instance, an ODP amendment is required in order to reflect the residential use proposed on the eastern portion of the site. The proposed designation is mixed-use high-rise 2, which contemplates mixed-use buildings, including residential, above 26 stories. On the right of the screen is the Abbott Street site. The site is currently designated mixed-use mid-rise, which contemplates residential and non-residential uses up to 12 stories. In this instance, an ODP amendment is required to reflect the proposed height. The proposed designation is of mixed-use high-rise 1, contemplates buildings up to 26 stories. Surrounding sites are designated mixed-use mid-rise and mixed-use high-rise 1. As the proposal indicates, proposal includes an amendment to the ODP. Consultation with local nations, Vancouver School Board or VSB, and Conseil Scolaire Francophone were undertaken. VSB noted that catchment elementary schools for both sites are running at capacity, while the catchment high school for the Georgia Street site is over capacity, and the catchment high school for the Abbott Street site is under. All right, now we'll take a closer look at the Georgia Street site. Again, the site is located in the city center and includes 36 parcels, comprising the majority of the city block bounded by Georgia, Seymour, Dunsmuir, and Richard Street. The site is bisected by a city-owned lane running north and south, and is zoned DD, or Downtown District, and is currently developed with a series of single to 3-story commercial buildings, including the municipally designated heritage building known as the Randall Building. The site also houses the former Bay Parkade, which is a 4-story parking structure. The site is the former location of the Dunsmuir Hotel. That was a designated single-room accommodation, or SRA building. The Dunsmuir Hotel was demolished in 2025. The surrounding neighborhood consists of namely commercial buildings ranging from a single story to approximately 40 stories. Granville Station is located across Seymour Street, and the City Center Station is located approximately 100 meters away. There are a number of city policies that are applicable to the site in the application. The site is located within the downtown rezoning policy, which contemplates non-residential uses up to a maximum of 7 FSR and a height the applicable view corridor. Under this policy, residential uses are contemplated for large sites, providing the minimum amount of anticipated non-residential floor area is provided. Heritage policies are applicable to the Randall Building fronting West Georgia Street. The former Dunsmuir Hotel was also located on the northeast corner of the site and was relatively recently demolished. The single-room accommodation bylaw would also apply to the parcel. Finally, a significant amount of the hotel floor area is proposed, addressing the hotel development policies, and because of the size of the site, the rezoning policy for sustainable large sites is also applicable. Though the proposed buildings would be the largest in the city, the subject site is outside the bounds of the higher buildings policy, in that the subject site is not contemplated as a candidate for height above the Queen Elizabeth View Corridor within this policy. The yellow star on the screen identifies the subject site just across Seymour Street from the policy boundary. The higher buildings policy establishes parameters for buildings proposing significant height or entering into the Queen Elizabeth View Corridor or other approved view corridors. The intention of the policy is to mark the prominence of the central business district in the downtown skyline while providing for opportunities for strategic locations, including gateways to the downtown. The maximum height contemplated in the higher buildings policy is located at the intersection of Burrard and Georgia, 2 blocks west of the site. The height in this location is contemplated to be up to 213 meters or 700 feet. The area across Seymour Street from the site, so just on the other side of the boundary, contemplates buildings up to 185 meters or 600 feet. The current tallest building in the city is a 62-story building commonly known as the Shangri-La Tower at the intersection of Thurlow and West Georgia. This building is 201 meters or 659 feet and was completed in 2008. In April of this year, staff initiated a higher buildings policy review to explore with the public the fit of the current policy with collective aspirations for the city. The review explores the questions of where, how high, and what our city's tallest buildings should deliver. To date, the review has attracted significant interest from the public with over 7,900 touch points since its launch. While staff continue to review the qualitative feedback shared, early findings suggest that the issue is of great importance to the public and is seen as influential in shaping the identity of the city. Through early engagement, support or opposition to tall buildings appears to be evenly split. There has been general willingness to contemplate the details of how tall buildings can be realized in a way that benefits the broader city. Staff anticipate bringing proposed policy changes to the public in early 2027, with a subsequent policy to council for consideration in Q2 of 2027. Okay, the proposal on the Georgia site is for consolidation of the site, including the city lane, to allow for a mixed-use development. The eastern portion of the site includes 2 residential towers identified as the north and south towers located in the foreground of the image. At 68 and 79 stories, the buildings include 1,270 strata tenure residential units and 276 secured rental units. These 2 towers measure at 239 meters or 784 feet and 271 meters or 889 feet respectively. At a proposed height of 315 meters, or 1,034 feet, the tallest tower of the proposal, labeled the West Tower, includes a 68-story hotel building with an observation deck at the uppermost levels, and includes approximately 920 hotel rooms, a 6,500 square meter, or nearly 70,000 square foot conference center, and a 1,500 square meter, or 16,000 square foot, privately owned public plaza fronting Georgia Street. At the height proposed, the building would be the tallest in Western Canada, and all 3 buildings on the site would be the tallest in the city. A total floor area of 281,000 square meters, or just over 3 million square feet, or approximately 27.4 FSR is proposed. 7 levels of underground parking are to be accessed from the lane and Richard Street. An underground pedestrian connection from the western portion of the site to Granville Station under Seymour Street is also proposed. Finally, despite the Randall Building's designation as a protected heritage property, the applicant is proposing to remove the existing designation in order to only retain its street facade and partial laneway return. I will note, before moving on from the proposal, that this week NAV Canada, the not-for-profit agency who operates Canada's civil air navigation system, did provide commentary to the applicant, indicating that additional design development may be needed, including potential reduction of approximately 88 feet from the tallest building in order to comply with air path regulations. Any forthcoming development permit or building permit application is required to comply with regulations set out by senior levels of government, including agencies such as Transport Canada. All right, we'll dive a little bit deeper into the Randall Building and Dunsmuir Hotel. So in 1991, Council approved the voluntary designation of the Randall Building as part of a major seismic and code upgrading that included facade restoration and interior rehabilitation. A heritage bonus density of 734 square meters, or nearly 8,000 square feet, was granted as compensation for this designation, subsequently used to construct a modest rooftop addition. In proposing substantial demolition of the existing structure, the applicant is asking council to consider the removal of its existing designation as a protected heritage property. The proposal includes designation of the retained Georgia Street facade to provide permanent legal protection. Staff have included conditions to protect the building until issuance of future building permits. Now, regarding the Dunsmuir Hotel, the 167-room residential hotel was demolished in 2025 after council declared the building a danger to public safety pursuant to the Vancouver Charter. The proposal includes replacement of the 167 SRA designated rooms as self-contained studio and one-bedroom units secured as social housing to be delivered on the Abbott Street site. Sorry, I'm just going to take a hydration break. We're about halfway through. Right, continuing. So we'll turn our attention to the Abbott Street site now. The site is comprised of one parcel located on the northeast corner of the intersection of West Hastings and Abbott in the downtown East Side neighborhood. The site was rezoned in 2018 to CD1732, which allows for a mixed-use building up to 32 meters or approximately 10 stories and an FSR of 7.2. The rezoning secured market rental housing tenure. However, the site is currently a surface parking lot. The surrounding neighborhood consists of commercial and residential buildings ranging from 5 stories to in excess of 40 stories, with the Woodwards development across Abbott Street and the recently approved Army and Navy development further east on the same block. The Stadium Chinatown station is located 200 meters away. The 2014 Downtown East Side Plan is applicable to the proposal. The plan provides a vision, policies, and strategies for the Downtown East Side, and the plan prioritizes actions and strategies related to social housing, community health and well-being, heritage conservation, and local economic development. The site's located in the Victory Square area of the plan, and the current CD1732 provisions meet the anticipated height and density of the plan. This component of the proposal includes a 25-story social housing building containing 237 units. A 37-space childcare facility is proposed on the podium, and commercial and/or cultural space is located on the ground level. A maximum building height of 85 meters or 279 feet is proposed, and the floor space ratio of 16.2. 7 levels of underground parking are proposed to be accessed from the lane. And again, the building is proposed to be transferred to city ownership upon completion. A standard public notification and input opportunities were provided for the application review process, including an application webpage, online Q&A, site signs, and project notification by mail. Approximately 223 pieces of correspondence were received through the application review process, as well as a petition. Generally, comments supported the new housing, the revitalization of the West Georgia block, and potential community benefits in the form of housing and public spaces. Concerns included the impacts on the neighborhood character, particularly in the downtown east side, housing affordability, safety, crime, and that the project would cause overburden on the infrastructure. The application was subject to a negotiated CAC process. Public benefits proposed as part of the application include a $20 million monetary contribution to be allocated towards public realm improvements in the city center, the in-kind delivery at occupancy of the proposed 25-story building on the Abbott Street site that includes social housing, childcare, and provision for a nearly 500 square meter or 5,000 square foot cultural space on the ground level, envisioned by the application as an Indigenous gallery space. Further conversations with the proposed stakeholders, including all nations, will be required to continue through the development permit phase to determine the end use and purpose of the proposed cultural space. The Abbott Street asset is valued at approximately $184 million. DCLs anticipated from the Georgia Street site are valued at $90.8 million, and public art is estimated at $6 million. Finally, the retention of the heritage facade is valued at approximately 4.1 million. The total value of the contribution is approximately $305 million. Broad benefits derived from the application include the additional approximately 270 secured rental units to the city's rental stock, included on the West Georgia site, as well as approximately 1,500 square meters of privately owned public space added to the city's pedestrian network. This space is proposed to be secured through a statutory right-of-way. Finally, the proposal includes the registration of an agreement on title, which will secure access to the observation deck located at the top of the tallest building on the Georgia Street site for customers who can demonstrate they are residents of the city of Vancouver. So I appreciate everybody bearing with me through those details. As Josh discussed prior to the presentation, staff have conducted a comprehensive review of the proposal. Overall, the proposed changes to the general land use designations in the ODP for both sites can be supported, as the proposal generally aligns with the ODP objectives regarding provision of housing, public childcare, economic development, arts and culture spaces, and public realm. Both sites are located in the Metro Core neighborhood type in the urban structure strategy of the plan. The strategy envisions this neighborhood type as the urban heart of the city and region, with a dense mix of housing, employment lands, hotels, and significant cultural venues and amenities, with high-rise buildings above 26 stories. Despite exceeding the height and density anticipated in policy, the West Georgia Street component of the application is nearly an entire city block at the cross-section of two major transit lines at the center of the city. The site is unique in its size and location. Though the proposal is outside the bounds of the higher buildings policy, aspects of the proposal respond to the design and sustainability intent of that policy. The West Georgia site includes a mix of employment and residential uses, as well as contributes to the network of open spaces within the downtown. The proposal includes the delivery of the 25-story social housing building to the city at occupancy and includes provision for social and cultural amenities. The total public benefits forecasted from this application is valued at approximately $305 million, which includes the in-kind building delivery. For these reasons, the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval in principle of the ODP amendments and the CD1 bylaws subject to conditions contained in the appendices. As Josh mentioned, support for the proposal should not be interpreted as predetermining the outcome of the higher buildings policy review or establishing a precedent for future higher building applications. Rather, this reflects staff's assessment that the proposal represents a unique opportunity for on a large site in a transit-rich location. It achieves the overall level of urban design excellence, public benefit, and city building value that supports advancement through the rezoning process. However, recognizing the ongoing policy and public dialogue regarding higher buildings, recommendation J in the report has been provided as an alternate recommendation for Council's consideration that provides an option to refer the application back to staff for review following the completion of the higher buildings policy review. Finally, just a friendly reminder to Council to consider the report provided along with the yellow memo dated July 22nd, correcting the typo in draft bylaw contained in Appendix D. So I appreciate everyone hanging in there with me through those details, and our staff team is available for questions, and thank you, Council, for listening.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Okay, I think we have a few questions from council members. Councilor Dominato.
I'm just curious, are we going to hear from the applicant first and then go to questions?
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Of
that's
course, we're
okay.
going to see the applicant. I will stop timer there. Go. Mic on there.
Good. We'll be with you shortly. We should be there. There we go. Yay. Good to go.
Okay. Looks like we're good to go. Thanks for your patience, everyone. All right.
We're good to go?
Please do.
Mayor and council, I just want to begin by thanking Nicholas for such an amazing presentation. It's very comprehensive and you got most of the details that I'd be repeating. So I'm going to be concise and fill in some of the blanks and just talk to the essence of the project. What you see up there now is a slide of the site. You can see it in the middle. And in blue and in red are the streams and rivers that once existed in downtown Vancouver. From the start of any project, we look for inspiration to the history of the site. And the Coast Salish people lived here for over 8,000 years prior to the English and the Spanish coming in 1791. It was called Pacals, this area, which meant White Rock. In an acknowledgement of the history, we brought on Gordon Morant from the very beginning as our cultural consultant. He is from the Musqueam Nation and unfortunately had a family emergency today and cannot attend, but he gave me something to read to you very short that he wanted me to say. He said he's a supporter of the project and truly wishes he could be here to speak regarding his people's need for a sense of belonging. Yet he believes this project has the potential for great educational opportunities and a physical acknowledgement of the Indigenous presence in downtown Vancouver. That's it for him. Next. This one is very short, and it's just, if not here, then where? As you all know, Nordstroms in the Bay have left downtown. And the empty streets surrounding this area is across the street from our studio, which is Atell's Garden. If you look at the VPT website and you look at the violent incidents, this is ground zero. This is a rare opportunity with the right project and the right site that needs some urban renewal. Next slide. What you have up here is a list of everything that Nicholas went through in terms of all the things we're doing, and it's significant. So I'm just going to take 2 minutes and just say out loud what they all are. And downtown revitalization will deliver 920 hotel rooms, a conference center of over 70,000 square feet with 3 major venues able to have 3 conferences at one time. The local economic benefits to just Vancouver alone exceed over 955 million during construction, 90 million yearly in operational benefits, and 50 million in yearly visitor spending. The total project will bring over 1 million square feet of job space to downtown. It also includes a new civic public plaza and a link to TransLink Underground. To give you an idea of the scale of it, it's about twice the size of the International Village public space in the middle. Indigenous reconciliation has been at the forefront from the very beginning. We have worked with Gordon Grant to bring on Susan Point as our recommended public artist to work in concert with the design of the renovation of the Randall building to make sure that our colonial history as well as our Indigenous history are integrated in a meaningful way. We also include market housing of 1,270 units, 35% being families, rental housing of 276 units, and an Indigenous art gallery proposal. Most of the gallery space in the downtown east side doesn't represent Coast Salish art, and this is something that was thought to be very meaningful and something that we would like to pursue. In terms of social housing units, it's a significant contribution of 237 units. To give you an idea, the Woodwards project, which we worked on over 20 years ago, delivered 200 units, which was funded by the government. This is CAC in this situation. It includes 167 SO replacement units from the Dunsmuir and as well family units above. There's a daycare facility which mirrors the Woodwards one with 37 spaces. There's an observation deck at the highest point of the site on Georgia Street, which will be free for locals. It's envisioned as a garden in the sky, which I'm going to show you some pictures at the end. In terms of architectural innovation, We are targeting a net zero operational car with high performance building envelopes, geo exchange, and targeting over a 40% reduction in body carbon and city requirements. Total public benefit, as Nicholas said, exceeds $300 million. Next slide. I just want to digress now to talk about architecture because I'm an architect and I want you to know why this building looks the way it does. When we got this project, we wanted to make sure that we could find an architecture which is of this place in the world, not something that's an import from somewhere else, but something that really speaks to sort of the values of Vancouver. And on a trip to the aquarium 3 years ago, we discovered, at least I discovered, the ancient glass sea sponge. It's at the very bottom of the ocean up near Haida Gwaii and was discovered in 1987. It is over 9,000 years old and were thought to be extinct. The amazing thing about the sea sponge is it filters pollutants from the water and supports marine life and has a beautiful lightweight structure, which is both a metaphor and inspired the structural design of our building, of the hotel. It has a diagrid structure, which is now being studied by Harvard, and I'm going to show you a picture of it next. So here you can see the hotel with the exoskeleton coming up, forming the sea sponge shape, as well as the residential buildings having balconies, which are sort of the places within the sea sponge where the animals live. They become balconies for inhabitants of the future buildings. Next slide. This is a preliminary rendering of the public plaza. You can see some of the work of Susan Point in a band shell and in the building adjacent to the Randall building. What we have here is a public open space which will be filled with restaurants and activities and a connection down to TransLink. It's a complete and utter rebirth of what is now a pretty much empty parking garage. Next slide. This is a view of the publicly accessible observation deck, which we envision as 3 levels, which includes everything from restaurant to public observation deck, and sort of think of it as a botanical garden in the sky with natural plants and free for all local residents. Next slide. In closing, I just want to talk about if not now, then when. The downtown core, as we know, needs revitalization. And this will be a catalyst for other projects like the Bay itself across the street. But there's a historical story to this site that goes back almost 20 years. My father worked on it in 1905, 2005. Well, he's not that old, 2005. And the project has evolved over time through many iterations to a point at which we believe it's viable and it's a positive contribution to the city. What you see up here is the social housing project, which would be the CAC to the city, which is really, I see it as an extension of the Woodwards project we completed in 2010. Now balancing out the number of social housing units between all of the 4 buildings to have almost 50% market and 50% non-market housing. One of the important things I'd like to point out is embedded in the enactment process is a pre-DP application, which we'll be doing in concurrent with the tall buildings policy, which will allow us to work with staff during the next process of the next year of enactment to make sure everything that's required to meet the intent of the policy is included in our design development. There are precedents for projects being approved prior to policy, like Oak Ridge Park. We got approved prior to the Oak Ridge area plan, and I can list many others we've worked on. These projects have been approved on their own merits and supported by planning and often inform the future policies to come. I want to stress that time is of the essence. Projects of this scale and complexity take many years, but we now have the inertia and goodwill in working with city staff, and an opportunity like this doesn't come very often. Having a project that checks so many of the desired boxes is rare. The project is a chance to signal to the world and the residents of Vancouver that the residents of Vancouver have ambition, is on the leading edge, and are on the leading edge when it comes to urban planning, placemaking, sustainability, the full spectrum of housing, Indigenous reconciliation, and want to remain one of the most desirable places in the world to live. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions from council to staff or the applicant? Noting this is the only opportunity for council to ask questions for the applicant. We have a lot of people on council that would like to ask questions. So Councillor Dominato, you're here, so I'll start your timer.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Just a couple questions for clarifying questions for staff. To start, you referenced in your presentation the Queen Elizabeth View corridor. Are these towers outside of that corridor? I just wasn't clear from your presentation.
So they are outside the boundaries of the higher buildings policy, and so they sit on the other side of Seymour Street. So they're not contemplated for taller buildings under that policy.
Right.
To go through the Queen Elizabeth View corridor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, because they're okay. In that context, because I was going to ask about the higher buildings policy review, is we have received some correspondence asking council about the rationale for this having been referred to public hearing ahead of that being completed. What I first heard was that, well, it's actually outside of that policy review, but could you just elaborate on that? I also heard that you said it was viewed as a unique opportunity given a whole range of amenities and the site. So could you just comment on that? And just given that we've had a number of people reach out.
Yeah, so for clarity, the higher buildings review is a broader review of that policy and could include the expanding that boundary to include this site in the future. But as it sits right now, it's outside of that boundary. What was your second question? Sorry.
I was just trying to reframe what I think I heard from you is that the staff view this as a unique opportunity given the site, the public benefits associated with it on the Abbott Street. And so that's why you're bringing it, you referred it or suggested we refer it to public hearing prior to that policy review being complete. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, the site itself is nearly an entire city block in the center of the city. And so there's not many opportunities that provide for an assembly of almost an entire city block to facilitate a building of these buildings of this scale.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had a question for the applicant, but I think it was answered in the presentation. So in the interest of time, because we have a lot of speakers, I'm going to leave it there, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. I've got a few questions here. First question, I believe for the applicant, but maybe staff want to weigh in as well. I've heard from the Gastown Residents Association some concerns around the lack of ground floor retail on the Abbott social housing building. My question is, was there consideration around locating the cultural space perhaps on, say, the second floor or a mezzanine with an entrance from the ground floor in order to keep that continuous street wall of retail that we see in the downtown east side?
Thanks for the question. I think that the applicant should answer the question.
Thanks.
No, the design of it is like a typical storefront for retail. The CAC offering is that space to the city. The city gets to decide what it becomes. We are making a proposal that was brought forward by Gordon Grant to make it a Indigenous art gallery. It's going through the channels within the city and your relations with the other nations. But the physical entity itself is like a typical storefront, like a typical retail. It could end up being something else, but we're hopeful that it would become a gallery. The gallery will provide equal, if not more, street life activation than a typical retail. So I think that worry may not be
okay.
So
okay, we'll see how that pans out. Should it be approved? Thank you for that. The other question was around, I think probably for the applicant as well, actually, social housing. You're proposing locating it in a separate building off the site. I'm curious as to why that decision was made as opposed to keeping it on the Georgia Dunsmuir site.
For sure. We go through this all the time when we do these sort of large projects. The preference for the city is to get dirt sites because airspace parcels are complex. And this was an ability to give you, the city, a 237 units, a daycare, and some
Okay.
fabulous retail space that's completely owned by the city.
Okay, thanks, Gregory. Can I hear from staff on that? Is that the preference to have social housing public benefit located on a dirt site as opposed to an airspace parcel?
So that was the structure that the applicants proposed, and from the city's perspective, we are supportive of the arrangement that has been proposed in this instance by the applicant, in that they will build the Abbott Street site and provide it to the city at occupancy.
So the city basically will own that building?
Yes, as well as the site that it's on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that similar to what was done at Oak Ridge with the social housing building?
No. No, at Oak Ridge, because of the nature of the underground parkade and this site-wide utility being below it, you don't own the dirt.
Okay.
Okay?
Thanks for
And we've done, at Woodward's the same. You don't own the dirt. They're all,
Okay.
there's like, I don't know, 47 airspace parcels.
Okay, thank you. Just because I'm limited for time. Gosh, I have lots of questions here. Let me see. What about the hotel? Is that the biggest in the city? Or would it be the biggest in the city? And then also the conference space, would that be the biggest in the city? And is there demand for that? Have staff analyzed that?
Good evening, Councillor. Sean Martinez, Employment Lands team on PDS. So this would be the largest hotel in the city at 920 rooms. Currently, the largest hotel is the Wall Center at 700 rooms. To give you kind of a sense of the difference. Is there demand for this? We do have the target of 10,000 rooms by 2050, as we have in the hotel development policy. So as this will not be built for some time, then we will likely have space to absorb the new rooms as they are provided.
Okay, thanks. And when you say for some time, that leads me to my next question. Do we have a sense? from the applicant
Probably
on
defer that to the
this?
applicant.
Yeah. And also just, and I only have like 40 seconds left, but social housing building, is that coming first? Is that going to be delivered first?
Oh, okay, I'll answer the last question first because it's
Perfect. Yeah.
Yes, part of the you'll see in your report is the social housing is the first building to be delivered, and it will be the first occupancy. And in term, the other question was
Around when the project will be
Oh, yeah.
underway at the Georgia and Richards, at least started.
projects of this scale. For example, at Oak Ridge, we started in 2012.
Yeah.
And we're just delivering the first phase.
Sorry, Councillor,
We're
you're at time there.
Someone
So,
else can pick up
So
on
do
that
I
if they want.
stop?
okay, sorry.
Someone else can pick up on it.
Okay, thanks a lot. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, so I actually have the same question, so happy to hear the answers.
Okay, that's why time is of the essence, and we like the approval now because we think it's about 4 years to start construction, at least 4 to 5 years to start construction under ideal scenarios, and that's why we have to get going. It takes time to build buildings of this scale.
Okay, so that will be delivered sometimes in 2031, 32.
The start of construction,
No.
and then it'd be a continuous build over something like 10 years.
Okay, so when we're gonna deliver the first social housing building, we're gonna deliver that one first, right?
That would be the one first, and that would come in concert with the very first residential building,
Okay.
and then the second residential building and the hotel would come together. But the hotel has the potential to go at any time. It's a sort of independent.
Yeah, Councillor, I'll just add as well, the phasing conditions between the two projects have been structured very carefully with the applicant to support their construction program and also the ability to finance this large project. So just to clarify as well, the hotel project on its own is unphased. It could go first, it could go last. It's kind of up to the applicant on when they actually are able to get financing, deliver it. The social housing is largely tied to the CAC generated out of the residential buildings. So it's being tied to the residential project. But again, just given the scale and size of that project, we've worked with them to allow them to start excavation and get out of the ground on that project before permits are required for the Abbott Street site, but to the point they can't get occupancy for the residential component until the social housing is occupancy as well.
Okay, thanks, Templar. That makes sense. Okay, so my question for staff is, let's say if this project is approved at a public hearing, how does this affect this higher building policy review? So does that reflect or restrict this policy review or not?
Yeah, so I think, just to clarify, we have an existing higher building policy which Nick outlined the bounds of its scope. It's very narrowly focused on the central business district. This falls just outside the bounds of it. The scope of our review is for the effectively the entirety of the downtown peninsula to look at higher building policy and where it may apply. And we want to be very careful to state that any decision council makes is evaluating the application on its own merits. Our part of the formation of our recommendation for support acknowledges that the application meets a lot of, to borrow a phrase, the check boxes of what we seek and what we expect from higher buildings in our downtown, whether it's the existing policy or where we expect the emerging policy to come from in terms of design excellence and a very high degree of public benefit. So council's not fettered in its decision, and it doesn't set we want to be extremely clear that it does not set a precedent for what may or may not come from the higher building policy for the balance of sites across the entire downtown.
Okay, thanks. That's what I want to hear. And also that in terms of the building design, I saw this building has been reviewed multiple times by the urban design panel. So can we summarize what are the improvements from that process?
Thank you for the question, Kevin Span, Senior Development Planner. It was reviewed once by an expanded urban design panel that included experts on super tall buildings that were brought in from, well, one happened to be local, but another one was brought in from an international firm. The learnings from that are reflected in either the conditions of approval or will form the basis of, as the applicant noted, the pre-development permit process, in which we'll continue to refine some of the architectural details, the way that the buildings interact with each other based on the feedback that we received. So yes.
Okay, thanks. So other questions, I saw there's some concern regarding tower separation between the south and north towers. Can we tell the public what is the tower separation there?
Between the, can you say that again? Between which?
Two residential buildings, south and north.
So those the tower separation exceeds our expectation for the separation between two residential towers. Now these are of an unusual scale. However, in the evaluation of the project, we feel as though sufficient separation is provided.
Okay, so 20 seconds left. What are the new job opportunities that project will create during construction and after construction? Do we know?
Well, the construction of the site, I presume construction jobs as well as the employment lands is predominantly hotel. There is some commercial uses on the ground floor.
Do we know how many roughly?
The applicant might know how many jobs that takes.
We're estimating about 1,000 jobs in the hotel.
1,000 jobs. Okay, thanks. That's all.
Councillor, yeah, we're over time. Thanks, Flat. Councillor Orr.
Sounds like there's lots of questions that, can I move for a second round?
All those in favor? Any opposed? Carries.
Thanks. Yeah, I have a lot of questions on the height as well, but my first question is just how this proposal and the social housing component reconciles with the MOU signed by the province and Holborn for the Abbott Street site back in 2021. How does this not sort of double dipping, for lack of a better word? This MOU was signed 2021. BC Housing, Kennedy Stewart, David Eby. I can read it out. It says, pursuant to the terms of a memorandum of understanding between BC Housing and COV, dated for June 2002, BC Housing agreed to a set of objectives with respect to the development of those lands located in the city of Vancouver and legally described as lots something something, colloquially known as Little Mountain. And then further down it says, in addition to Little Mountain development, Holborn agrees to work with BC Housing on Holborn's planned development at 388 Abbott Street to deliver much needed affordable rental housing. In return, BC Housing will seek internal and external approvals to provide Holborn with financing through Housing Hub Provincial Rental Supply Program to support Holborn's delivery of middle income rental housing at this site. Can you walk me through that? How are we using this for Little Mountain, this site for Little Mountain, and now we're also using it for Dunsmuir?
Yeah, thank you. Dan Garrison, Director of Housing Policy and Regulation. I think the intent of the MOU was not to necessarily pull the two sites together. It was to say there are two sites that Holborn is working on and is in agreement with the province they will try to advance. They have been advancing the development of the social housing on the Little Mountain site. In fact, I think we're at completion of the city building now, which is a positive sign. So for this site, though, for the Abbott Street site, the intent at the time was to proceed on financing and construction of the rental building that was already approved. I would suggest this is a sort of a step back and a reconsideration of the purpose of that site, and the delivery of social housing and SRA replacement is a positive use of that site.
Yeah, okay, thank you. For the SRA replacement, it says it's basically 1-to-1, 167 will be replaced, but I mean, only 20% is at shelter rate. So I mean, 20% of 167 is 47. We're still basically missing 120 shelter rate units that we're losing.
I might pass you over to Monica, who's my colleague in ACCS, to respond to the SRA replacement questions.
Hello, this is Monica Cho, Senior Planner with Escrows and Supportive Housing. So as you know, the site on Abbott Street is being delivered turnkey to the city, and so that 47 units is the minimum requirement. But obviously, once we long-term leases to a nonprofit, as we do with in-kind buildings, we would determine the affordability at that point, and we always strive to achieve more than what is the minimum requirement under the zoning. And also, obviously, seeking partnerships potentially with senior levels of government to be able to deepen that level of affordability. So that will come later.
And that would be the target for 1/3 hills, 1/3 shelter rate, 1/3 low end of market?
As per the new definition, it would be 20% shelter, 10% hills, and the remainder at market.
So this proposal delivers 10% hills and 20%, but the target for downtown East Side plan is 1/3 hills, 1/3 shelter rate, 1/3 low end of market. Would be something that we'd be striving for, that target?
Monica,
we would be striving to.
Maybe I can just jump in on that, Monica. Yeah,
Sure.
because on this proposal, you're right. We have amended the downtown east side definition of social housing so that 20% is the requirement. In this case, because the building would be delivered to the city turnkey, it would not be needing to carry a mortgage on day one. We would just be looking at operational viability and how affordable it could be made based on operational viability. So the intent, and working with our non-market housing operations group, Ryan Bigelow's group, is that we would be seeking to achieve the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 target of the downtown east side plan, even though that exceeds the base level in the bylaw.
Okay, and then if there is a contingency thing here, if the applicant walks away, the city's only recourse is an option to buy the site for $10. Is that an adequate security given how many years a project like this could stall? And then what happens to the 167 promised replacement units?
Thank you very much for the question. So effectively, the way the bylaw and the conditions are structured is until the applicant actually enacts the project, they aren't bestowed the entitlements of it. So first they need to enact, and prior to enactment, you have to sign all these agreements to do all these things. So then those conditions start kicking in about when you actually have to start moving forward with permits and construction. And if they don't hit those timelines post enactment, then those provisions do start kicking in.
So I'm going to advance, Councillor Kirby, and we're over time here. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have a number of questions, and maybe I'll start with the applicant. We just heard some fairly interesting kind of update with NAV Canada intersection, hopefully not literally, with the building and potentially a reduction of 88 feet. What does that do to your project since?
This is something that we've encountered before. When we first started at Oak Ridge, the cranes went up, and we got a call from YVR and everyone, big panic, that somehow we were in an emergency flight path and take the cranes down immediately. And then we tried to explain to them that the buildings would be much taller than the cranes.
Maybe I can just...
Let me finish, please.
Okay,
please.
I have limited time, so I want to get to the heart of it.
So my point is, it's a dialogue. They change their requirements and their flight paths depending on how the city evolves. So it's
Okay,
something
but
that we negotiate over time.
I understand from them that they are not satisfied with the outcome at Oak Ridge, and it presents issues. So my question is, if an 88-foot reduction is required, what does that do from the applicant's perspective to the project?
Through the pre-DP process, We will resolve that issue one way or another, and the design will evolve to make sure that the viability is maintained.
Okay, maybe I can follow up with staff then. So council's being asked to approve this, and we have that piece of information. Does that mean that essentially if NavCan does require that or a portion of that, that we're going to be looking at some kind of text amendment around this? And how are the public benefits protected in that scenario?
Yeah, no, not necessarily. So the CD1 bylaw sets a maximum height for the Georgia site. So if it's less than that, there wouldn't be a text amendment required.
Okay, so if the building gets, let me be very crystal clear. If the building is not as tall as proposed due to, or there are design changes due to requests from NavCan, does the public benefits package remain intact as it is?
Not unless the applicant brings forward an amendment to their application, but they would have to do that. They would have to come back for that. But just the height itself wouldn't impact the public benefits. That floor area could theoretically be reabsorbed elsewhere within the building.
Okay, or the site as a whole?
Other than the site as a whole, yes.
Okay.
And just to be clear, that's the hotel it's affecting. The CAC driver is the residential buildings.
Okay, I appreciate that. My other question really is around the affordability piece on the social housing. And just, we did have a letter from the Gastown residents expressing concern that their vision is for sort of distributed housing and not a locational of a preponderance of one type of housing. Can you just sort of go back to the mix around that and say that even with striving for greater affordability, would there be an intention that you're having a mix of residents at different income levels in that building? Because their concern is locating a high preponderance of one sort of level or type of housing in a building versus more distribution.
Yeah, we certainly understand the concern, and the intent would be for this to be a mixed income affordable housing building. The intent is not for this to be a supportive housing building or a concentrated building with all low income housing. Again, it's the goal and that is the target of the Downtown Eastside Plan here, which would be 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. So 1/3 low income residents, 1/3 housing income limits
And the other
incomes,
low
and
end of
1/3
market?
low end of market.
Okay. That's helpful. And I guess with respect to moving on to the heritage component, the Randall building, what is the justification for removal of the heritage protection, the full building, and simple retention of the facade?
Yeah, I'll hand that
And
over
is
to the applicant.
and this is to staff, this piece, is the facade retention guaranteed?
The facade retention is being secured through through another designation bylaw, yes. And so I have to refer to the applicants to why they've chosen to go in this direction.
Okay, we'll go there, but in terms of is there another step that has to happen, or if council approves this following the conclusion proceedings, is there any assurance that that heritage facade is guaranteed in terms of protection?
Elijah Sabitlan, Heritage Planner. What we're proposing for this is to essentially ask council to remove the designation, so that is one step.
Yep.
And as part of the proposal, which is to retain the facade, it would be designated as a protected heritage property
How and when will it be designated? As part of this approval or at a future step?
as part of this approval.
It would be.
Correct.
Okay, and so that is a requirement, the applicant has to deliver that.
That is correct.
Okay. Do you have any further comments on heritage? On the rationalization for removal of the building?
Yeah.
5 seconds.
In order to get the density to provide the benefits that we're doing, we need a certain tower separation, which was talked to before. And because these buildings are larger than our average buildings in Vancouver, the 80-foot separation wasn't enough. And we needed working with staff, we have a 120-foot tower separation, which goes into the footprint of the Randall building, and therefore saving it became impossible.
Yeah, I'm going to advance Councillor Fry. Thanks very much. Councillor Fry.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. So just walking through some of this, it seems unusual that we're talking about potentially reducing the heights and that the new higher building policy hasn't been sort of finalized. Can somebody explain to me why we're moving ahead of that higher building policy in the first place? Wouldn't NavCan and flight paths be kind of a consideration in there in addition to public feedback?
Yeah, the NavCan letter was new information. It's not based on a published AZR. I think it's feedback that the applicant got directly from engagement with NavCan on the project. As noted, that information will certainly both inform the next step in terms of the pre-development permit as well as the subsequent development permit. Should that requirement become firm, the application is required to comply with federal aviation rules. And
Sure. I guess,
yeah.
sorry, Josh, just I think where I was really trying to get some clarity is why are we moving sort of ahead of, like, I understand that we were doing a higher building policy, that you're still analyzing the feedback, but that we're moving ahead with this independent of that policy work. And I'm just wondering.
Yeah, the path that opened this application up was the exceptional downtown sites policy that we established in 2024. The application came in last summer ahead of us contemplating or creating the program for the higher building policy. I would suggest as well that it may have influenced our desire to take on a higher building policy update and review, because not only this application, but other pre-application inquiries and conversations we've had with various landowners indicated that there's strong interest in potentially developing buildings that may exceed the existing higher building policy site. That said, we took in the application, we processed it on its own merits. We've been considering this application in parallel with the early steps of that review. As I suggested, we believe it strongly aligns with the intent of where we want to go, both in terms of design excellence and an exceptionally high public benefits package. We felt it was important to take special care, including the additional steps we took through Urban Design Review Panel that both informed the application itself, but will also inform the principles of the higher building policy. And there certainly is some utility in using an application such as this live that helps us inform the policy itself. We got to a point where we felt that the application itself had been resolved fully enough to a degree that council could consider it on its own merits. But I will acknowledge as well that the purpose of the alternative recommendation, should council want to go there, is a nod to a rationale that if council felt strongly that it needed the full benefit of the completed review of the higher building policy, we've provided that as a secondary or alternative recommendation for council to consider as well.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I mean, it's obviously the applicants have had this site for almost 20 years now, and so I'm just, it seems like we're getting a sort of forced urgency here where I'm not sure why exactly. On the phasing, and can somebody just walk me through how the guarantees on the social housing piece will work? I appreciate that the hotel could happen first, but obviously we did have a track record with phasing of delivery of social housing from this particular proponent that did not deliver in a timely manner. So obviously is a concern as we talk about delivery of social housing as a phased investment. And can somebody walk me through how solid this is?
Thank you very much for the question, Councillor. So again, just to clarify as well, the social housing building is tied predominantly to the residential components of the West Georgia site. So once the applicant enacts, they have to enact both projects at the same time effectively. So they bestow the entitlements to both. They then have the opportunity to secure below grade building permits and above grade building permits for the podium and for the underground before they have to pull a building permit for the social housing on Abbott Street. And again, the purpose being to try to synchronize when those occupancies are going to be triggered. The length of time it takes to deliver that tower is comparable to the length of time to deliver the whole project on Abbott Street. So we have conditions for phasing that sync those projects up together, so they can't get an occupancy of the first residential building until they have an occupancy for the social housing building. We also have the option to purchase and a letter of credit in the value of about $184 million that if they stall on that work post above grade structural, that the city has the options at different triggers to step in and take over as well. So there's
advance, Councillor Miller. I'm letting some of these questions go, the answers go a little longer because
thank you.
they're good. Go ahead.
It was about half a sentence, but effectively, there's conditions in there to ensure that that again, that the residential component can't get occupancy without occupancy of the social housing. And as I mentioned, if for whatever reason the project does stall out or it's taking longer than anticipated in the conditions, for example, if no building permit has been issued for Abbott Street within 4 years of the above grade structural for West Georgia, the city can cash the letter of credit. And if they don't transfer the Abbott Street project within 8.5 years of the permit being issued for West Georgia as well, they have the chance to cash letter credit and take the option as well. So there is an end date to which we can work within as soon as permits are issued.
And along those lines, is there anything to prevent the proponent from building the other parts of the project and leaving the residential building and the social housing building to the end?
Fair question as well. So as mentioned before, the hotel component is generally unphased. So we've allowed the opportunity for the hotel to proceed. Again, most of the land left in the CAC for the amenity package is coming from the residential components. So the conditions allow for the hotel project to proceed if it gets financing and funding and permits first. We also have a trigger that the second residential building can't get occupancy unless the permits for the hotel project have advanced as well. So is kind of a back-end security on the second residential tower.
I guess I'm most concerned about the social housing because that's a very big priority. Are there any mechanisms to tie in the hotel and the other residential building?
So we work
to make sure that it's prioritised first.
Great question. And so we did work very carefully and closely with the applicant on this. So at enactment, they have to pay $20 million towards public realm improvements. At permit stage for the hotel as well, they have to provide DCLs and whatnot. So the way the financing and the land valuation works for the hotel component, that was adequate, sufficient in terms of our CAC process for that. So again, the CAC that's being generated is largely from the residential, which is why you see most of these conditions for the social housing tied to the residential component and not to the hotel.
All right, thanks very much. In terms of the conference and event space, how significantly will this contribute to the city's deficit or need for? I know we've got an incentive in place for proponents of hotel developments to include event spaces. How will this help us with that deficit?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So in our engagement with the Hotel Development Task Force, there are representatives from the event industry in Vancouver. We did review this particular convention space with them, and their response has been that this would fill a space within the current availability in the city that is essentially not provided. It would provide more spaces that currently we do not have, that could then attract more of the types of conventions and events that Vancouver currently does not get, because we do not have the space contiguous with a hotel component right on top, essentially.
All right, thanks very much. And in terms of seismic safety, are these buildings designed to the protection of life standard or an ongoing use standard?
The buildings will meet all applicable codes and be seismically very safe.
So, because the current code is just protection of life, is it going to be a higher level of ongoing use, or is it just meeting the bare basics?
We never strive for just the bare basics in our buildings. All our buildings strive to be protection of use.
Is there any other detail?
We're at the very early stages of zoning, where we're asking for height and use and basic form. We'll then do the pre-DP, and then the development permit, then we get to the building permit. It takes time to get there, and as the code evolves, it will get stricter and stricter, and we will hit a more stringent seismic code, I'm sure, by the time we're in building permit. I promise you the building will be very safe.
Okay, thanks. I'll come back on. Thanks.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor. Some good questions here tonight. I want to focus a little bit just on some of the why here, and there's a lot of conversation around the height. So the questions are really for the applicant. Vancouver is very proud of their skyline. This will be a significant part of it. Explain perhaps why this building height, why this, that particular site we know is a very important one that sort of represents almost the top and center of what potentially could be an arc of our skyline. I'm curious to know what your goal is by sort of pushing beyond economic. Why do you want to go in this level of height in with this building?
When we got the brief from our client, he came in and he said he wanted to do a 1,000-foot tower. And I asked him the very same question. I said, why? He said, well, this site's very special. It's in the middle of downtown. And if you look at what's happening in other municipalities, the Shangri-La, our tallest building, is now the 10th tallest in the Lower Mainland. And Vancouver now don't have anything to celebrate it. And he wanted very much also to make sure the top of the building was open to the public and have this observation deck and be free for Vancouverites. So the intent from the beginning was to do something special within the heart of the downtown that needs significant body heat at a scale that would change what is now really a unfortunately desolate part of the city.
So you mentioned Shangri-La. I remember all the debate and discussion around that becoming the tallest building in the downtown. How does this project potentially strengthen the identity of our downtown? And it's a really open question because I know that you've probably given a lot of thought to this.
No, I think that's a good question. I think with FIFA, and I played soccer as a kid, but I don't watch a lot of soccer, but the city changed. Everyone became so patriotic and so enthralled with our identity as a city, and people who came here saw us as the most beautiful place in the world. This is an opportunity to celebrate that beauty and provide a venue at the very top that isn't penthouses. It's open to everyone. It allows everyone to see the nature around us and provides a precedent for urban renewal for the Bay site and the adjacent sites that hopefully will change Granville Street as well.
I'm very curious, and so now we're sort of moving into the design. So I'm going to ask maybe a basic question around the indigeneity that you've built into this. I think it's extraordinary, and I do believe that having Indigenous expression is something that could be very unique to us as a city and as a place. How do you anticipate you can do this well so it just doesn't become like an accoutrement, like something that really embeds itself into this project, so people take away from this place some of the indigeneity and Indigenous history?
Yeah, no, that Gordon Grant and us have been talking a lot about this, and that's why we chose Susan Point to be the artist to work with us. We've worked with a lot of public artists that significantly shape our buildings, but this is different. This is a reframing of what heritage is in the city. No, it's not only our colonial heritage, it's also our Indigenous heritage, in an attempt to marry the two in a place that people of First Nations can come and say they're represented. And so we are committed to the design evolution of the Indigenous content to make sure that it's embedded in the architecture itself in a way that's respectful and is actually meaningful.
With the 45 seconds I have left, the social housing on Abbott Street, neighborhood is obviously clearly in transition. It has had challenges. How does this building make that block, that place better?
Well, right now it's a parking lot, and a lot of bad things go down in that parking lot. And we did Woodward's 16 years ago. It opened with hoping for more social housing and more urban renewal and more street life. And this will help. This is something that will contribute to the mix of housing. The city has the option, you have the option to choose what kind of residents will move in there. From what I hear, it's going to be a mix of residents from the full spectrum of affordability to more market rentals types. So what you're providing for is a normalization of that site, something that will really make Hastings Street in that location a little bit healthier and allow Woodwards actually to breathe a bit too.
Thanks for your, okay. Councillor Orr.
Thanks. So there is an alternative recommendation in here for the height to send it back. If council decides to choose that alternative recommendation to send it back to staff for the taller buildings review, what would then happen to the requirement to address the loss of 167 SRO rooms? Does the replacement housing just kind of wait as well for the policy?
Yeah, correct, Councillor, or it would remain, the requirements remain on the site.
And then just so for the public, this is for an SRA demolition permit. It's not for a conversion permit. So that mean there's no conversion fee like per door. You know,
I might pass that over to Monica, my colleague in ACCS. Monica?
Monica Church, Senior Planner with Esros and Supportive Housing. Yes, that's correct. They're delivering the in-kind social housing contribution in lieu of the fee. So that is a condition that is being attached to
okay.
this.
Staff were quoted before saying that under the SRA bylaw, council could require a fee as condition of the permit, which includes the 378 non-market homes. So that's no longer the case.
They could still require, council could still require a fee as a condition of the permit, but that is not what's being recommended. The recommendation is.
Council could require that. Okay, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Thanks. In the part, maybe Monica, for you too, the downtown east side will see, or the city will seek to meet the downtown east side plan, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 that we talked about, subject to operational viability. Can you walk me what that means? Who determines operational viability?
Maybe I'll turn that over to Dan to speak to that.
Hi, yeah, Councillor. So operational viability, what we mean is essentially you just do the math on the revenue that the project will bring in from the rents, and you're put that up against your operating costs.
Okay.
And you have to bringing in more rent revenue than you have going out in operating costs. That's essentially what we mean. So the lower you make the deeper you make the affordability, the lower the rent revenue. At some point, you're going to hit the point where you can't cover your operational costs. And in a project that doesn't have provincial subsidies, et cetera, guaranteed, you have to offset your costs with your revenue.
Okay, thanks. Will this site trigger a community benefits agreement, or is that that's still on pause?
That's an optional agreement for the
optional agreement. Thank you. Is there any mechanism in place for the right of return for commercial tenants? I know there's a lot of commercial tenants in this whole city block. So
no, there's no policy for that.
Maybe for the applicant, have you sort of worked with any of the commercial tenants and talked to them? I know there's some businesses there that've been there for 40-something years.
Yeah, no, our client has a good relationship with the tenants, and are working with them to extend their leases. It's going to be many years before construction starts, and we're committed to working with them to help them make the transition because they will be leaving.
Okay, thanks. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. I'm going to give Councillor Bly the floor because she has not spoken yet. All right, here you go, Councillor Bly.
Thanks, Chair. It's been a long week with many hours, so I appreciate you spotting that. I just wanted to follow up on a couple questions because many of my questions have already been asked and answered. One of them is actually, I kind of caught it in, I think, Gregory, you're outlining the project and the vision, but actually maybe it was staff, and it was a quick little nuanced comment about the observation deck being available to people who can prove that they're Vancouver residents. Can you confirm if I heard that correctly? And it's a detail that I think is interesting. What's the context there?
Yeah, so it will be a commercially operated public observation deck, but fee will only be charged for people who aren't residents of Vancouver. So everyone who's a resident of Vancouver, be you a child or an elder, or someone in the middle, you can all go there for free.
So you bring like a hydro bill or something?
Well, generally, many people have like their care card, or they have their school card ID, or they have their driver's license. You can probably even bring just a, if you don't have any of those, you could bring a addressed envelope. We'll make sure everyone who's of this city gets up there. Promise.
Okay. Okay. The other thing that and again, just more of a global question, and this might be for staff, but both free to answer, is around a project of this scale. We often see come back to council with amendments. So whether or not it's the economic sort of variabilities, spike change, there's some unforeseen reason that we can't move forward. And I just would like to hear from staff, how are we mitigating for that, if at all? And if it is going to be, 5 years before we break ground and what have you, what are some of the variables that we should be thinking about as a council that could alter the plan here?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. This is a great question for the game Never Have I Ever. So we often get these types of applications coming back on large sites, complex sites that take many years to redevelop. Effectively, what we're here today is to present a project as proposed by the applicant and conditioned and supported from staff, to give them the opportunity to proceed. If that doesn't work, or they look to reimagine their project or add or change to it, that project would come back as in the form of a revision or a text amendment for council's consideration. You've seen 4 of those in Oak Ridge. I would say several on EFL and other areas. So it's not uncommon, and we do have processes and provisions and conditions to help inform and guide that process for council's future consideration.
And in the best interest of the public, in terms of the significant upzoning from what's currently there, as well as the heritage, the loss of heritage, are staff confident that we have the right, I don't know how you just framed it, provisions in place? Because this is a significant upzoning that then the landowner would be free to do whatever with.
Yeah, great question again. So again, just this tonight is for consideration of approval in principle. It is really up to the applicant working with staff to enact the project. So there's agreements that have to be entered into, conditions to be cleared, restrictions to be registered on title. If the applicant proceeds to enactment and council grants the enactment of the bylaw, then those provisions are in effect. Their entitlements are bestowed upon them, and all of the agreements and conditions associated with them are in effect. So those provisions all take effect. So we don't have the ability to compel them to enact per se, but the groundwork is here for them to be able to do so when they're prepared to do so. And if they do enact, then as mentioned, those conditions, agreements, and covenants are all in place to ensure those things happen in accordance with that.
Okay, but the enactment of this sort of overall development and how it impacts the site on Abbott Street, from what I understand, would still be going ahead regardless of whether or not these entitlements are enshrined in a bylaw ahead of that?
So again, just to clarify, there's 2 separate bylaws, one for West Georgia, one for Abbott Street. The applicant cannot enact the West Georgia Street side without enacting the Abbott Street side. There's nothing stopping the applicant from proceeding with the Abbott Street side, but again, just given the size of this project and the financing associated with it, they won't be able to get the financing for Abbott Street unless they actually have financing queued up and ready for West Georgia. So it would be our impression that there's opportunity to work with the applicant to come forward, finalize agreements, and bring forward bylaws for enactment. But I would certainly imagine that the applicant is very interested in seeing the market and the sales of their units and the financing of that residential before they really commit and lean in to proceed with all of those amenities and benefits that they're going to be delivering turnkey to the city.
Okay, thank you. That's my time.
Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. This is for the applicant, I guess. The Dunsmuir site is at the intersection of 2 extremely important cycling routes. How are you planning to locate parkades and entrances and exits to the hotel to ensure that it doesn't endanger or inconvenience the cyclists?
A really good question. We've been working with engineering. We are going to be taking over the actual lane itself as part of the public plaza and be able to redirect the entrance to the hotel through the back lane in order to make sure that those conflicts don't occur. We've been very careful.
That's great. And what about during construction? Because I'm sure it would be a long construction process.
We'll have to put together a very detailed construction plan for approval by the city, and we'll work together with engineering and the bike people to make sure those stay intact.
Great. And when are you planning to start construction, and does it depend on economic circumstances changing?
Yes, it does. It does depend on economic circumstances being such that the residential units can be sold in order to fund the community benefits.
All right. So in the meantime, what's happening with the site? Because that could be several years.
Yeah, okay, that's why there's the urgency to start now, because the process in order to get it enacted is long. There's a preliminary development permit, and there's a development permit, and then there's working drawings we have to do, which take a year and a half, and then there's the actual building permits that we have to get. And if you stack all those up in a row, you're looking at 4 years worth of work that needs to get going in order for us to ever get in the ground.
And when do the finance approvals occur?
After a certain amount of pre-sales to the satisfaction of the bank.
All right, thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I just want to quickly jump back into the option to purchase. Now, so in the event that things don't phase appropriately, the option to purchase, am I reading this correctly, that the city would have an option to purchase for $184 million?
Just to clarify, Councillor, the option to purchase is for $10, which is just a numerical value that we have to put in for some value recognition in any contract. The letter of credit or security that the applicant is providing is for the $184 million, which is the current estimate of the amenity to be delivered on Abbott Street. Those securities will be updated and refreshed twice at least through the process, once before enactment and once before permit issuance, so that the city holds sufficient securities to ensure that project can get delivered.
Okay, so that's okay. Thank you. Okay, just for the applicant, because I mean, obviously this is pretty new territory, and we haven't even contemplated buildings of this height and scale. And I'm imagining that it comes with unique considerations, like in addition to obviously NavCam. But are there issues around wind? We don't like at that height, and how deep is the excavation to support a building of this scale? And obviously we don't have shadow studies, but I imagine it would cast a pretty long shadow.
No,
Are
that's
there
a good
unique
question.
pieces?
I can answer it. Okay. These buildings do have significant differences to the buildings we normally do in Vancouver. We have brought on Arup, who's the international engineering firm out of England and based out of New York. We have David Farnsworth, who's done all of the tall buildings in the world that we all know about. And things like elevators, believe it or not, are the most complex part of the whole thing. The hotel itself will have, I think, 28 elevators. 16 elevators, and then the other ones altogether will add up to over 28 elevators. So these are significant changes from what we normally do, and we're committed to work through them with the experts in the world to help us do them.
What kind of considerations do we have for life safety and in the event of some kind of catastrophic situation, fire access, that kind of? Surely there must be some different systems in play.
There's a whole building code and life safety plan that's going to have to be developed, and that's part of later parts of the permit process, which many experts will be brought in to make sure that that's fulfilled. Arab does all these buildings all over the world, and we'll be probably working on a bunch of equivalencies to make sure everyone's safe and everyone gets out of the building in time if there's a problem.
And so resiliency to earthquakes and extreme weather and different kind of pieces are all going to be baked into this final application ultimately.
Yes.
Yeah. What and what are the kind of power needs? I mean, are this again?
Okay, that's a really interesting one. We are going to be doing geo exchange, and so we're proposing a site-wide utility such that we will be net zero operating carbon. So we're we're trying to be pretty much off-grid in terms of what we're requirements for energy.
So through a geothermal, because that's how deep you're gonna, what
Yeah,
does
we're
that
going
look like?
very deep. Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, we got lots of questions ahead, so I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks. To a question, just one that I forgot to ask. I know that with the SkyTrain tunnel underneath that area is going below ground for parking and other necessities. What's that going to look like? Because I know that, for example, in any conversations around the Hudson Bay site, that is a factor in terms of being able to go down deeper underneath it. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, good evening. Neil Peacock, I'm an Associate Director within Engineering Services. So yeah, as part of the application, the applicant proposed a connection more direct to the actual TransLink facility underneath Seymour Street. It was determined sort of through a preliminary technical analysis that's actually much more difficult. It could also add operational costs for TransLink, for fare gates and things. So we're looking at an alternative just slightly south of that location, which would connect into the bay and take advantage of other underground connections. So we're looking at both this site as well as other ones adjacent to kind of resolve what is otherwise a pretty confusing underground network. And we hope, yeah, that would extend to the eventual bay redevelopment.
But and so below the Georgia site, it has its normal set of complications in terms of being able to go down for parking or other necessities, right?
Yeah, we'd have to accommodate those, do that.
Right. Thanks very much. Councillor Orr.
Thanks. Yeah, just with my remaining minute, conditions have been included in Appendix C2 to secure the full fit out of the gallery. If, through further discussions, gallery and production space is not aligned with all parties, the floor area can be repurposed for an alternative community amenity use. Included but not limited to social, cultural, and/or commercial space. So this could this become a store? Like I know it says if it does become a gallery, there's some cash contribution that has to happen. But could this just become like a vape shop? Because there's a lot down there.
So potentially it could be a commercial. Potentially it could be a commercial use. Yes, but the intention from the application is to have ongoing conversations with local nations to really envision the space as a cultural space. So we're allowing for the use. It could be a commercial space in the future. Yeah, and the city would own and lease it. Templar's
The city would own it.
Yeah.
So the city would try and find the operator for cultural amenities. Okay.
Yes.
Councillor,
Okay.
you're at time there.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks very much. I just have one question for the applicant that I forgot to ask, and it's related to, since it is a whole city block, I wonder what's the vision around, I think there was a mention of really making sure that the design of the entire city block and where the buildings are really encourage the ability to sort of pedestrianize that area. Human nature, of course, is that they're looking for the shortest distance possible. So what is the vision in terms of how people walking in and around this city block can, whether it's cutting through the various buildings or just what's the vision for that in terms of convenience and pedestrianization?
No, very good question. We've worked hard to try to create permeability through the site because it's a whole city block. And so the public plaza faces the on the southwest corner of the site, and there's a muse that bisects through the middle from Seymour through to Richards, which allows people to do that diagonal, which they can't do right now. And we have continuous retail and restaurants surrounding the normal streets around it. And so the street will be activated much more than it is today.
And I guess the southwest corner means that it'll be where there'll be the most sort of solar access for the most amount of time during the day.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks very much. This is the second call for speakers. If you wish to speak to council about this item, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445#. For the close of the speakers list, The phone number will be displayed during the recess. We will now hear from the public. Any speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the public speaker podium on the left. When it is your turn, the podium height can be adjusted using the controls on the right-hand side. Phone-in speakers will be unmuted when it is your turn to speak. Speakers will have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. And I'll just remind to speakers calling in that pursuant to section 1314D of the procedure bylaw, the public hearing procedure is being amended. Speakers who do not reside in Canada will be moved to the end of the speakers list. Our first registered speaker is Jess Ketchum. Is Jess present?
I am.
Jess, I know that you're not a resident of Vancouver, is that correct?
I'm a resident of West Vancouver, but I was born about 5 minutes from where you're sitting.
You bet. No worries. Just need to ask that question. Go right ahead, Jess.
Yep. Thanks very much, and good evening, everyone. While I currently reside on the North Shore, I was born at VGH, just up the street from where you are. But I was honored to be I moved to Vancouver to be the Vice President of Expo 86 Corporation. I've worked on bringing the 2010 Olympics to Vancouver for 12 years. I was a proud member of John Furlong's Ambassador Committee for many years and was a member of the Vancouver Convention Center Expansion Task Force. And I'm currently on the task force attempting to locate the International Defense, Security, and Resilience Bank in Vancouver. So I think that I qualify as a proud resident of the community, a community that I often refer to as the best and most beautiful place on earth, and we need to protect that. So I'm also co-founder of the Save Our Streets Coalition, which advocates for solutions to the crime, violence, and public disorder that we see far too often on our streets, not only in Vancouver, but throughout our province. One of my favorite views all my life has been the drive from the Stanley Park Causeway, past the Lions, and onto the Lions Gate Bridge, when you see the bridge structure up against the broad inlet North Shore mountain backdrop. I find it stunning every time. And it reminds me of the importance of architecture in connection with our natural beauty, our natural setting. And I find that very captivating. This particular project captured my attention, and I support it for a number of reasons that somewhat relate to that, if you will indulge me for a moment. I've had the privilege and pleasure of visiting many of the great cities of the world, and history confirms for us that architecture is central to how many urban areas are viewed or perceived. I think of Hong Kong, Shanghai, Xi'an, Beijing, Tokyo, London, Paris, Rome, and of course, New York. When you think of those cities, you often envision their architecture. It's a big part of your impressions of those urban areas. I've had the great pleasure on a couple of occasions of doing the architectural tour on the river in Chicago with the Architectural Society. And I can't recommend it more highly. It was a real highlight for me, and it brought into focus the contribution that architecture makes to great cities. The project we are considering today, I believe, promises to be iconic architecture, a real statement on the skyline of the community. The sheer scope of it, we've already been discussing this evening, but the unique, I think, highly creative design inspired by the beauty and ingenuity, actually, of our natural surroundings is just brilliant. I think the open, bright, and usable plaza for community-oriented events will contribute to a vibrant, people-friendly, and safe city core, as was so evidenced most recently during the FIFA World Cup events that we were all so proud came off so well in the city. I think of architecture in Vancouver today like the Shangri-La or Vancouver House, the Butterfly, the Stack, the Alberni, and Tower of Vancouver. I think it all really adds to an interesting skyline and maybe even exciting. It's kind of above the rest when you look at other communities. The proposal, I believe, responds to real practical needs, such as the largest hotel in the city. We do need more hotel space. We do need more conference space. In fact, I believe that we even need to further expand the convention center for that very important business in Vancouver. And of course, we need additional housing. So, I think that it all provides for a new, exciting, iconic city centerpiece that visitors, I think, will be awed
Sorry,
by.
Jess, I'm afraid you're at your time. So we're going to have to move on to the next speaker. Thanks for calling in. Speaker number 2 is Ash McLeod.
Hello, I'm Ash McLeod, resident of Vancouver and business owner of Save On Meats, executive director of A Better Life Foundation, neighbors to, part of this project. I'm really, quite frankly, excited. It's exciting to hear this dialogue, and I'm confident in our city's leadership in asking these questions, and I'm very impressed by the applicant's answers. I'm excited for the positivity that it'll specifically bring our block at Hastings Street. And of course, the city. It's a major project. It's beyond our block, but my perspective comes from specifically between Abbott and Carroll. A lot of folks are familiar with Save On Meats. Been on that block since 1957. We just recently, like within the last month, we opened our token window, which provides dignified access to meals for street entrenched people, but also people that just need good, accessible food. And the positivity from that comparatively small act has been very encouraging. So many residents of the neighborhood are saying it's so good to see this space, the shutters open, and activity, and people coming, and people going, and people engaging, and just in positive manners. And of course, accessing food and a basic human need. When I think about social housing of this scale, just 4 doors down, I can only imagine the positivity that it brings to our neighborhood and the excitement that would generate. It's invigorating, and one of the slides said, if not now, when? And that really speaks true. That has been a troubled parking lot for quite a long time, almost as long as I can remember. And, I don't want to oversimplify it, but we can do better than that. I'm certain of it. And, to me, it also comes down to a bit of a safety issue. People need housing. People need good food. They need good housing. They need good jobs. They need a bunch of things. But to be able to provide this good housing creates a balance for a lot of folks in the neighborhood. A lot of folks that are living in supportive housing around the corner at Sorella, just further up a block away on Abbott. The good folks at Bob and Michael's across the street that don't feel safe in their neighborhood right now because, for a lot of reasons, they aren't. Bringing more folks that represent a diverse representation of housing makes that block a lot safer. And that block is a core block. That has a ripple effect throughout the downtown east side. So again, I'll use the word excited. And I hope you guys encourage this to happen. And the last thing I'll talk about is also a Better Life Foundation's relationship with Holborn specifically. The applicant leading up to this, not related to this, I don't believe, but has been one of many organizations that has come and shown up physically for a Better Life Foundation by helping us produce meals. And I don't mean sponsoring necessarily, that's a component of it, but actually being there in person. They've done this numerous times. The entire C-suite, the executive team, has been there multiple times, not waving their logo or their banner to say this is what we're doing and trying to make it a consultation thing, just to help out. And I've gotten to know that team, and I'm very enthused and encouraged about their integrity. And when they plan to do something, again, of this scale and change our skyline like this, for the last time, I'll say I'm excited. Thanks, all. Do I get to answer questions?
Thanks. Okay, speaker number 3 is Michelle Wright.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Michelle, and I'm a proud resident of Little Mountain. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my story tonight. I'm here tonight to support Holborn's project, particularly the affordable housing building. With childcare on Abbott Street, projects like this could really change lives. I currently live at the new Little Mountain building with my 2 children, who are now 11 and 9 years old. I truly believe that moving here changed the course of our lives. When I was just 23 years old, my children's father left us. Overnight, I found myself raising a newborn baby and a 2-year-old completely on my own. We had relied on his income to survive, and suddenly I had no financial stability, no career, and very little support. There was nowhere for me to turn. The only housing available to us was in the downtown east side. So that's where we lived for 6 years. If affordable housing hadn't been available, I honestly don't know where we would have ended up. We could have become homeless, and I truly believe I might have lost my children because I wouldn't have been able to provide them with a stable home. Every day, my children witness things that no child should ever have to see. Open drug use, drug dealers selling on almost every single block, people experiencing mental health crises, violence, crime, and homelessness. Every time I stepped outside with my double stroller, I had to prepare myself for whatever we might encounter. One specific story has stayed with me. In 2022, the body of a 14-year-old girl was discovered in the SRO directly across from the building where my children and I lived. She had been there for months before her body was found. Knowing that we were living just across the street while this tragedy took place broke my heart. Unfortunately, that is just one of hundreds of heartbreaking stories I could tell from those 6 years I lived on East Hastings. I don't bring this up to traumatize you, but to spread awareness of the harsh realities for people living on the downtown east side. As a mother, I constantly worry not only about my children's immediate safety, but about the lasting impact those experiences would have on them as they grew up. When we were finally offered a home at Little Mountain, everything changed. For years, I fought to relocate to a safer neighborhood. With the housing crisis and thousands of people waiting to get into BC housing, it often felt impossible. As a previous resident of Little Mountain projects, we were promised housing when the new development was finished, but BC Housing had a loophole. Only the parents that were on the original lease were allowed to move back and not the children. I contacted City Council, community organizations, BC Housing Management, and even shared my story on the radio, but the answer was always no. I spent countless hours advocating for my family, hoping someone would listen. And then Ju Kim from Holborn heard my story and personally reached out to me. He stepped in and helped me made it possible for my family to move into the first new affordable family development at Little Mountain, the community where I grew up. That opportunity changed our lives, and having secure housing also changed my future. Because I had stability, I was able to return to college and complete the healthcare assistant program. Today, I'm proud to work as a healthcare assistant, caring for others while providing for my own children with dignity. I truly don't believe I could have accomplished that with first having a safe, affordable home and a supportive community. Affordable housing is about so much more than paying less rent. It creates opportunity. It gave us a place where we could flourish instead of simply survive. Being given the chance to return to the community that shaped my childhood means more than I could put into words. It fills my heart knowing that my own children are now growing up in the exact same neighborhood where I once lived and played. They even attend the same elementary school that I did. For the first time in many, many years, I finally feel like I could breathe, and I want to acknowledge Holborn for helping make this possible. We were given safety, stability, hope, and a place where we could truly belong and be proud to call home. But our story is not unique. There are still countless families living in the downtown east side who deserve the same opportunity that my children and I were given. What the downtown east side desperately needs is more safe, affordable housing. Too many people in the downtown east side are living in aging, unsafe buildings. I've seen firsthand the state of most of the SROs. I've been in apartments in the downtown east side infested with rats and bed bugs, and homes so old they are completely falling apart. Living in the downtown east side is hard enough. If you can give people safe, stable housing while living there, it can make life a lot easier. That is why I support this proposal. Okay, I'm just gonna speed it up. Yeah, I guess I support this proposal.
Thanks very much,
Thank you.
Michelle. Well said. Thank you. Okay. Speaker 4 is Shannon Bowes.
Good evening. My name is Shannon Bowes, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Gastown Residents Association. The GRA is dedicated to promoting the health, safety, and well-being of the residents of Gastown and Railtown. Over the past year, our executive and our members have met with Holborn and the city staff, and we've had extensive discussions with our membership. The position I present today is not simply my own. It reflects the views of a broad cross-section of Gastown and Railtown residents who have thoughtfully considered this proposal over many months. We are opposed to this development, but let me make one point clear. The Gastown Residents Association supports social housing and affordable housing. We recognize that Vancouver is facing a housing affordability crisis, and we believe every neighborhood should contribute to the solution. Our concern is not that affordable housing is being built. Our concern is how it is being delivered. For years, the city has acknowledged that concentrating poverty and subsidized housing within a small number of neighborhoods has not produced the outcomes anyone has hoped for, not for vulnerable residents and not for communities that have carried the responsibility for decades. The city's planning direction has increasingly emphasized because people thrive when neighborhoods include a diversity of incomes, housing choices, services, and opportunities. We agree with this vision, which is why this proposal is so troubling. The Georgia Street redevelopment is one of the largest and most valuable redevelopment opportunities in Vancouver. It receives the additional density and land value created through rezoning. Yet the affordable housing contribution that supports that redevelopment is located entirely in Gastown. In effect, Holborn receives the redevelopment benefits on Georgia Street, while Gastown receives the entire affordable housing obligation. Affordable housing should be integrated into redevelopment, not isolated from it. If affordable housing is truly considered an essential public benefit, and we believe it is, then why isn't it incorporated into Holborn's flagship Georgia Street development? Why is every affordable unit being placed in Gastown? And perhaps most importantly, what precedent does this set? If council approves a rezoning that allows a developer to locate the entire affordable housing component of a major downtown redevelopment in Gastown or Railtown, what is to stop further applicants from proposing the same thing? Council should be concerned not only with the impacts of this application, but with the precedent it establishes. Gastown and Railtown have already accommodated a disproportionate share of the city's subsidized housing for decades. We should not create a planning precedent that encourages future developers to satisfy affordable housing obligations by concentrating them once again in the same neighborhoods while the benefits of redevelopment accrue elsewhere. That is not a vision of an integrated, inclusive society. That is simply continuing the patterns of the past. We also recognize that today's application is described as affordable rent housing, not supportive housing. However, residents remain concerned about what happens after rezoning. During our discussions with Holborn, we were advised that many of the detailed housing agreements and covenants would largely be negotiated after council approves the project. That creates uncertainty. Residents deserve to know that what is approved today is what will exist 20 years from now. Accordingly, if council approves this application contrary to the GRA's position and recommendation, we respectfully ask that several conditions be attached. First, register a legally binding covenant that permanently restricts this building to affordable rental housing as presented today. It should not later be converted to supportive housing or an SRO or another housing model without returning to council and the public through an approval process. The protection provides certainty for both existing residents and future tenants. Second, require neighborhoods serving retail at street level. Gastown has steadily lost many of the everyday services that make a neighborhood livable. The development presents an opportunity to restore some of those services, like a pharmacy. Third, if Gastown is being asked to accommodate this development, then Gastown should receive the corresponding public investment. We understand the rezoning package also includes a significant cash component. Those funds should first be invested in Gastown and Railtown. I will finish by saying the approach proposed by the Holborn rezoning application will simply perpetuate the status quo in Gastown and Railtown. It does little to transform much of the area from what many Vancouverites still perceive as a no man's land. If that is ever going to change, the city must take bold, consistent action with every major development to create a more balanced, vibrant, and inclusive community. This project should be the place to begin. Thank you for your time and
Thanks,
consideration.
Shannon. You have a couple of questions from councillors. Councillor Orr?
Yeah, just a question to the speaker. You said this project is located entirely within Gastown. You're aware, of course, that technically Gastown ends at the alley south of Cordova? This is not in this project is actually not in Gastown?
Well, I'm talking about how the Gastown Residents Association defines our neighborhood. And it is part of our neighborhood, if you look at our website, and that's how we've defined it.
You've defined Gastown as
As the Gastown Residents Association, we have created a catchment area.
where does that go? How far does Gastown go?
It goes to that block.
Does it go up all the way up Hastings or
No, no.
Just that block, Abbott between?
And then
Carroll?
down to Cordova, and then east on Cordova and into Railtown. I'll refer you to
Includes
the website.
Railtown as well?
Yes.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Hi, Shannon. Thanks for speaking. You probably heard earlier that I asked a question about
Yes, thank you.
flagging for Gastown. And I appreciate that, if I'm understanding correctly, you're concerned about concentrating, say, 100% social or supportive housing. Did you have any more comfort in terms of hearing that the intention from the city would be a mix in terms of a third, so you would have some low end of market, some housing income limits, and not all shelter? Does that provide? Is that?
It is some. I mean, we met with the city beforehand, and they said the same thing. What our concern is that it could be flipped, depending on who's on council. It could the philosophy of the building could be flipped.
Okay. So you're looking for just perhaps some assurance on that.
We would look for some assurance on that. We also, if this gets approved, we want to start, and this is something that the GRA is starting to advocate now, is for good neighbor policies, that if there is funding for affordable housing, that it is contingent on a good neighbor policy that is signed and reviewed every year. No more money goes to some of these buildings that don't look after the front of their buildings.
Okay. We can follow up offline on that because council has passed some policy around that, but I have to stay focused on this topic. I understand very clearly retail grade. In terms of your suggestion to allocate some of the public benefits, one of the things council has been investing in, and we just passed a recent capital plan, has been in upgrading the public realm in Gastown, so the cobblestone, Blood Alley, the improvements for Water Street, et cetera. Is there any particular amenities that you would see would be positive for the neighborhood, or kind of goals that the residents association has as it continue to do more of that? Is there anything else?
We appreciate everything that you're doing in Gastown right now. It would more of that for sure. And then also just Abbott Street itself is just being detracted a lot. So that's where we were thinking of some of this money. It could go to some sort of a public walkway access right through into Chinatown and create some sort of a tourist
Okay, we could definitely take that away and ask
walking-
about options and intention. Okay, thank you, appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Okay, our next speaker is Ian Campbell. Hi, Ian.
Wojtka Tanoyap, Sequatos, Yuan Hotlands Qualwin, Hot Satsop. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Natla Ans Cholik, my ancestral name is Cholik, son of Hatlanoch from my lineage. Natla Ans Sokyo Siam Koshamin, my chieftain name is Sokyo. I'm a hereditary chief from the Squamish Nation. My lineage is from the Squamish and the Musqueam people. I come here today wearing my regalia to celebrate Amalgamation Day of the Squamish Nation, July 23rd, 1923. Thank you for having me this evening. I'm here to speak in favor of the development. I spent 25 years as one of our lead negotiators for Squamish Nation on a number of land development projects. 25 years ago was a different world where there was no reflection of Indigenous history and culture. And in fact, when we go back to early Vancouver in this site, we were forcibly removed from this area, from Chichelman, from Pakals, from Kamkamalai, Laklake. And I hope many of you know these ancestral names because those are the original names of what is now Abbott Street, Water Street, all of these areas down near the area of Gastown. In 1900, we were deemed as squatters and removed from our lands to make way for CP Rail, or Western expansion. So Vancouverites have certainly benefited from the growth and development of our beautiful city here. So I really speak in favor because the proponents have engaged my relative, Gordon Grant, who I've known him and his family my entire life from Musqueam, to start to correct erasure, to start to look at how we balance our canoe moving forward, to reflect the beauty of our history and culture that doesn't just start with Narvaez coming to this part of the world in 1791. So I really believe that the opportunity to celebrate that it's not us and them, it's us together as we build this city includes Squamish, Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh's voices and presence, again, to counter erasure and to celebrate the rich mythology, ecology, and history of this part of the world. This area was very rich with Douglas firs and western red cedars. The sloughs that connected Columbia Street were rich with elk and wildlife that provided our families for innumerable generations. We can't do what we did during our grandparents, great-grandparents' era. We have to innovate, we have to transform, and this project allows the opportunity to provide safety and adequate housing for our members in the downtown east side. I also want to touch on the design of the glass sponge reefs. I think this is a cool dynamic that is being illustrated on the Georgia component. And the glass sponge reefs are something that are very important to us because they're the building blocks of our environment. We actually have glass sponge reefs right up here in Atlakatsum, which you may know as House Sound. These are ancient reefs that provide the building blocks to sustain our environment. We're seeing a revitalization of Atlakatsum with the return of herring biomass and cetaceans like orcas that we're seeing coming into Burrard Inlet. So we're part of this trend to celebrate that history, that glass sponge reefs aren't something of the past. And I don't think many people, when I spoke to the proponents, even knew what a glass sponge reef is, but to see the design of the city with buildings that will reflect that connection, I think is a pretty cool feature. So I hope you'll consider the tangible and intangible benefits that this project will bring in collaboration with our three families, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, in talking to many of my relatives. Preliminarily, they speak in support of this type of product that allows us to collaborate, again, to move forward together. So I really want to thank the presenters for telling that story on how you've engaged with our families and how you intend to continue to do so. I hope you'll celebrate Squamish Amalgamation Day with me. It's an honor to be here this evening. I know you've been doing a marathon of meetings, so I wish you well the rest of the summer. Thank you for having me. Osiam, Chinkumatome.
Oh my God. Wow.
Thanks, Ian. Okay. On the line there, but okay. Our next speaker, 6, is Steve Johnson.
Speaker 6 has withdrawn.
Okay. Thanks very much. Speaker 7 is Daryl Simmons.
Speaker 7 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 8, Mike Biscar.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Great. Good evening. Yes, Mike Biscar, resident of Vancouver, calling in opposition to this project. There's a few different reasons that I would outline my opposition to this project. I think one of them is I think this is the wrong time. I think that I know that I agree with I think many Vancouverites who feel that the discussion and the review of the tall buildings policy in downtown ought to be finished before a project of this magnitude comes to council for approval. So I think that process needs to finish first. Don't really understand why the project is before council now, and why that process wouldn't be finalized before proceeding with this application. I also think that given the affordability crisis that we are facing in the city, I think that the benefits that are being offered and the scale of the benefits that are being offered for the scope of this project are really just crumbs. A project of this magnitude ought to go much, much further in addressing issues that people are facing when it comes to childcare, when it comes to housing, when it comes to issues where the average working people living in Vancouver can't afford to live here. And so, given that we're talking about over 2,000 units of luxury hotel rooms and luxury condos, and just a couple hundred units of housing, that's really just nothing given the scale of the project. I also think that I know a number of people, in the lead up to this application, have been talking about the fact that given Holborn's track record in Little Mountain, really ought to have actually built the social housing that they're saying they're going to build prior to getting approval for the rest of the project. That hasn't happened here, and I recall even watching some of the discourse with council when I think council was making the decision to approve the deconstruction or the tearing down of the Dunsmuir Hotel, and there was a lot of frustration and anger at Holborn for how that process transpired, and I don't know that that's ever really been resolved. And it seems like, given their track record in the city and promises that have been broken, there really ought to be a different timeline for how this process is rolled out. So I think that's another reason. And then I would also just add, on a personal note, as a father of 3 who's living in downtown, I think one of the real challenges that downtown families face and have faced for decades is a real shortage of available childcare space and school space. And I think that when it comes to the school space, it's unfortunate because there's really 3 different forces here. There's the province, there's the council in Vancouver, and there is the school board. And there's a lot of finger pointing amongst the 3 different bodies about who's to blame for the lack of schools. I think people are aware that it took so many years for the Olympic Village School to happen. But I think that, when it comes to Vancouver Mayor and Council, this body, your real ability to ensure that we have adequate infrastructure for families that live downtown is through processes like this. You have the ability to reject additional density until there has been proper infrastructure, whether that be funding from the province, whether that be actions that are needed from the Vancouver School Board. You have the ability to weigh in on density and to require that there be enough infrastructure, because I see projects like this, and there's going to be some amount of families. I don't exactly know how many of the units and what's being proposed would be 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom, but we know in a project like this, there's going to be a number of families. And where are these people going to go to school? Every this was the first year. This was the first year that we didn't have a wait list at LC Roy, and I think the first year in the history of LC Roy. And so where are we going to take the influx of additional students and that are going to come out of these families? And I think that's something that this council really has to face in a real way. And it doesn't seem to me that that's happened. And I think this project is sort of just yet another example of council, I think, sort of pointing and saying that's someone else's issue to figure out. And I think that's incorrect. So that would be one of the kinds of community benefits
Thanks very much.
we ought to
That's
see in
your
the project
time,
at
Mike.
this
Thanks
scale.
a lot.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Allison Hartford.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Hi. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak this evening. I am in opposition of this amendment for several reasons. The first is that it directly affects me as the owner of a business located at 698 Seymour Street. Our company has been in this location for over 30 years, and our clients and staff appreciate the central location and the access to transit. Of course, it would be potentially devastating to the business if we were forced to relocate, as it would be for many of the other businesses within the area affected by this plan. I know that it's easy to see this block as just a parkade and a Dollarama, but it also is home to dozens of small, locally owned independent businesses. We may not carry the clout of a billion-dollar international development company, but I do believe that we are part of what makes Vancouver a vibrant and livable city. As a speaker who was representing the Gastown Association mentioned, the loss of these small businesses is detrimental to a city like Vancouver in the downtown core. Secondly, I don't feel that it's fair for an amendment to be made to the official development plan to allow Holborn to reduce the number of social housing units and shelter units and increase the height of this development. When the local government goes back on its stated platform of making Vancouver a more livable and affordable city for all, people lose faith in them. This is doubly so when it is done at the request of an extremely wealthy company with a terrible reputation for not following through on its promises. Clearly, Holborn has no stake in the improvement of our city for the average person, which is why we depend on our elected officials to hold them accountable. My final reason for opposing this amendment is that I have never once heard anyone complain about the lack of ultra-luxury hotel rooms in this city. I work in a field where I regularly speak to wealthy clients hosting large events at hotels. There are plenty of options already existing at the top of that price range. We may need more moderately priced hotel rooms, but I don't really see a need for pushing through with ultra-luxury hotel spaces. Meanwhile, most working people can't even afford to live within an hour of their downtown jobs, and every year the demand for social and low-cost housing increases. And I'd like to ask who is actually served by ultra-luxury hotel complexes in Vancouver. I don't think that it's the average voter who lives and works in this city. In summary, in light of all of the issues that have been raised tonight, I just don't think that enough consideration has been given to the repercussions of this decision, and I urge the council to vote no on this amendment. Thank you for your time.
Speaker, you have a question from Councillor Dominato.
Hi, Alison. I just have a really quick question. You mentioned a number of businesses in that block, including the Dollarama. Which business are you representing? Are you representing multiple businesses? I just wasn't clear.
No. I'm just representing myself as an owner of a business.
Oh, okay. And you didn't want to name the business that you own and operate?
No, that's okay.
Okay, we'll leave it there then. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much.
Our next speaker, number 10, is John Metcalf.
Good evening. My name is John Metcalf. I live in the Hudson building directly across Seymour Street, and my balcony faces it. Almost all of the information that I'll pass on is from the city's own documents. I have copies, and I'd be happy to share them. And should anyone wish to follow up, I'd welcome the conversation. Without proper assessments, I oppose. 3 reasons. 1, studies that should exist do not. The proposed hotel tower would be 315 meters tall. That's 114 meters taller than anything now standing downtown Vancouver, and it would be at one of the busiest pedestrian corners in the city. I filed a Freedom of Information request for the wind study, shadow rationale, and view cone study for the consolidated site. On July 7th, 2026, the city emailed to say that no such records could be located. Rezoning center staff had advised that the wind study was not required as part of the application. The only shadow and view cone analyses on file were prepared for the original application before the site was consolidated. Now, you may be told that these studies come at the development permit stage. The problem with later than earlier or tonight is when leverage exists. Once density is approved, the ability to require meaningful reductions to height or scale it reduces significantly. And studies that could reveal a safety problem must come before the decision, not after it. Number 2, the density appears to have been engineered. Density number. Permitted floor space ratio on this site is 7.0. Residential application was filed on June 11th, 2025 at 31.29, 4.5 times what current zoning permits. That figure is on both the Shaper City site and application signs on Richards and Dunsmuir Street. And on April 7th, 2026, an addendum consolidated the residential and hotel sites and absorbed the city lane between them. Larger lot, new number, 27.4 FSR. The addendum itself states that no changes to height or uses are proposed. Same towers, same size. Component that was 31.29 did not become less dense. The same floor space was simply spread over a bigger lot. When I read the referral report, Appendix B, I found it gives no FSR number for the site at all. The numbers the public were given, 31.29 and then 27.4, appear nowhere in it. The Abbott Street site has its 16.2 FSR density stated plainly, but the proposed tallest building in Western Canada does not. 3, protected spaces. Now, this one didn't get mentioned before, so I'd like to highlight it. On the other side of Richard Street stands the Cathedral of Our Lady of the Holy Rosary, protected as a Category A heritage site since December 1974. Referral report never mentions it, covering only the Randall building. The city's own solar access guidelines say new development should cast no new shadow on parks and school sites between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. on the fall equinox. Exceptions require detailed study at 15-minute intervals. For this consolidated site, as confirmed by my FOI request, no such study exists. The city has required and enforced these studies before. At 1166 West Pender, a tower was cut from a permitted 137 to 120, and its top 10 floors terraced to protect a park 230 meters away from a shadow roughly 200 square feet, lasting around half an hour, twice a year. That is what action looks like. So I leave you with 2 questions nobody appears to have been required to answer. Which protected public spaces will the development put in shadow? And why has no one been required to find out? You can require these studies, and you must. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeffrey Lee.
Speaker number 11 has withdrawn.
Speaker 12, Mike Morissette.
Speaker is unmuted.
Speaker, are you there? Speaker number 12. Go ahead. Okay, speaker 13 is Matt DeMarchi. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, is this Matt?
Yeah, this is Matt speaking, Matt DeMarchi.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for hearing us today. I'm calling Council today to oppose this. We need homes and not hotels. Council has moved this hotel zoning up in priority. I would like to know why. I think it's because it's clear hotels are the priority of this council right now. Holborn is a bad faith actor in our community. I lived several blocks from the north end of Little Mountain for a decade. What has been done to that former community is a travesty. And worse, they've been aided by this council easing Holborn's commitments. Now Holborn puts in front of us more fanciful baloney. I don't think anyone believes this project will deliver what it's been promised. I don't think city staff, council, any of the speakers, or anyone would bet their paycheck on it. Holborn couldn't deliver it at Little Mountain in any sort of timely fashion, so why would council trust them to deliver in this project all of the bells and whistles and glitter and promises? They won't deliver it in any sort of timely fashion. So why prioritize this hotel over real housing? At this site on Dunsmuir, the owners allowed the heritage building to fall into disrepair. What is the consequence for this? Apparently, when you destroy Vancouver's heritage, you can build a hotel there. Different Vancouver councils have allowed developers to make a fortune selling tiny condos between 2010 and 2021. Now that the pre-sale condo market is dead, there is far more money in hotels, and all the developers are rushing to build hotels. The developers are following one gold rush after the other, and council is helping them do it. When will housing for workers be the priority of the developers and this city council? The majority of the workers who will work in this hotel will not be able to afford to live in Vancouver. They'll likely have to live in Surrey or Langley or Maple Ridge, and they will have to commute for hours away from their family to serve the wealthy guests of this hotel because the city is too unaffordable for most workers. Workers deserve to live in this city. They deserve to have some politicians say workers have a space here. My position is that no new hotels should be built unless every worker in that new hotel is paid a wage where they can afford to live in this city. I know room attendants in this city that make $34 an hour and they cannot afford to live here. We cannot rely on the charity of this developer. We need real action from council now. Please reject this proposal. Thank you very much and have a great night, council.
Our next speaker is Christina Figueroa.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Christina Figueroa, and I oppose Holborn's project. Before I begin, I would like to bring the Chamber's attention to the 8,000 petition signatures I have submitted from Vancouver residents that are living on this, that are calling on the city to oppose this project. They may not all speak tonight, but 8,000 people are joining me in opposition to this project. Additionally, 102 postcards have been submitted that outline specific reasons why this project should be rejected. Firstly, I'm speaking in opposition to this project because Holborn has a long history of tearing down social housing in Vancouver. How can we let them build more when they've shortchanged our city in the past? Holborn has denied Vancouver the access to 391 units of social housing by demolishing them at Little Mountain and Dunsmuir House. I want this council to imagine with me how 391 units of social housing could change our city right now. That's 391 unhoused folks that could have a place to sleep tonight. Does that matter to you? As a council member, do you care about our housing and affordability crises or not? In an election year, I'd encourage you to make your stance clear in your votes tonight. Holborn claims they will build social housing at 388 Abbott in conjunction with this project. However, after delaying the rebuilding of social housing at Little Mountain for years, why would we trust Holborn again? Please do not forget about the disaster at Dunsmuir House that prompted ABC Councillor Kirby Young to question Holborn's actions. I found the council's critique of Holborn's Dunsmuir demolition to be noble and a true defense of our city's public interests. Despite Holborn's turbulent history, this council is now being asked to approve more developments from them. Why should we trust a developer that has acted in such poor faith? This new project invites further displacement of Vancouverites. Over the past couple months, I've become acquainted with hardworking people that work in small businesses on this site. Dozens of people will lose their livelihoods in the event that this hotel is passed. Additionally, across the street from the Holborn's proposed site is Our Lady of the Holy Rosary Cathedral. The cathedral is a pillar of our immigrant communities, and their congregation has expressed concern about how this development will impact their space. The height of Holborn's proposed hotel will greatly overshadow the cathedral and impact lighting and the functionality of the stained glass windows. Additionally, many utilize the parkade on the site. Will this council deny churchgoers and Good Samaritans the right to access their place of worship with ease? I am pleading for this council to enact what is fair. Tonight's decision is easy. Should we neglect our small businesses and social housing programs to accommodate a billionaire developer? If your answer is to prioritize Holborn, then residents deserve to know that their public servants do not prioritize them. In conclusion, I have to ask, why should we trust Holborn? Why do we need luxury hotels and condos in a housing crisis? Why would such a huge project be approved right before an election? Shouldn't we wait till after the election to have a meaningful long-term review of this project? Does this council really believe Holborn won't shortchange us on housing yet again? What kind of legacy will councillors leave behind by voting this project through today? I urge this council to learn from Holborn's history and reject this project and refer it back to staff. Thank you.
Speaker 15 is Tori Cooper.
Hi, Council. Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm a Vancouver resident and I am against this proposal. As you all very well know, Vancouver is in a housing crisis and we do not need more unaffordable housing. What we need is affordable housing for the average Vancouverite. Vancouver is already home to many incredible hotels and beautiful luxury buildings that house our well-off neighbors. But where is the housing for young working adults like myself or families, for example? Many of my friends struggle to live and thrive in the city regardless of their education and occupations. Owning a house or an apartment is often spoken about like a pipe dream. This development will make the situation worse. Again, we do not need more luxury housing that doesn't benefit the majority of people in the city that are just trying to live a decent life. I understand the proposal includes building social housing, but quite frankly, I don't trust this developer to build it based on their extensive track record. Holborn bought Little Mountain in 2008, and it took them 15 years to even get close to finishing construction on it. Is the same thing going to happen to this development? Will it take another 15 years for the social housing part of this development to get built just because it's social housing? To quote BC's Premier, David Eby, the Little Mountain tragedy resulted in a low-income community bulldozed an interest-free loan of hundreds of millions of dollars in a massive empty lot growing weeds in the middle of a housing crisis. Holborn got an interest-free loan of hundreds of millions of dollars and they still couldn't deliver on their promises in a timely manner. In my view, the age-old saying that actions speak louder than words rings especially true in this case. Holborn has shown through their actions over the past few decades where their priorities are, and as a consequence, lost the trust required to take on a project like this. So for these reasons, I urge you strongly to vote against this proposal. Thank you for your consideration and have a nice evening.
Speaker 16 is Laura Balance.
Good afternoon or good evening, Acting Mayor and Council. I am absolutely thrilled to be here tonight on behalf of Hospitality Vancouver Association, which represents bars, restaurants, pubs, and other cultural contributors to our hospitality sector. And in fact, we represent about $250 million in annual economic impact and employ more than 10,000 workers. And tonight I'm very enthusiastically on behalf of all of those people supporting this exciting project. It's no secret that the hospitality sector has come under incredible adversity. The COVID pandemic isn't a distant memory for us. It is something that our sector is still working every single day to claw back from and to recover from. The mortgages, the second mortgages, the personal loans taken out to help keep these companies afloat are still being paid back. And it's no secret that our sector continues to suffer the effects of the chaos and street disorder plaguing our city. But tonight I am absolutely thrilled to be able to be here to support something good, actual investment into a project that checks the boxes across so many metrics. I would call it an unprecedented opportunity, and I will focus on the hospitality aspects of this project. And despite what you might think, why are businesses supporting more competition? The fact is our sector welcomes great operators. It welcomes wonderful investment. We welcome projects that by all accounts balance the social aspects that Vancouverites value with real, tangible investment. Our city, our sector needs thoughtful development, and this project is extremely exciting. On behalf of the many businesses that make up our organization, as well as the thousands of staff they employ, please accept our enthusiastic endorsement of this project, and we urge you to support it coming to fulfillment. Once built, it will result in a stronger, more vibrant Vancouver. Investments like this strengthen our city's economy, create jobs, reinforce Vancouver's reputation as a world-class city. And again, I will wrap by saying I believe this is an unprecedented opportunity, and listening to both the project architect and as well as the city staff, it is so exciting to think of a project of this magnitude coming to our city. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you for calling in. Speaker 17 is Annalyn Castro.
Speaker 17 is not on the line.
Speaker 18 is Gulzar Grewal.
Speaker 18 is not on the line.
Speaker 19 is Colin Riley.
On the line?
Go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, City Council, for letting me speak. I would like to firstly say that I am opposed to this project going through. I find it to be ridiculous that City Council, during the end of their term, is prioritizing what I think can best be described as basically a billionaire's love project. This is not a project which will benefit the city of Vancouver. This is just a project to stroke Duke and ego. I don't think we're in need of luxury hotels. I've never spoken to someone in the city who said, gee gosh, that's what we need at the moment. I think the kind of hotels that we need in the city are we need more, more affordable hotels. Because like Best Westerns or Days Inns, we don't need to be approving developments which are only going to cater towards the ultra-wealthy, especially the ultra-wealthy who do not reside within our city. Our city council and as well Holborn have both neglected the needs of lower-income Vancouverites. Holborn has a long history of neglecting the social housing for which they have committed to build. Most famously in Little Mountain, or 17 years ago, they promised to rebuild the site where there was 224 social housing units. I apologize. I'm not too great at public speaking, but the actions of this company and its behavior over the long run in our city, such as leaving historical sites such as the Dunsmuir House to fall into ruin to the point that they're demolished, in which many councillors here have voiced their disgust with those behavior by Holborn, it becomes a little ridiculous as well to see these same people possibly approving them to possibly, be the bearers of what could potentially be the biggest building in our city. I don't believe that Holborn is a company that should represent Vancouver. I don't think it should be a company for which people think of Vancouver. As when most Vancouver residents who know of Holborn think of Holborn, they think of a company that neglects the most vulnerable, that neglects SROs, that neglects social housing, a company that's taken loans from our government and has failed to deliver. And I don't see why we can trust this company to hold up their end of the bargain when it comes towards social housing. I feel as though with this project, their only desire is to build the luxury hotel, and we have no faith that they will actually go ahead and actually build the social housing for which they have promised, as they have shown no track record in following through with what they've promised. For that reason, I'm opposed to this development, and I urge the council to take it back to the drawing board and put more pressure on Holborn to follow through with its promises to build social housing in the city.
Next speaker is speaker 20 is Michael Cook.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, my name is Michael Cook, co-founder of the Myron Manor Collective. I am strongly opposed to another hotel development that is being pushed through council before an election. I agree with the speakers who said that this is it's kind of unbelievable to go 100 meters over the tall buildings policy without a review on behalf of this real estate speculator who has been not delivering on promises of social housing for almost 2 decades. I think that any council member who has held a senior position at Destination Vancouver is in conflict whenever it comes to bylaw amendments or policy amendments that benefit hotel developers and real estate speculators exclusively. They're in conflict. And
Hey, Speaker.
I've
Speaker, can I get you to focus on the merits of the application? Thanks very much.
Chair, I don't
Okay,
have
well,
a-
when it comes to the vote, I'm saying that the councilors voting on it are in conflict.
I am going to ask you just to wait a sec. We have a councillor who wants.
I don't have the point of procedure point to reference in the bylaw, but it is wholly inappropriate to be referencing former employment in terms of our roles and decision-making at this table. And so I just want to acknowledge that. I think that it is a real stretch to be implying that people are at conflict. Each councillor has to make a decision as to whether they're in a conflict of interest. That is a due diligence that we undertake. But my colleague is not employed.
I'm not implying it. I'm outright saying it. And I think there should be a public review of whatever ethics board makes that decision.
Anyways, I think it's inappropriate, and I see Councillor Kirby-Young's on the queue.
Yeah, you go right ahead. But
Yeah, if you can advance me, I'm just going to address this head on. All counselors come from different walks of life and have different life experience. Some have owned small businesses. Some have worked with in elder care. Others have worked at universities or media. They all have different backgrounds that informs what they bring to this table. I have every confidence.
Others have been lobbyists
Speaker,
for
Speaker,
hotel
you do not
developers.
have the floor. So if you would, we are affording you the respect of listening to you, and I would ask you the same. So the individual is clearly referring to me. I held a senior position at Destination Vancouver. I left Destination Vancouver, I believe it was 2009, just before the 2010 Olympics. It is 2026. My life experience informs just simply like everybody else. So I would request, Chair, if you could remind the speaker to focus on the merits or non-merits of the application as they see it, and not in terms of providing moral judgment upon the members of this council.
There's no shortage of luxury hotel rooms in Vancouver at all. We have an affordable homes crisis. My family, as I think you all know, is facing eviction because of a hotel development that, excuse me, when we look at the Vancouver skyline at night, we can see these buildings are mostly empty. The Shangri-La, the Wall Center, the Butterfly, all their lights are off every night. We don't have a shortage of luxury hotels. It's ridiculous. And Holborn's not going to build the thing at 388. The money doesn't make sense for it. Interest rates are too high. Construction costs are too high. They're just speculators. And in 15 years, they're going to be making units even smaller. And these same kind of politics are going to be just handing them whatever they want, as always. And it's terrible for the future of our city. And I want to say again that these late meetings are a barrier for parents who are trying to find homes for their children. Which one of mine is sleeping on me right now. I heard Mike Bisker's kids crying, and I agree with everything that. And I've also noticed that council will ask a lot of questions of Latino people when they disagree with the development and who pays them and who tells them what to say, but not when that person is advocating for the displacement of my family. And I've been told that I can't even be asked questions when I raise a common sense amendment like
Thanks very much, Speaker. That's
getting
your
rid of
time.
hotel development
We will
policy
move on to the next one.
3.2.2.1D, which I'm saying for the third time tonight.
Speaker. Thanks very much, Speaker. Thank you. Okay, we will move on to Speaker 21, Michelle Travis.
Hello.
Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Michelle Travis, and I'm a Vancouver resident. I oppose this project and strongly urge council to send it back to staff. This hearing is about a lot more than just the three towers. It's about whether council is prepared to rewrite the rules for one developer before you've even finished writing the rules for everyone else. You're being asked to approve three of the tallest buildings ever proposed in Vancouver before the higher buildings policy review is complete. This proposal prompted the policy review for the whole downtown peninsula, which is expected to conclude next year. So my question is, why the rush? If the policy review is genuinely intended to answer questions about where super tall buildings belong, how tall they should be, what public benefits they should provide, then the largest proposal in Vancouver's history should be considered under that completed policy, not before. Otherwise, what message does it send? Citywide planning only applies until a major developer comes along asking for an exception. A decision like this doesn't have to be rushed. This public hearing is coming 1 week after it was referred to council. That compressed timeline alone is unusual. We just heard earlier tonight that NAP Canada is concerned about the height, but city staff need to push this through now. Holborn has made the city of Vancouver wait for over 15 years for social housing at Little Mountain, and they refused to pay the SRA replacement fee over a year ago when when Dunsmuir House had to be ordered demolished. They don't seem to have a problem making the city wait for the affordable housing we need. Why should City Hall be willing to settle for crumbs? We should be taking the time to get the project that we need for our city. In terms of the social housing, they're only adding another 7 units in addition to the 160-some units they got to replace from Dunsmuir House. The 237 units fall below the 20% threshold you would typically see when you're seeing a project with almost 1,300 strata units. There are no below-market rentals being proposed. I can't imagine hotel workers or any hospitality worker would be able to afford to live in those towers. So the question is really, who's that being built for? So we think there's some questions, and the city's really got to demand more affordable housing with major projects like this. What's the community benefits agreement going to look like? There are a lot of unanswered questions here. We've also heard about their large conference and event space. This is not a public amenity. It's revenue-generating space for Holborn, but that space is exempted from community amenity benefit calculations. I'd like to know, what's the value of that exemption for Holborn? Will they also benefit from the 20% density exemption for private amenity spaces? That's another incentive recently approved by council. If so, what's the value of that exemption? Then there's the heritage space. The city's report concludes that the proposal does not comply with council-approved heritage policies because it would substantially demolish a protected heritage building and just retain the facade. The heritage policies say rezoning should not result in demolition or major alteration. I understand the heritage designation bylaw in Vancouver, under the Vancouver Charter, requires council to have a public report available addressing the property's heritage value, compatibility with community planning objectives, compatibility with its uses, the condition and economic viability of the property, and whether financial support is needed for conservation. So I have a question about whether a full heritage report has been made available about what the intention is for the heritage part of this project, because the referral report mentions that a building condition assessment was taken based only on an exterior review using photographs taken from the street. So how can council conclude that demolition is justified if the structure was never really examined or thoroughly examined? Frankly, there are a lot of questions here with this project. I would strongly urge you that you refer the application back until the higher buildings policy review is completed. Address some of the other questions in terms of making sure that there's more affordable housing as part of any sort of major project. Consider what other aspects and the ways in which they run afoul of the official development plan. They need to have a thorough and transparent analysis of aspects of the plan. I would ask you not to put the cart before the horse. You have an option of sending this massive proposal back to staff, and I would urge you to do so. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 2022, is Sage Smith.
Speaker 22 is not on the line.
Speaker 23, Annika Anderson.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hi. Good evening, Council. I am Annika Anderson, and I am a first responder who works within the city limits of Vancouver. I am in opposition to this proposal of this building, another billionaire's project in the city of affordable housing and further care for the homelessness crisis we face in the metro area. Why is this government supporting the construction of a Trump-allied building, as we as Canadians are being threatened yet again by his tariffs, especially before an election, as if to suspend the democratic process? As a first responder who has worked in the alleyways of Vancouver, seen the difficulties that the less fortunate have hidden between the already unaffordable towers and complexes, there is no way that I would ever support a project like this. Holborn allowed the neglect and demolition of the Little Mountain social housing site that provided 224 social housing units. Then in addition, the Dunsmuir House, which held 167 single-room occupancies, was allowed to deteriorate into condemnation. Before voting to declare the site a public danger and demolition, several city councilors accused Holborn of egregious conduct and questioned whether the company deliberately let the heritage structure deteriorate to justify its demolition. In what way is allowing the ultra-wealthy to build yet another speculative project going to serve society and serve the people? How is this building going to allow the less fortunate to survive? This ultra-high tower is just going to put more people experiencing homelessness into the shadows, out of sight, only seen by people like me who are actively trying to prevent overdoses or those trying to bring those people out of addiction. The City Council has time and time again proved they do not care about anyone but the rich. They are not a council that are willing to help save the lives and allow our society to thrive. I believe this project should not be passed until another democratic process allows for a City Council to be represented by those who care about the lives of Vancouver and not the pocketbooks of billionaires and Republicans. Thank you.
Speaker 24, Stephanie Smith.
Speaker 24 is not on the line.
Speaker 25, Terry Nicholson.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm here from the Seniors 411, a part of the Executive Board. We have people come in every day crying, can we find them housing? Unfortunately, we do not do that, but we can give them the information where to contact. But you know, this is how important it is that we do some affordable housing. You know, this just kind of happened. The costs of everything went up. Their pensions are very low. But what we need is more housing units, not high-end luxury units and luxury hotel. Hotels in the area are complaining of low occupancy of these high-end hotels. I am not saying that this area needs to be all co-op housing or rentals or purchase prices within affordable amounts, but that has to be our priority. I believe a much better solution would be to get the area around 33rd and Main prioritized for the average person and families can afford. I actually learned before that was closed, a lot of the people, because I came down Main, worked on Marine along Main, and when they got told they had to leave, they were crying because we spoke, on the bus every day. It was so sad, and yet that land is still not completed. Was there any reason why they needed to kick everybody out? I don't think that was a wise choice. They could have waited till the developer was able to get their plans all together and that. Okay. Every day, yeah, seriously, looking affordable housing. Because they're coming in. We do get some food donations, but there's this need is so great that they come in to get food from us, from the Salvation Army, because they haven't got enough money to pay rent and food, which is very, very sad for seniors. They should be able to have a normal life. A perfect example of this was the new development at Broadway and Commercial Drive, where the developer has been given an exception to the rule of 20% below market rental units to allow only 10% and no mention of units for people with disabilities and only, I believe it was approximately 30 units of childcare spots. It's very sad. Like where I live in the 300 block of East 7th, our closest high school for our kids is 2500 block of Broadway. But if we lived on the other side of Broadway, we'd go to Tupper, which I grew up in. I was born in Vancouver. I've lived most of my life in Vancouver. But that's, and 30 childcare spots, over 1,000 units. Now, that didn't make a lot of sense. Because it's the same firm that was supposed to be working on the 33rd and Main that I have very poor faith in. They haven't seemed to accomplish much. Let's start prioritizing housing that the low average person and family can afford.
Thanks, Terry. Speaker 26 is Bo.
Speaker 26 is not on the line.
Thanks very much. Speaker 27 is Zelda.
Buenas noches.
Hey, Zelda.
Me llamo Saida.
Nice to hear from you again. Do you want to read out your full name?
Saida Chan.
Okay. You have the privilege of being able to have a translator read your translated statement, and that would give you 5 minutes.
So I'm speaking for 5 minutes.
Okay.
And I would like I'm speaking in my native language, and I would like somebody to read my statement in English.
I'm the translator. I'm on call.
Your timer is running.
Me llamo Saida Chan, soy la presidenta
Right.
del Sindicato de Hoteleros y hablo hoy con lo que voy a decir hoy es una opinión personal.
Can I just get your can I get your residency, please? You're not a resident of the city of Vancouver, correct?
I am.
Carry on.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Ailda Chen. I am the president of the Hotel Workers Union, and I am here today speaking as an individual.
Alcalde y concejales, hablo en oposición a esta solicitud y les pido que no la aprueben en su forma actual. También les pido que adopten la recomendación alternativa y devuelvan el expediente al personal hasta que termine la revisión de edificios más altos.
I am speaking in opposition to this application and asking you not to approve it in current form. I also ask you to adopt the alternative recommendation and refer the file back to staff until the higher buildings policy review is complete.
Antes de hablar de torres, debemos hablar de las personas que ya están aquí.
Before discussing towers, we must discuss the people already here.
Más de una docena de negocios independientes podrían verse afectados.
More than a dozen independent businesses may be affected.
Algunos, como Manuel Mendoza Couture, han servido clientes de este lugar durante décadas.
Some, such as Manuel Mendoza Couture, have served customers at this location for decades.
¿Dónde está el inventario público de cada negocio que será desplazado?
Where is the public inventory of every business that will be displaced?
¿Cuántos empleos locales dependen de ellos?
How many local jobs depend on them?
¿Cuántos propietarios son inmigrantes, artesanos o familias que no pueden pagar una renta equivalente en un nuevo complejo de lujo?
How many owners are immigrants, artisans, or families who cannot afford equivalent rent in a new luxury complex?
¿Existe un plan de reubicación?
Is there a relocation plan?
¿Existe asistencia financiera?
Is there financial assistance?
¿Existe un derecho real de retorno con una renta comparable?
Is there a genuine right of return at comparable rent?
Si no existe, ¿por qué se pide a Council que vote ahora?
If none of that exists, why is Council being asked to vote now?
El informe describe un proyecto de casi una manzana completa, con 3 torres de 68, 79 y 68 pisos, una altura máxima de 300 y metros, aproximadamente 920 habitaciones de hotel y más de 3 millones de pies cuadrados.
The report describes a nearly full block project with towers of 68, 79, and 68 stories, a maximum height of 315 meters, approximately 920 hotel rooms, and more than 3 million square feet.
¿Cómo puede una decisión de esta escala avanzar con un calendario tan comprimido?
How can a decision of this scale move forward on such a compressed timetable?
El propio informe reconoce que las alturas no están complejadas por la política vigente y que el sitio queda fuera de los límites del Higher Building Policy.
The report itself acknowledges that the heights are not contemplated by current policy and that the site is outside the higher buildings policy boundaries.
La revisión de esta política no terminaría hasta el 2027.
That policy review is not expected to finish until 2027.
Entonces, ¿por qué aprobar primero la excepción y completar después la política?
Why approve the exception first and complete the policy afterward?
También se presenta todo como un paquete de todo o nada, que une dos sitios no contiguos.
The proposal is also presented as an all-or-nothing package linking two non-contiguous sites.
¿Por qué Council no puede evaluar por separado la vivienda social de Abbott Street y las torres privadas de Georgia Street?
Why can Council not evaluate the Abbott Street social housing separately from the private Georgia Street towers?
¿Por qué los beneficios comunitarios deben utilizarse para silenciar preguntas legítimas sobre escala, desplazamiento y procedimiento?
Why should community benefits be used to shut down legitimate questions about scale, displacement, and process?
Apoyar vivienda social no obliga a aceptar cualquier altura, cualquier diseño o cualquier trato.
Supporting social housing does not require accepting any height, any design, or any deal.
La consulta produjo 223 presentaciones para una intervención que cambiaría el perfil urbano, el comercio de la zona y las reglas para futuros proyectos.
The consultation produced 223 submissions for an intervention that would change the skyline, the local commercial environment, and the rules for the future projects.
¿Es una participación suficiente?
Is that enough participation?
¿Se contactó directamente a cada comerciante?
Was every merchant contacted directly?
¿Se publicaron las condiciones de sus contratos y los plazos de desalojo?
Were lease conditions and displacement timelines disclosed?
¿Se estudió el efecto de años de construcción sobre los negocios vecinos que logran permanecer?
Was the effect of years of construction on neighboring businesses that managed to remain studied?
Antes de cualquier demolición, Council debería publicar una lista de cada comerciante, su fecha de salida, la ayuda ofrecida y la garantía financiera correspondientemente.
Before any demolition, Council should publish a list identifying every merchant, the expected departure date, the assistance offered, and the corresponding financial guarantee.
¿Quién verificará el cumplimiento?
Who will verify compliance?
¿Qué recurso tendrá un negocio si la reubicación no funcionará?
What remedy will a business have if relocation fails?
Sin respuestas vinculantes, todo el riesgo recae sobre quienes menos pueden absorberlo directamente.
Will support cover moving costs, lost revenue, temporary premises, and a genuine return at comparable rent?
Council no debe tratar a los pequeños comercios como daños colaterales.
Without binding answers, nearly all risk falls directly on the people least able to absorb it.
Voy a repetir, Council no debe tratar a los pequeños comercios como daños colaterales.
Council should require these protections before any permit, demolition, or tenant departure occurs.
Una ciudad no se construye solamente con metros cuadrados, hoteles y torres. Se construye con relaciones, oficios y negocios que han sobrevivido durante décadas.
Council should not treat small businesses as collateral damage.
Les pido que voten no, o al menos que devuelvan la solicitud al personal, completen la revisión de edificios más altos y exijan un plan vinculante de protección, reubicación y retorno para cada negocio afectado.
Unmuted. Speaker, you're at time. You
A
have
city is
questions
not
from
built
councillors.
only.
You're at time, and you have questions from councillors. Go ahead. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Buenas noches, Sayalda.
Buenas tardes, buenas noches.
Buenas noches. I noted your interview with Dan Fumano today from the Vancouver Sun, where you acknowledged that the union that you represent had asked American allies to phone into council this week. So my question is, have you once again asked American allies to call into this public hearing tonight? It's a yes or no.
Well, first of all, I'm not under the court of law. I'm not under oath, and you have no legal judicial responsibility. So I do not respond to questions with malicious intent.
I'm just asking the question based on reporting out today in the Vancouver Sun, which is a local newspaper, as I'm sure you're aware, where you admitted to asking U.S. allies to, quote, phone into Vancouver Council this week. So my question is, have you once again done that for this particular public hearing? And if so, will you be asking them to withdraw?
As I answered just now, your question seems to have malicious intent. And so I am not under the court of law. I will not answer, I choose to not answer your question. I am not here to answer your questions that have no relevance to my speech.
I would argue that it is relevant, but I'll leave it there. And anyone who would like to view that particular article is welcome to see that on the Vancouver Sun website by Dan Fumano. Have a great
Councillor Dominato, you have questions for the speaker.
No, that was a carryover from.
Councillor Kirby-Young, you have questions for the speaker?
Yeah, I have a similar question. I know that you're suggesting that you're representing your members and local workers. Do you think it's reasonable to have Americans take up all of this opportunity for local residents to speak because you've flooded the speakers list?
Again, I believe your questions come from an intention of representing not the voices of marginalized people, and so I refuse to answer your question.
Oh no, my question.
Now, if you change your perspective, I would like to answer your question, but I am not required, nor would I like to answer questions with malicious intent.
Well, by all means, go ahead, because my intention is to ensure that local residents who are directly affected, which is our public hearing procedure bylaw, and the intention of our procedure bylaw, that local residents who are directly affected by matters have an opportunity to participate in the democratic process and address council. And since you purport to represent your members, my question is, do you think it is reasonable to prevent them from that opportunity? And will you be asking them to withdraw? And I guess my final question, I'll leave it because it seems you're unwilling to answer them, is simply that I would suggest that the malicious intent is coming from preventing local speakers to have the opportunity to speak about a city in which they actually live. Thank you.
Councillor Zhou has a question for the speaker. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Speaker, for speaking to City Council. Just quick question. So from what you answered, Councillor Kirby and Councillor Meisner's question, seems like you speak very good English and you understand English really well. I'm just curious. Hopefully it's not a malicious intention. Just curious why you are using a speaker. You are using an interpreter.
Well, just to be very frank with you, I speak 4 languages. English is my 4th language. We live in a multicultural city where I believe diversity is embraced. And so it is my choice to speak my own native language, which I can read and write and speak fluently in. It is my choice, as it is the choice of many marginalized people to speak the language that they feel the most confident and the most capable of expressing their most concerns. And in this case, we're talking about people's livelihoods, which is where they work, where they live, how they will retire in the city. And the decisions that you're making today are decisions that will affect multiple decades and generations from now.
Thank you.
So like many working people, I choose to speak in the language that I learned when I was a baby.
Thank you so
and
much.
It is my choice, and I think that choice should be embraced.
Absolutely.
Why would it? Why is it even questioned? Why is this choice even questioned?
Just curious. So I think you just speak English, express your concern very good. We heard that loud and clear. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Prath, and I will ask that Prath identify through their first and last name.
Speaker 28 is not on the line.
Speaker 29 is Harj. I will ask Harj to provide both their first and last name. Go ahead, Harj.
Good evening. My name is Harja here. I'm a resident of Victoria. Mayor and Council, I am speaking in opposition to this application and asking you to refer it back to the Higher Buildings Policy Review is complete. This is not an ordinary rezoning. The proposal would create 3 towers of 68, 68, and 79 stories, including a 315-meter tower. The staff report says that the project exceeds the height anticipated by the downtown zoning policy as that sits outside the current higher building policy area and would introduce a scale not previously realized in Vancouver. Yet the city is still developing the very rules that are supposed to answer when ultra-tall buildings belong, how high they should be, and what public benefits they must provide. My first question is simple. Why approve the exception before finishing the policy? Staff say approval should not be treated as a precedent, but future applicants will point to this decision once council allows one project to more than double nearby policy heights. How can it be credibly refused the next developer asking for the same treatment? My second question is about benefits. The Georgia Street site proposes about 1,270 strata units and roughly 276 market rentals, but no below market rental housing there. The social housing is moved to a separate site at 388 Abbott Street. Across the combined package, 237 housing units represent only 13% of the roughly 1,783 proposed homes. Even using the city recent 20% social housing benchmark in the downtown East Oppenheimer district as a comparison, why is the extraordinary rezoning producing a smaller social share? The city's permit record also shows that the earlier Abbott Street application proposed 378 social housing units. The current referral contains 237. Why did the public benefit fall by 141 homes while the request for exceptional height remains enormous? There are also serious heritage concerns. Staff state that the facade-only retention of the Rando building generally does not comply with council-approved heritage policies. Why should council remove the full building's heritage protection and preserve only a skin when the report says the building is generally in good condition? Finally, the hotel can proceed before the residential and social housing components. Why should a 920-room hotel be allowed to advance without direct requirement that the social housing advance at the same time? Council does not need to reject tall buildings forever. It needs to make the rules first, require a fair public return, and then apply those rules consistently. Please adopt the alternative recommendation and refer this application back. Council should also publish a written decision explaining how this approval would be reconciled with the unfinished policy review. If the answer is that this site is exceptional, define what exceptional means, facts and the minimum benefits attached to them. Otherwise, the public will reasonably conclude that the new policy is being decided through this application rather than through the promised citywide process. Thank you.
Our next speaker is 31, Gabby.
Speaker 31 is not on the line.
Speaker 32 is David.
Speaker 32 is not on the line.
Speaker 33 is Felicia.
I'm here. Hello?
Felicia, what's your last
Hello?
Hi, Felicia. What's your last name, and are you a resident of the city of Vancouver?
My last name is Perry, and I'm currently a resident in Richmond. However, hopes to soon change to become a Vancouver resident.
Thank you. Carry on.
My position is strongly opposed. This proposal is unjust and should not be approved. I want to be clear. I'm not opposed to development, and I'm not opposed to building more homes. Vancouver desperately needs more housing. It must be housing that the people who live here and work here can actually afford. We do not need more luxury condos designed mainly for wealthy investors. We need permanent, affordable housing, social housing, and homes for working people and families. More than 100 people are prepared to speak against this proposal tonight. Are you still going to approve it anyways? If council ignores that many residents working and then the community members, and what does that say about the voices that actually matter within the city? Do you care about the people who currently live in Vancouver? Are there working people who would love the opportunity to live here someday, like me? Developers continue getting richer and richer while the workers who actually run the city are being priced out. This issue is extremely personal to me. I work in Vancouver, but I commute more than an hour because I cannot afford to live here. I would love to call Vancouver my home, but on a single income, I may never be able to afford it. These workers that run these luxury hotels, that clean the room, cook the food, maintain the buildings, and provide service that makes luxury hotels profitable. Yet many cannot afford to live anywhere near the hotels where they work. Instead of standing with working people, council appears more interested in helping wealthy developers who have done very little for Vancouver's working class. We were repeatedly told that FIFA would fill Vancouver's hotels and bring enormous economic benefits. Yet, we heard that some luxury hotels were operating at around 50% occupancy. Even under normal circumstances, Vancouver's existing high-end hotels are not continuously operating at full occupancy. If the luxury hotels were already and are not regularly full, even during major international events, why is another high-end hotel being pushed through with such urgency? Who is this development really for? What evidence shows that Vancouver needs another luxury hotel more than it needs affordable and social housing? Why is council moving with such urgency to meet the demand of a powerful developer while working people have waited decades for affordable housing? Where is the social housing Vancouver has been promised all these years? Working people are repeatedly told to be patient, that affordable housing is coming, and future development will solve this crisis. Yet, every year, more luxury projects are approved while workers are pushed further outside the city. Why are promises to developers treated with urgency while promises of social housing are delayed for years and never fulfilled? I'm also concerned about how much access and influence powerful developers appear to have at City Hall. Why are major proposals being pushed forward while residents have to fight just to be heard? I also have no confidence that Holborn will uphold its end of the bargaining. Based on everything we have heard from previous speakers, Holborn's past record speaks for itself. We have heard serious concerns about promises not being fulfilled and a lack of accountability. Why should the public be asking to trust more promises when Holborn has not demonstrated the willingness or backbone to live up to its previous commitments? Verbal assurance, attractive renderings, and promises to work out the details later are not enough. Every commitment must be specific, public, legally binding, and enforceable before approval is granted. There must be clear deadlines and serious consequences if Holborn fails to deliver. What about the workers who operate this proposed hotel? Will it be unionized? Will employees receive living wages, benefits, job security, and fair working conditions? Will the right to organize a union be respected without intimidation or interference? These questions should be answered before the hotel is approved, not after it's built and the developer has already received what it wants. The proposed plaza is being described as a public benefit, but it will remain privately owned. Privately owned public spaces can be valuable, but they can feel controlled, commercial, and conditional.
Thank you, Speaker. That's your time. Speaker 34 is Rowena.
Speaker 34 is not on the line.
Speaker 35 is Preet.
Hello.
Hi. Is this, sorry, just checking here. Is this Preet Sangha?
Yes.
And, okay, thanks very much. And are you a resident of the city of Vancouver?
No.
All right, go ahead.
Great. And I have my translator here with me today. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mayor and Council, ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਹੈਗਾ ਪ੍ਰੀਤ। ਮੈਂ ਵੱਡੀ ਹੋਈ ਹਾਂ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਮੈਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਸੀਗੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨਾ, ਪਰ ਅੱਜ ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਅਫੋਰਡ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੀ।
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Preet. I grew up wanting to live and work in Vancouver. Today, I don't because I can't afford to.
ਹਰ ਰੋਜ਼ ਮੈਂ ਉੱਠਦੀ ਹਾਂ 5 ਵਜੇ ਸਵੇਰ ਨੂੰ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ 2 ਘੰਟੇ ਚਲਾਉਂਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਗੱਡੀ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਨੂੰ ਤੇ 2 ਘੰਟੇ ਚਲਾਉਂਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਵਾਪਸ ਘਰ ਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਨੂੰ। 4 ਘੰਟੇ ਮੇਰੀ ਦਿਹਾੜੀ ਦੇ ਗੱਡੀ ਚ ਲੰਘ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ। ਉਹ ਹੋ ਗਏ 20 ਘੰਟੇ ਹਰ ਵੀਕ ਤੇ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ ਪਾਰਟ ਟਾਈਮ ਜੌਬ ਰਾਸਤਿਆਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ।
Every morning, I wake up at 5 a.m. I drive 2 hours to get to work in Vancouver and 2 hours back at night. 4 hours a day in my car, that's 20 hours a week. That's a part-time job just commuting.
ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਡਿਵੈਲਪਮੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਹਾਂ। ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਹੈਗੀ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਕ ਚੁੱਕੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਡਿਵੈਲਪਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਰਗੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਘਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾਉਂਦੇ।
I'm not here because I hate development. I'm here because I'm tired of development that doesn't build homes for people like me.
ਪਹਿਲਾ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਮੇਰਾ ਇਹ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ 500 ਡਨਸਮੀਅਰ ਤੇ ਐਡਰਸ ਵਾਲਾ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰਪੋਜ਼ਲ ਆ ਇਹ ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਦੀ। ਇਹਨੂੰ ਉਹ ਨਾ ਦੇਈਏ ਜੋ ਇਹਦਾ ਸੱਚੀ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ। ਇਹ ਘਰਾਂ ਵਾਲਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ, ਇਹ ਹੈਗਾ ਲਗਜ਼ਰੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟਮੈਂਟ ਪ੍ਰੋਜੈਕਟ।
Point 1. 500 Dunsmuir does nothing for affordability. Let's call this what it is. This is not a housing project. This is a luxury investment project.
ਇੱਥੇ ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਲ ਯੂਨਿਟ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਆ? ਕਿੱਥੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਘਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਟ੍ਰੇਡਸ ਪਰਸਨ ਲਈ ਹੋਣਗੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਟ੍ਰਾਂਜ਼ਿਟ ਡਰਾਈਵਰਾਂ ਲਈ ਹੋਣਗੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਟੀਚਰਾਂ ਲਈ ਹੋਣਗੇ ਤੇ ਨਰਸਾਂ ਲਈ ਹੋਣਗੇ, ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਘਰਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਹਿ ਸਕਣ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਾਰਾ ਇਨਕਮ ਜਾਵੇ ਘਰ ਦੀ ਮੌਰਗੇਜ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ।
Where are the affordable units? Where are the homes a tradesperson, a transit driver, a teacher, a nurse can actually live in without being house poor?
ਇਸ ਐਪਲੀਕੇਸ਼ਨ 'ਚ ਤਾਂ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹ। ਇਸ ਐਪਲੀਕੇਸ਼ਨ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ ਪਰ $1.5 million ਦੇ ਕਾਂਡੋ ਤੇ 3600 ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਰੈਂਟੋ।
They're not in this application. What is in this application are $1.5 million condos and 3,500 market rentals.
ਹੋਬਰਨ ਆਮ ਬੰਦੇ ਲਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਘਰ ਬਣਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉਹ ਬਣਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਘਰ ਇਨਵੈਸਟਰਾਂ ਲਈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ most time ਇੱਥੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਗੇ।
Holborn isn't building for working class people. They're building for investors who don't even live here.
ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਅਪਰੂਵ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਨਾ ਦੋਗੇ ਸਪਲਾਈ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਫਿਰ ਝੂਠ ਬੋਲਦੇ ਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਵਰਗੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਰਕੇ। ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਲਗਜ਼ਰੀ ਟਾਵਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਰਗੇ ਬੰਦਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਘਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਹਿਣ ਦਿੰਦੇ।
Council, if you approve this and call it supply, you're lying to people like me. Because more luxury towers does not mean I get to come home to Vancouver.
ਦੂਸਰਾ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਿਵੈਲਪਰ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ, ਕੋਈ ਅਕਾਊਂਟੇਬਿਲਟੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਆ। ਹਰ ਵੇਲੇ ਬੇਲ ਆਊਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ। ਆਪਾਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਡਿਵੈਲਪਰ ਨੇ 15% ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਲ ਹਾਊਸਿੰਗ ਪਹਿਲੋਂ ਵਾਅਦਾ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਆ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰੀਜ਼ੋਨਿੰਗ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਵੇ, ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ 2 ਸਾਲਾਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹ ਵਾਪਸ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਅਤੇ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿਣ ਲੱਗ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਕਾਸਟ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਧ ਗਈ ਆ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੰਡੀਸ਼ਨਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਧ ਗਈਆਂ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਹੱਥ ਖੜੇ ਕਰ ਲਏ, ਅਸੀਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾਉਣੇ।
Point 2. Hold developers accountable. No more bailouts. We saw it. Developer promises 15% affordable to get the rezoning. Then 2 years later, they come back crying about rising costs and marketing conditions.
ਤੇ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਲਾਉ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹੁਣ ਛੋਟੀ ਫੀ ਪੇ ਕਰ ਦਿਓ ਫਿਰ, ਤੇ ਉਹ ਡਿਲੇ ਵੀ ਪਾ ਦਿੰਦੀ ਆ ਜਾਂ ਕੈਂਸਲ ਵੀ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਪਰ ਇਸ ਵਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ।
And council lets them pay a fee instead, or delays it, or cancels it, not this time.
ਹੋਬਰਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਾਫੀ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਅਮੀਰ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਤੇ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਾ ਸਕਦੇ ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਲ ਹਾਊਸਿੰਗ ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਕੌਣ ਬਣਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਆ। ਸੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਵਾਲੇ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਪਾਓ ਵੀ ਉਸੇ ਥਾਂ ਤੇ ਬਿਲਡ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਪਹਿਲੋਂ ਕੈਸ਼ ਐਂਡ ਲੋਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ, ਨੋ ਬਾਇਆਊਟ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ।
Holborn is one of the richest developers in Canada. If they can't build affordable housing, nobody can. So put it in the law on site, build first. No cash in lieu, no buyouts.
ਐਂਡ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਓਨੈਸਟ ਹੋਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੋਬਰਨ ਬਾਰੇ। ਇਹ ਹੋਬਰਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬ੍ਰਾਂਡ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਰਤਿਆ ਸੀ ਟਰੰਪ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ, ਟਰੰਪ ਹੋਟਲ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ, ਤੇ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਂ ਹੋਰ ਕੀ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੀ ਹਾਂ।
And we should also be honest about who Holborn is. The Holborn Group used the brand name Trump on the Trump Hotel Vancouver. Do I have to add much more to this fact?
ਤੇ ਈਵਨ ਇੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਾਉਂਸਲਰ ਅੱਜ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ ਚੇਂਬਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਵੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਵੀ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰਪੋਜ਼ਲ ਇੰਨਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਕਾਹਤੋਂ ਰਸ਼ ਆ, ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਾਹਤੋਂ ਇੰਨਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਰਸ਼ ਪਿਆ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਅਪਰੂਵ ਕਰਨ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਅੱਜ ਹੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ।
Even councillors in these chambers have asked why this is being rushed.
ਤਾਂ ਤੀਸਰਾ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਮੇਰਾ ਇਹ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੋਬਰਨ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੀਆਂ ਟਾਵਰਾਂ, ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਮਹਿੰਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਯੂਨਿਟ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੇਚਦੇ ਆ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਵਿੱਚ, ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਿਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੇਚਦੇ ਆ, ਕਰਕੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਰਗੇ ਆਮ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਸਰੀ, ਲੈਂਗਲੀ, ਐਬਟਸਫੋਰਡ ਨੂੰ ਮੂਵ ਹੋਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਆ। ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਟਰੰਪ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਆ ਕਿ ਹਨਾ ਵੀ ਆਪਣਾ ਨਾਂ ਲਾ ਦਿਓ ਲਗਜ਼ਰੀ ਵਾਲਾ ਉੱਪਰ, ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਣਾ ਈਗੋ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਿਟ ਬਾਰੇ ਰੱਖੋ, ਐਂਡ ਦੈਨ ਸੇ ਕਹਿ ਦਿਓ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅਫੋਰਡ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਠੀਕ ਆ, ਜੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਆ, ਮੈਂ ਕੀ ਕਰਾਂ ਇਸ ਬਾਰੇ।
Point 3. This is Horn and Trump adjacent, and I mean that. It's Horn. Build the tallest, sell to the richest, and tell everyone else to move to Surrey, Langley, and Abbotsford. It's Trump. Slap a luxury brand on it, make it about ego and profit, and say if you can't afford it, that's your problem.
ਇਹ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ। ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਿਟੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗੀ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣੀ ਆ। ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਬਣੀ ਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੱਸਾਂ ਡਰਾਈਵ ਕਰਦੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਿਆਣਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਕੂਲਾਂ 'ਚ ਪੜ੍ਹਾਉਂਦੇ ਟੀਚਰਾਂ, ਐਂਡ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਇੱਥੇ ਐਕਚੁਅਲੀ ਰਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ।
That's not Vancouver. Vancouver should be a city where the people who build it, drive the buses, teach the kids, can actually live here.
ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਏਦਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ। ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ 2 ਘੰਟੇ ਚਲਾਉਣੀ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਗੱਡੀ ਇਸ ਸਿਟੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਹੁੰਚਣ ਦੇ ਲਈ।
Right now it's not. Right now it's a city I have to drive 2 hours to get to.
ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਕਾਉਂਸਲ ਨੂੰ 3 ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਸੁਜੈਸਟ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਵਾਪਸ ਭੇਜੋ, ਇਹ ਗੁੱਡ ਇਨਫ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈਗਾ। ਤੇ ਦੂਸਰਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੈਂਡੇਟ ਕਰੋ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਸਲੀ ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਿਲਿਟੀ ਆ, 30 ਤੋਂ 50% ਜਿਹੜੇ ਯੂਨਿਟ ਹੈਗੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਹੋਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਆ ਅਫੋਰਡੇਬਲ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਟਾਈਡ ਟੂ ਇਨਕਮ ਹੋਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਆ ਤੇ ਬਿਲੋ ਮਾਰਕੀਟ ਹੋਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਆ 250 ਤੱਕ। ਤੇ ਤੀਸਰਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਇਹ ਹੈਗਾ ਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅਪਰੂਵਲਾਂ ਨਾ ਦੇਵੋ ਟਾਵਰਾਂ ਦੀ ਏਦਾਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਉਮੀਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਮਝ ਲਵਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਹਾਊਸਿੰਗ ਪਲਾਨ ਆ।
So I'm asking council to do 3 things. Send this back. It's not good enough. Mandate real affordability. 30 to 50% of units tied to income not below market. That's still $2,800.
I don't want to spend my ਮੈਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਲਾਈਫ ਸਾਰੀ ਕੱਢ ਦੇਵਾਂ ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਠੀ ਮੈਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਟਾਈਮ ਸਪੈਂਡ ਕਰਾਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ
You have the power to make that possible, or you can approve 500 Dunsmuir and tell me to keep driving.
ਸੋ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਹ ਪਾਵਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਹੱਥਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈਗੀ ਆ ਤੁਸੀਂ 500 ਡਨਵੇ ਨੂੰ ਅਪਰੂਵ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ ਐਂਡ ਰਾਦਰ ਦੈਨ ਸਾਡੇ ਵਰਗੇ ਆਮ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿਣ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਗੱਡੀਆਂ ਚਲਾ ਕੇ ਹਰ ਰੋਜ਼ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਆਈ ਜਾਓ ਪਲੀਜ਼ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਸਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੋਜ਼ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਵਰਗੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਰਹਿਣ ਨੂੰ ਥਾਂ ਦੇਵੋ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਰੋਜ਼ ਗੱਡੀ ਚਲਾ ਕੇ ਨਾ ਆਉਣੀ ਪਵੇ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ
Please don't tell me to keep driving. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Speaker 36.
Hello?
Is this Shaylin?
Yes.
Shaylin, can you tell me your last name?
Arnold?
And can you tell me if you're a resident of the city of Vancouver?
I'm not. I'm in Burnaby.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Shaylin, and I am here today to urge you to reject this proposal. This isn't because I oppose development. Cities grow, skylines change, and redevelopment is part of that. But development is built on trust, and I don't believe this developer has earned the public's trust. When council is asked to approve a project of this size and significance, you aren't just looking at architectural drawings or economic projects. You're deciding whether the company standing before you has demonstrated that it can be trusted to follow through on its commitments and be a responsible steward of Vancouver. Unfortunately, Holborn's history raises serious questions. The first thing that comes to mind for many Vancouver residents is Little Mountain. Little Mountain should never be forgotten. Hundreds of people were displaced with promises that new housing would be built. Instead, one of the most valuable pieces of land in Vancouver sat largely vacant for years. While people debated who was responsible for the delays, the public watched an empty site become a symbol of broken promises. Whether those delays were caused by financing, market conditions, government approvals, or any other explanation, the result was the same. Years passed, public confidence disappeared, and Vancouver residents were left wondering how something so important could be allowed to stall for so long. That's the legacy many people associate with Holborn. Then there's the Dunsmuir House. For years, Vancouver watched a historic building deteriorate until demolition became the outcome. Many people believed it should have been better protected. Others questioned whether enough had been done to preserve an important piece of the city's history before it reached the point where demolition was considered unavoidable. Regardless of where people stand on the details, the controversy damaged public confidence once again. These aren't isolated incidents. They're the reason so many people are so skeptical. Every application is judged not only on what's being proposed, but also on who is proposing it. That's true for small businesses, it's true for homeowners, and it should absolutely be true for billion-dollar developers. A good reputation takes years to build and only a short time to lose, and public trust matters. When residents hear the name Holborn, many don't think of successful developments. They think of Little Mountain, they think of Dunsmuir House, they think of years of controversy that have never fully been put behind us. And that should matter. Approving a project of this scale sends a message. It tells the public that past performance either matters or it doesn't, and I believe it should. Developers should be held for the same standard as everyone else. If commitments aren't delivered, if projects become symbols of public frustration, and if a company's track record repeatedly raises concerns, then Council has every reason to ask difficult questions before granting approvals for another landmark project. Vancouver deserves developers who strengthen public confidence, not test it. This proposal may promise jobs, it may promise investment, it may promise to transform the downtown core, but promises are easy, excuse me. The real question is whether the public has reason to believe those promises will become reality. Given this company's history, I don't believe that confidence exists. As elected officials, your responsibility isn't simply to approve large projects because they're impressive. Your responsibility is to protect the long-term interests of the people of Vancouver. That includes protecting public confidence in the development process itself. Once trust is lost, it is incredibly difficult to rebuild. Tonight, I ask you to remember the lessons of Little Mountain, remember the controversy surrounding Dunsmuir House, and remember that public confidence is earned through actions, not presentations. For those reasons, I urge you to reject this application. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Fee.
Speaker 37 is not on the line.
Our next speaker is 38 is Robert. Speaker 39 is Kiera. Speaker 40.
Hi, can you hear me?
Is this Robert?
Yes, can you hear me?
Robert, what is your last name?
Sorry, my last name is Demand. I'm a resident of Vancouver and I live in Hastings Sunset.
Thanks very much. Go right ahead.
Okay. I'm opposed to this massive Holborn project. First, there's the procedural point. I think you've heard it from a number of speakers tonight. I think it came up in the councilor's discussion with staff. I believe that bringing this proposed project to a hearing and council vote is premature. The project is non-compliant with multiple policies. The proposed tower significantly exceeds height restrictions and should be dealt with after the high buildings review. Complete this review and then revisit the proposal. This should all take place after the municipal election and by early 2027 based on what the staff has put forward. It seems completely reasonable and recommend that that's the path to take. Next, I would point to civic responsibility. Again, you've heard this from multiple people who've called in and been in chambers. We're faced with an existential housing and affordability crisis, and we just do not need more luxury condos and hotel rooms. The people that live and work in Vancouver need genuinely affordable housing, especially the poor, lower, and moderate income individuals and families. I hear this constantly from my neighbors, from longtime residents to the newest comers from Calgary and Montreal. I hear it from new workers from India, the Philippines, Ukraine, Latin America. They come to Vancouver and struggle to be able to afford to live here. And then we talk to people that are longtime residents. They're teachers, they're care aides, nurses, social workers, bus drivers, retail workers, janitors, baristas, and servers. And they constantly share with us in conversation over and over again that what they really need are affordable rents, affordable apartments, and they need those now. The whole generation of people that not only want to be able to live in the city, but they'd really like to live in a one-bedroom apartment on their own instead of living with 2 and 3 roommates to be able to make ends meet. I think people want a real quality of life to match all the potential that Vancouver holds out. People want to be here, but they want to be here if they can afford to actually live in the city and not just survive, but to thrive in this wonderful place. And I have to say that I worry about affordability on a regular basis for my teenage son and his friends. I want him and his generation to be able to afford to stay and live in this amazing, multicultural, city at the water's edge and in the shadow of the mountains. But to do that, we need elected leaders to put the needs of residents first. We need projects that are required to deliver below market rental housing that provides social housing for the most vulnerable in Vancouver, along with more market priced housing options. If a developer wants to build in our community, they should respect the needs of all the residents for affordable housing, green spaces, and frankly, to be paying their fair share for public infrastructure, for the roads and sewers that they depend on, to the community centers and libraries and schools that make neighborhoods and communities vibrant. And I think my last point, and you've heard it over and over again, and I trust you will tonight and in future meetings, we can't trust Holborn. Holborn's record in Vancouver is appalling. Their destruction of the Little Mountain community, their first actions were to come in and to tear down that community. And what we lost with that was a vibrant and affordable community for families and seniors, and it left them scattered, removed. One of the earlier speakers today talked about what a traumatic loss it was.
Time, Speaker. Thanks very much for calling in. Speaker.
Chair, I have a super quick question.
You have a
for the
question?
Speaker? I do, just a quick
Speaker,
one.
You have a question from Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, sorry, just a quick question. I wasn't sure if I heard you correctly earlier. It may have been static on the line. I'm sorry, what neighborhood did you say you lived in? Speaker? Speaker?
Probably on.
Is the speaker on the? I thought it would say Hastings Sunset. We have no such neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay. Speaker 40 is Christina. You have 39 online? Speaker 30 in line, Kiera. Are you there?
Kira. I'm a working class renter living in Mount Pleasant, and I strongly oppose this proposal
Kira,
for three reasons.
Can you please can you spell your last name for me, please?
All right. It's HARKINS.
Great. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, as I was saying, I strongly oppose this proposal for three reasons. First, it prioritizes commercial development over the urgent need for housing. Second, it fails to guarantee that the public benefits used to justify this project, particularly social housing, will be delivered before the hotel. And finally, I do not believe Holborn's track record and corporate relationships reflect the values Vancouver should be rewarding with one of the most significant developments in our city. I'm asking you to reject this proposal and send it back to staff because I believe Vancouver has to put homes before hotels. As you know, we've collected around 8,000 signatures in opposition of this project. For months now, I've been canvassing and talking with people in the community through both this campaign and another housing affordability campaign. I'm hearing from literally thousands of Vancouver residents about the challenges that they've been facing. The stories I've heard have been remarkably consistent. I've met people working full-time who still can't afford rent. I've spoken with seniors who expected to age in the homes that they've lived in for decades, but are now facing displacement. I've met hospitality workers commuting hours each day because they can't afford to live anywhere near the jobs that help keep the city running. But what has been the most impactful for me is that people I've met aren't just concerned about rising housing costs. They're worried about losing their communities, so the neighbors they've known for decades, the local businesses that they rely on, and the places that have become home for them. What I've learned from these conversations is that people aren't asking for luxury, they're asking for security, and stability. They're asking for the ability to stay in the neighborhoods where they have built their lives, remain connected to their communities, and plan for their future without constantly wondering if they'll be forced to leave. And most importantly, I can say with confidence that not a single person has told me that Vancouver's biggest problem is a lack of hotel rooms. People tell me over and over again that it's the lack of affordable housing. Yet this proposal allows a 920 hotel to move ahead before the social housing. The commercial opportunity comes first, while the public benefit is left for later. If social housing is the reason that this project is being justified, why is it not the first priority? Why isn't the first shovel in the ground for the homes that people actually need? And why should the public simply trust that those homes will come later? Holborn has made housing promises before. At Little Mountain, 224 social housing homes were demolished in 2009 with promises that they'd be replaced. 17 years later, the lot is still largely empty, and many former residents are still waiting for those promises to be fulfilled. Now this proposal reduces the social housing commitment even further, from 378 units in earlier plans to just 237 units. If housing is really the public benefit that justifies it here, then why is this commitment continuing to shrink? I'm also deeply concerned about who we are entrusting with some of the most significant developments in our city. Holborn's relationship with the Trump organization is well documented. Quite frankly, I don't think I need to explain why many Vancouver residents would be deeply uncomfortable giving a company with those ties such a significant role in shaping our city's future. Developments of this scale will shape Vancouver for generations, and so they should reflect its residents' values and needs, not maximizing private profit while public benefits remain uncertain. This proposal also sets a significant precedent. Council is being asked to approve 3 super tall towers before the city's higher buildings policy review is complete, and after only a short period for the public to review a project that will significantly reshape our city. A decision of this magnitude deserves careful consideration, not an accelerated timeline. Hospitality workers, teachers, nurses, childcare workers, artists, seniors, and young families deserve more than being told that they'll benefit someday after another luxury hotel is completed. I ask you to remember that future. It represents the possibility that a young person can stay in the city that they grew up in, that a family can put down roots, or that an older adult can remain in the neighborhood that they helped build. Those are the outcomes that this council should be prioritizing. Housing should
Thanks.
never be treated.
That's your time very much. Speaker 40 is Christina. Speaker 41, Aaron. Speaker 42, Jacqueline. Speaker 43 is Angel Batan. Speaker 44 is Leo Sellin. Speaker 46, Reka. Speaker 47, Connie. Speaker 48, Celerina Hallog. Speaker 49 is Jiwang Mao. Speaker 50, Pat Wu. Speaker 51, Lan Zhu. Speaker 52, Danny Chan. Speaker 53, Eric Yee. Speaker 54, Bernabe Balog. Speaker 57, Claudia. Speaker 58, Claudia S. Speaker 59, Alicia Chan. Speaker 61, Alan Lynn. Speaker 62, Gibby Shirian. Speaker 63, Robert Bader. Speaker 64, Reneth Babu. Speaker 65, Sheila Bulisser. Speaker 66, Mateus Ramos. Speaker 67, Justin Passes. Speaker 68, Aswin Morali. Speaker 69, Angad Rain. Speaker 70, Pinderjeet Kaur. Speaker 71, Adora Nilos. Speaker 72, Paul Gatto. Speaker 73, Lovepreet Kaur. Speaker 74, Jaskarn Singh. Speaker 75, Ramamdeep Kaur Sandhu. Speaker 76, Angela Liu.
Hello?
This is Angela.
Hi, can you hear me?
Go right ahead. You have five. You have
Thank
your
you.
time. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Angela Liu, and I'm a resident and a voter in the city of Vancouver, and I'm speaking tonight to oppose this project. And clearly, I'm not alone. Over 200 people have signed up to speak tonight, and another 190 people wrote in, with a 75% opposition rate. An earlier speaker tonight actually said that there's a petition that's now been submitted with over 8,000 people opposing this project. It's now almost 10:30 at night on a weeknight, and everyday people are still here on the line waiting to voice our concerns in opposition to this project to council. As many speakers have pointed out tonight, the developer Holborn has a terrible reputation in the city. People here don't trust them, given the outrage due to the delays from the Little Mountain Social Housing Project and Dunsmuir House. Well, where, as we know, Holborn let the building rot so badly that the city had to condemn and demolish a bunch of units for social housing, or for low-income housing. I'm not making this up. This is just the truth about how Holborn has consistently deprioritized below-market units. And now with this new proposal for the tallest hotel in Vancouver, they've already slashed nearly 40% of what was initially proposed as what social housing units that they were going to build. All of this before a single shovel has hit the ground. Vancouver is still reviewing its higher buildings policy, as we know. So why are they proposing and putting this to council now? I'm really wondering why the rush on this project, because I have some serious safety concerns on top of everything else that's going on. So in these final months, I urge council to vote against this project and refer this back to staff for more reviews on how we can help our low-income residents, given the fact that homelessness is now at an all-time high in the city. To me, the priority is to house our city so we can make a livable city for everyone, including those who need it the most. Thank you very much.
Speaker 78, Alexandra Fizicki.
Hello,
Hi, go ahead.
my name is Alexandra Fizicki and I'm a Vancouver resident. I want to start by saying that I don't actually have a problem with tall buildings. It is totally normal for cities to evolve and skylines to change, and density is important. Great architecture can become a part of a city's identity, and none of that concerns me inherently. What concerns me is that when we become so captivated by the scale of a proposal and the promise of tourism that we've literally never needed, that we stop asking what the city is actually trying to serve, and is it trying to serve the people who actually live here? Because we're not here to ask the question of, will this redefine Vancouver's skyline, or will it be impressive? The question is whether this project represents good city building, and those two things are not the same. For years, Vancouver has talked about becoming a more livable city, a more affordable city, a city where people can build their lives, not just invest in real estate. In fact, most of you ABC councillors ran on that platform. So when we consider a project that would fundamentally reshape our skyline and invest in our guests and not our people, I hope we're also asking equally ambitious questions. Who is this really for? What problem does it solve? What public benefit is proportional to the extraordinary private value being created for shareholders? Because extraordinary approvals should come with extraordinary public value. I also think we need to be honest about trust. This application isn't arriving in a vacuum. It's arriving in a city where residents increasingly feel that decisions are made to communities rather than with them. And when people wonder whether public engagement actually changes outcomes, where confidence in the planning process has been strained for years in increasingly complex rezoning and negotiations. This doesn't mean that this project shouldn't necessarily move forward, although I really think it shouldn't. It means it deserves the highest level of scrutiny. And your job as city councillors is to represent the people who live here, and we ask you to do that by approaching this proposal with us in mind. A project of this magnitude should be evaluated not because it's iconic. It should be evaluated because it demonstrates the advancement of public interest. If the answer is yes, then great. But we are being asked to grant unprecedented height, unprecedented density, and enormous increases in land value that Vancouver residences will not benefit from. And we deserve to have clear answers to what it is that we will be receiving if it is that you decide to move forward with this. Not in marketing language or glossy renderings, in measurable public benefit, housing people can afford, public space people genuinely want to use, infrastructure that keeps pace, and transportation that works. Community amenities that will matter decades from now. Because this decision really isn't about whether Vancouver gets the tallest tower. Who cares? It's about setting the standard for every conversation that follows this one. Every future applicant will point back to this moment. Every future negotiation will begin from whatever precedent you establish here. And so my request is simple. Approach this proposal with the same ambition that asks of the city. If the developer is asking Vancouver to think bigger than it ever has before, then council should ask more of the developer than it ever has before. Not because we oppose ambition, but because Vancouver deserves ambition that serves the public as much as it serves some iconic skyline. Thank you.
Thanks. Speaker 79, Roy Vaughn.
Speaker 79 is not on the line.
Speaker 80, Brian Yang.
Speaker 80 is not on the line.
Speaker 81, Nav Sharma.
Speaker 81 is not on the line.
Speaker 82, Noah Sisson.
Speaker 82 is not on the line.
Speaker 83, Sophia Gee.
Speaker 83 is not on the line.
Speaker 84, Ezra Kilikarslan.
Speaker 84 is not on the line.
Speaker 85, Sai Nomenko.
Speaker 85 is not on the line.
Speaker 86, Milo Canlas.
Speaker 86 is not on the line.
Speaker 88, Desiree.
Speaker 88 is not on the line.
Speaker 89, Christy Bernados.
Speaker 90 is withdrawn.
That was
89 is withdrawn, sorry.
Withdrawn, okay. Speaker 93, Tom Burka.
Speaker 93 is not on the line.
Speaker 94, Stephanie Harrison.
Speaker 94 is not on the line.
Speaker 95, Simon Daniels.
Speaker 95 is not on the line.
Speaker 96, Roseanne Wozni.
One moment. Speaker 96 is not on the line.
Speaker 97, Chuck Buckmeyer.
Hello?
Hey, that you, Chuck?
Yeah, that's me.
Hey, Chuck, you're not a resident of Vancouver, right?
No resident of New West, but I'm the president of Lookout, and we have numerous buildings in
Yeah, of
Vancouver.
course. Yeah, go ahead. You're on the clock.
Okay, hi, thanks, Council. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. I was hoping to be, but that just didn't materialize. I'm here to speak in favor of this proposal, and I'm doing it on two fronts. First of all, maybe I should just give a little bit of background for me. Longtime city councillor in New West, was an MLA for one term, the Labour critic for the NDP opposition. I'm the chairman of the Lookout Society, just re-elected again on Tuesday, but I'm not speaking on behalf of Lookout, but I will be speaking on behalf of housing and homelessness. This proposal is, when I first saw the iconic towers, I was quite impressed. My wife and I, we love New Westminster. We'll probably never move out of New Westminster, but my second choice would always be Vancouver, and often we'll take staycations in Vancouver maybe twice a year, and we'll stay in a hotel, walk around, go to some of the restaurants, and enjoy what Vancouver presents. This project, first of all, the 900 plus room hotel, those are, there's about 1,000 direct hospitality jobs there, and about 1,000 indirect hospitality jobs. If I was representing hospitality workers, I would definitely be encouraging this. I was once the head of the Brewery, Winery, and Distillery Workers Union, and when projects came forward in different areas and different communities that were related to our industry, we always supported them because we knew that eventually there's a good chance that we could organize them and bring them into our union, and often that did happen. And so the jobs created aren't only the jobs in the hotel. The jobs created in the construction of those three projects and the public courtyard, we're talking about millions of person hours in construction. We're looking at trades, we're looking at apprenticeships, we're looking at trades training. This is a plus. This is a positive for our communities, and this is a positive for Vancouver and related communities that would benefit. The social housing, City of Vancouver is pretty tough on amenities for density and social housing. It causes a lot of developers not to be able to go forward. And when I saw the social housing, I was thrilled to know that some organization, City of Vancouver, is going to own it, and some organization will partner, and they'll deliver those housing units for people in need of those units. I like the model, a third. It's great. We just opened the Powell Street Horizon. Please come down and see it. Any of you, you're welcome to come and see it. And we've had people come in there and see the mainstream housing. One woman with two kids, single mom, she literally fell to her knees and started crying. She was so pleased that she was successfully accepted to live in that building in the downtown east side, and this will happen on Abbott Street as well. To people that are marginalized or people that are struggling, the Abbott Street project, those are luxury homes for somebody that's coming off the street or coming out of an SRO. That is such an incredible benefit to somebody that wants to continue to live in the downtown east side but can't afford the mainstream rents. And I think Holborn providing that is nothing but short of a win for the City of Vancouver and a win for the nonprofits that work in Vancouver. And so I strongly support this. I know there's some bad information going around. I always say the first victim of war is truth, and there's some bad information that's going around about Holborn, and there's some bad information going around about Mount Pleasant. People don't understand some of the things that happen there and the delays by different levels of government. So totally support this, and thank you guys for listening to me.
Yeah, thanks, Chuck, for calling in, and a lot of wins there, and I think you said some wins for workers in the hospitality sector. All right, have a good night. Thanks for calling in. Okay, so Speaker 98 is Mark Coop.
Speaker 98 is not on the line.
Speaker 99, Zaid Kiwan.
Speaker number 99 is not on the line.
Speaker 100, Maddie Clark Jones.
Speaker 100 is not on the line.
Speaker 101, Zachary Daw.
It is on the line. One moment. Just one more moment. We're trying to.
Hi. Zachary?
Yeah, hi.
Hey, Zachary, go ahead.
Okay. I want to start by saying Vancouver doesn't need more hotels. I am opposed to this. The city just hosted one of the largest sporting events in the world, and hotels weren't at capacity. Hotels aren't a basic need. People don't need hotels. People do need homes. And in my view, I think that prioritizing resources to building more hotels, 900 rooms of hotels, is just resources that could be spent on homes. And you know, Holborn Group, they're touting social housing for this, and that would be great. Having more social housing in the city would be an amazing thing. But in 2009, they demolished 224 social housing units with the promise of building more in Hillside, or Little Mountain. And they still haven't been built. They're not finished. 17 years later, 700 low-income tenants were evicted in 2009, and there hasn't been anything to replace that. I think that track record just shows that, you know, it's probably not a good idea to put all of your faith in this group, in their social housing, because for 17 years they've held on to this property while the land has inflated. They've reaped the rewards of that, and they've begun building recently, but it is still not. There's no social housing. There's still no social housing there. And despite holding this meeting late on a weeknight, where most people in Vancouver will have to get up early for work in the morning, despite holding the earlier meeting through the middle of a work day, where most people are unable to attend, I love earlier that Councillor Kirby-Young has shown a strong commitment to local Vancouverites being able to take part in the democratic process. I think that, you know, it is inconsiderate to have these meetings like during a time that people aren't, you know, it's not very accessible to people. People aren't able to come when they're working. But yeah, I would like to oppose this. That's all.
Thanks. Hey, Speaker 102, Robert Beta. Speaker 3, Luis Borgerquez. Speaker, go ahead. Hello? Hello? Okay. And we tried speaker 103. Louise? All right. Hi there. Are you ready to speak? Robert? Okay. Okay, let's move on. Speaker 104, Devin Tan. Speaker 105, Freshta Siddiqui. Speaker 107, Amy Breacher. Speaker 108, Laura Lamb. Speaker 109, Jonathan Petrov. Speaker 110, Nadia Bolivar. Speaker 111, Andrew Seymour. Speaker 112, D. McDonald. Speaker 113, Lisa. Speaker 114, Dolgan Davinyam. Speaker 115, Stephen Bohovas.
I'm online. Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hi, Stephen. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So you can hear me. That's fine. Okay. I have some slides. Can you bring them up, please, Chair?
Yeah, they're coming up. Here you go.
Okay. So, yeah, I'll start. Yeah. I am a Vancouver resident. My name's Stephen Bowes. I have a degree in landscape architecture. And actually, during the previous higher buildings policy, a few councils ago, I actively took part, and I saw that there was a very, very big desire on the part of Vancouverites to save their current, to save our current skyline, and that high level of support for this skyline came up. Just so you know, Chair, I am seeing a red block on my video stream, whereas I have a staff panel at QE Park showing for the meeting. Okay. But yeah, you can bring it up. So this is a photograph of the public consultation of the higher buildings policy that started earlier this year, and this was what was shown to the public. It's a slide of the panel at QE Park, and I think there's a technical issue here.
Steve, hold the line here. We're just trying to figure this out.
Okay, thanks.
How do I stop this? Hang on. Yeah, Ken's just went for a little tinkle, I think.
Okay, it's still black.
No. What's that? Wait, you have to turn it back on and off. Okay. Stephen, we're having technical difficulties here for some reason. We're doing everything we can here, but you have sent in the debt. We're going to make sure the presentation is sent to all the council, and we're just going to have to go through it at some point, and then we'll post it. Make sure we post it with all of the correspondence on the site.
Or is it possible to just is it possible to just email it to council? We can have it right now. Stephen can talk through it.
Yeah, I think we should do that.
Okay,
And
I'll
they're all
talk
great
through.
photos, by the way, Stephen. Well done. Okay.
Okay, so I have some slides, and you'll see them later. Okay, so these are slides of QE Park and of the consultation that was happening a few months ago. And the point that I really wanted to make is that it's not just the spectacular views of QE Park, and that is definitely a highlight of Vancouver, but these view protections provide protections for many, many, many views across the city. And the key point to note is that this higher buildings review is ongoing right now. So I would suggest that council defer any decision on a higher building of this scale until that body of work is done. And also the election could be used as a way of gauging what the public think, maybe via a plebiscite question about higher buildings. So there are lots of opportunities there. So that's the first thing. The requested height is far in excess of anything in the city, and the view impacts would be enormous. And Vancouver's, one of our main selling points is the spectacular views that we have of the North Shore. That's what you see in the tourism literature. That's what you see in the real estate literature. That's what you see everywhere. And this is essentially the thin edge of the wedge to go beyond before a policy review and bring it in, make it public policy if it is passed. So I would caution council not to go ahead. And I'm also very concerned that this public hearing, the agenda was just published recently, and the item was referred 9 days before the public hearing, and I think the speaker's list was supposed to be open 10 days before. So I'm really concerned about not having 14 days notice, which is at least a minimum that we've been expecting from council. This is really being rushed through very, very quickly. One of the slides that I included, and it's also from the staff report, it's an image of what the skyline would be. I asked staff for the 3D models that they use for these towers, so I don't have to remodel them. But I didn't get that. Toronto provides that information. I think it would be very helpful to look at other locations in Vancouver, and one of the slides I have is of Jonathan Rogers Park, and just insert that model and see what the skyline would look like. I've got the same I've got photos from City Hall, and that'd be another good location looking over the square. And there are so many other views where you get the views of the mountains over downtown. And I don't think an adequate study has been done on the view impacts here. And that work really needs to be done before we can have informed vote on the impacts of this proposed tower. So that is, I think, a prime concern of mine, that information is not being shown, and it's a little bit of work to do the 3D modeling yourself and do it over and over again, and there hasn't been a lot of time to digest this. So I would ask Council to defer this decision. Don't make the decision now. Put it off. Have a discussion over the election. See what people think. Allow the higher buildings policy to be completed, and then you would have a better gauge of what support is there for changing the skyline and really altering Vancouver potentially for future generations. And I think we've also heard the concerns about Holborn's prior projects and Little Mountain and the Trump Tower and so on. There are concerns with the developer, but I think first and foremost, let's look at our skyline. Let's try to preserve our skyline, and that's actually very important for tourism, for the residents, and for everyone else. So thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Ken. All right, have a good night. Okay.
Bye.
Speaker 116, Stanley Lee.
Speaker 116 is not on the line.
Speaker 117, Winky Tam.
Hello?
Hi, Winky.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I apologize for any loud noises. I'm just working at our outdoor movie night here in downtown. Everyone, my name is Winky McDougall. I'm the Director of Strategy and Development with the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association. Today I'm speaking on behalf of our President and CEO, Jean Talbot. We represent more than 8,000 businesses and property owners across downtown. We strongly support this rezoning application. This is an opportunity to transform one of downtown's most underperforming blocks into a destination that attracts people year-round, not just during major events. This proposal delivers meaningful public benefits, active retail, a public plaza, streetscape improvements, rooftop attraction, new hotel and conference space, and personally my favorite, a new entrance for Granville Station. Together, these investments will make downtown more vibrant, welcoming, and economically resilient. And for those reasons, Downtown Van encourages Council to support this application. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. All right. Speaker 118 is Nikki Ishikawa.
Speaker 118 is withdrawn.
Okay, WD. Speaker 119, Kathy Wallace.
Speaker 119 is not on the line.
Speaker 120, Sandy Burns.
Speaker 120 is not on the line.
Speaker 122, Belinda Lewing.
Speaker 122 is not on the line.
Speaker 123 is Tony Letts.
Speaker 123 is not on the line.
Speaker 124, Geraldine Hernandez.
Speaker 124 is not on the line.
Speaker 125, Aruna Mishra.
Speaker 125 is not on the line.
Speaker 126, Parminder Kaur.
Speaker 126 is not on the line.
Speaker 127, Pardeep Tandy.
Speaker 127 is not on the line.
Speaker 128, Derek Sahota.
I believe Speaker 128 is on the line.
Is?
Yes.
Okay. Speaker, go ahead. Hello. Hello. Speaker, are you there? Speaker, are you there? Okay. Speaker 129, Manish Sharma.
Oh, sorry.
Is that you?
Yeah, I'm here. So you're right. Yeah, I didn't realize I was heard 119.
Okay, so you're
Hello?
are you Derek Sahota?
I'm Derek Sahota. Yeah, I thought it was 129 or 128. Yeah, I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, thanks for taking the time to hear from me. My name's Dr. Derek Sahota. I'm born in Vancouver and split my work time between Vancouver and Burnaby. Hope one day to move back to Vancouver. And I'm also a Vancouver and District Labor Council delegate for the Teaching Support Staff Union, representing over 3,000 workers between Burnaby, Vancouver, and Surrey, all who do teaching and research for Simon Fraser University. I'm calling today to oppose the rezoning and to send it back to further for staff to examine whether this is in the best interest of the public and in the best interest of what we need in terms of affordable housing to support both workers, students, and others to live in the city to build the city we need. And I want to give a little bit of a story. So this is not my first time on a public council hearing. I spoke up many times in Burnaby over the years when our city council here was also doing things that weren't in the public interest. And that's when, at that time, we had a mayor in charge. His name was Derek Corrigan. And we had a whole lot of affordable rental buildings all over the Metrotown area. And that city council decided that it wasn't in the interest of the people to keep those rental buildings. Instead, they were acting in the interest of big developers who said, hey, we can take these spaces that are where families, immigrants, others in need are living together in rents, paying rents, maybe $1,000, $1,500 a month for several bedrooms, and we're going to turn those into luxury condos. And that was the name of the day for many years, and thousands of renters were then evicted, including our members. And I started to speak up because that was not in the public interest. Ultimately, our local councils need to be working to make sure the people who live here, the people who work here, have actually a place to remain living here. And that's what I don't see in this development. What I see from Holborn is actually something that's as proposed, is to build more luxury condos, more luxury hotel suites, build something the biggest and the brightest and the tallest. That's not what we need. We need places for people to live. The people of Vancouver, the people of this city, the people of this region, people like myself who can't want to live in Vancouver but can't find the place that's affordable. And so that was our mayor in Burnaby, Derek Corrigan. And that's as you might know, I share a first name with that mayor, Derek Corrigan, former mayor now, thankfully. My last name was Sahota. And one of the stories I like to tell during public council hearings in Burnaby was also about my last name, because we also know that the name Sahota unfortunately has a notorious ring to it for renters. And that's because some of the most notorious slumlords in Vancouver share my last name. Thankfully, not related to them. But it took a long time for us to actually work together at various levels of government to get rid of the Sahota slumlord. And so when I was speaking up in Burnaby, I used to talk about how Derek Corrigan was losing my first name and the Sahota slumlords were ruining my last name. And why don't we actually, but really it's not, what we need is we need people across the city standing up to say, hey, we need to actually change what we're doing, not just put public interest, or not just put developers' interest first, but put the public interest first. And so I want to speak a bit to this particular developer, Holborn. We know they have a history. We know about Little Mountain. We know that there's still no social housing there, as they promised way back in the day when they got a sweetheart deal from our provincial government to take over that site. This is not just any developer. This is a developer we should trust the absolute least. And that's because of their history. And so let's look at this site itself. Think about those Sahota slumlords. These Holborn slumlords let a heritage building, a listed heritage building, brought to the ground to the point it had to be torn down by the city because of health and safety. That's atrocious. And now they come to us to say, hey, we should actually the city council, you should just ram through this proposal to build the tallest towers, more luxury condos, and forget about all the things of the past. We'll paper over those and it'll just all be fine. That's not acceptable. And it's not acceptable don't because that's not the city we need, but also because, let's be realistic, we're just in the lead up to what we know is a
That's your
municipal
time,
election.
Speaker.
That's
Thanks very
the
much
chance.
for calling in tonight. Very much. Okay. Speaker 129, Manish Sharma. Speaker 130, Ronaldo Guillermo.
Speaker 130 is not on the line.
Speaker 131, Rovik Tolsidas.
Speaker 131 is on the line. Just one moment.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Hi. Hi. My name is Rovik. I just have an
Hey, Rovik. Hey, Rovik.
input in here.
Rovik. You
Hello.
there? Yeah.
Yes.
Are you a resident of the city of Vancouver?
I live in Alberta, but I work in Vancouver.
You live in Alberta. Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. The Good evening, everyone. Council and the mayor. My position is opposed to this project because the main reason is, the in Alberta, at least we can buy condo here to $250,000. In Vancouver, we can afford to live there. So if those land, we can use this one for for those people that need of those affordable housing. This will be great for the people. Benefits, and it's not about building more hotels there. And yes, it's good. This will create jobs, but if the demand of the hotel is if so much hotel really in Vancouver there, and without supply, without guests. I've been in hospitality industry working. With during low season, what will happen is company just send us home because there's no business, right? So some of us traveling 1 hour to this outside Vancouver, and then we just work 3 4 hours, and then the company just send us home because there's no business. So I think the demand of the hotel rooms in Vancouver is more than enough, rather than the guests that we have there. So that's my point there.
Thanks a lot.
And yeah, you need 2 3 jobs there just to live in Vancouver.
Okay.
Especially for us, like a minimum wage worker, we can't afford to live there.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Rovik. Okay.
Thank you.
Speaker 132, Sarb.
Speaker 132 is not on the line.
Speaker 133, Jan Budd.
Speaker 133 is not on the line.
Speaker 134, Rahul Sansoya.
I believe 134 is on the line.
Speaker, are you on the line? Hello?
Nope. Speaker 134 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 135, Alex Vo.
Speaker 135 is not on the line.
Speaker 136, Elfina Limbertus.
Speaker 136 is not on the line.
Speaker 137, James Christhathanar.
Speaker 137 is not on the line.
Speaker 138, Iman Youssef.
Speaker 138 is not on the line.
Speaker 139, Wilma Eog.
Speaker 139 is not on the line.
Speaker 140, Fabiola Salgero.
Speaker 140 is not on the line.
Speaker 141, Cheryl Izito.
Speaker 141 is not on the line.
Speaker 142, Tyler Winter.
Speaker 142 is not on the line.
Speaker 143, Parmesh Sharma.
Speaker 143 is not on the line.
Speaker 144, Tejas Vijay.
Speaker 144 is not on the line.
Speaker 145, Anna Wong.
Speaker 145 is not on the line.
Speaker 146, Rajminder.
Speaker 146 is not on the line.
Speaker 148, Kays O'Mara.
Speaker 148 is not on the line.
Speaker 149, Grace King.
Speaker 149 is not on the line.
Speaker 150, Carl Toledo.
Speaker 150 is not on the line.
Speaker 151, Katya Moreno.
Speaker 151 is not on the line.
Speaker 154, Ayesha Khan.
Speaker 154 is not on the line.
Speaker 155, Omar Olo.
Speaker 155 is not on the line.
Speaker 156, Brandon Schneider.
Speaker 156 is not on the line.
Speaker 157, Linda Husner.
Speaker 157 is not on the line.
Speaker 159, Jerry Kitson.
One second, 159 is on the line.
Okay.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. To me, this issue is quite complicated. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. To me, this issue is quite complicated.
Hey, Jerry, you got to turn your stream.
Okay, it's up. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I find it complicated in that affordable housing isn't in this picture. Affordable rentals is not in the picture, and we have lots of people that have to work. I think the social housing issue is inadequate, but I also think the location for social housing is not correct. I think this land at 388 Abbott is prime real estate and should be made for people that are working and will need to get downtown. Social housing for people that aren't working, I'd say move them out further. But the Holborn group seems to be not reliable, and I would think that if this proposal is going to move forward, they must be encouraged to complete all their social housing at Little Mountain and all the social housing downtown before any of these other projects start. I think they've got a serious lack of credibility, and I think they have to prove to us that the people of Vancouver will come first. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Jerry. Speaker 160 is Keith Clement.
Speaker 160 is not on the line.
Speaker 161, Joseph Katoon.
Speaker 161 is not on the line.
Speaker 162, Norbel Pena, or Della Pena.
Speaker 162 is not on the line.
All right. Speaker 163, Jane Ball.
Speaker 163 is not on the line.
Speaker 164, Wilson Good.
Speaker 164 is not on the line.
Speaker 165, Marie Kirkakova.
Speaker 165 is not on the line.
Speaker 166, Don Biden.
Just one moment. Speaker 166 is not on the line.
Speaker 167, Audrey Gay.
Speaker 167 is not on the line.
Speaker 168, Fateh Majhail.
Speaker 168 is not on the line.
Speaker 169, Emma Yip.
Speaker 169 is not on the line.
Speaker 173, Tim Yu.
Speaker 173 is not on the line.
Speaker 174, Josh Kilcullen.
Speaker 174 is not on the line.
Speaker 176, Emma Turgut.
Speaker 176 is not on the line.
Speaker 177, Leighton Bolaño.
Speaker 177 is not on the line.
Speaker 178, Rayan Bashir.
Speaker 178 is not on the line.
Speaker 179, Maria Luna Garcia.
Speaker 179 is not on the line.
Speaker 180, Laura Corbett.
Speaker 180 is not on the line.
Speaker 181, Amy Cole.
Speaker 181 is not on the line.
Speaker 182, Alicia Hewson.
Speaker 182 is not on the line.
Speaker 183, Gail Langdon.
Speaker 183 is not on the line.
Speaker 185, Connie Coyson.
Speaker 185 is not on the line.
Speaker 186, Julia Zhu.
Speaker 186 is not on the line.
Speaker 187, Karen Hopkins.
Speaker 187 is not on the line.
Speaker 188, Queenie Chu.
Speaker 188 is not on the line.
Speaker 189, Aldoz Adzari.
Speaker 189 is not on the line.
Speaker 190, Lily Wilson.
Speaker 190 is not on the line.
Speaker 191, Brendan Barber.
Speaker 191 is not on the line.
Speaker 192, Pastor Ryan Johnson.
Speaker 192 is not on the line.
Speaker 193, Parker McClellan.
Speaker 193 is not on the line.
Speaker 194, Mike Tudor.
Speaker 194 is not on the line.
Speaker 195, Rafael Santa Ana.
Speaker 195 is not on the line.
Speaker 196, Oscar Murillo.
Speaker 196 is not on the line.
Speaker 197, Jade Periwinka.
Speaker 197 is not on the line.
Speaker 201, Bruce Cullen.
Speaker 201 is not on the line.
Speaker 202, Jason Balance.
Speaker 202 is not on the line.
Speaker 203, Sean Curtis.
Speaker 203 is not on the line.
Speaker 206, Oif Dunn. 204. That's a, sorry, I believe that's an Arizona area code. It's Arizona area code. So we're okay? All right, sure.
Yeah, I'm here for Vance Milo, speaker 204.
Yeah. All right. Are you a resident of Vancouver?
Yeah, I'm a resident. I just have a U.S. phone number. I live in Cole Harbor.
All right. Okay. Go ahead.
Cool. Thanks. Yep. So thanks for your time. Appreciate it. I'll try to make it quick. I understand it's late. So it's definitely a conflicting point. I think that Vancouver needs more housing. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. And it's not whether we build or who we're really building it for. It's not whether that we build, but really who it's being built for. I think that the proposal has positive elements, including commitment to non-market housing, childcare, public spaces, and then there's other community amenities that would also be worthwhile. But I think that there are some instances in the past that are definitely showing that promises have not been followed through. We're definitely in a housing crisis, which has been mentioned before. And I think that this proposal does add housing, but it's focused more or less on luxury homes rather than affordable housing. It seems, which is a big complaint that a lot of Vancouver residents desperately need. I think that this property is also at a new height that we really haven't seen before in density. And I think it's also fair to consider the record from 2008 with the Little Mountain site, that it hasn't been followed through yet. And rather than saying that this is a full objection, I just think that it should definitely be required from council to see an enforceable commitment with clear timelines and accountability from Holborn, rather than just public good intentions that are being said. We need certainty that there's going to be affordable and social housing that are delivered. And after this close to 17 years, we're still waiting to see that from Little Mountain. I think that this is a great opportunity for the council to show that we have learned from this, like that Vancouver has learned that there's an experience by ensuring that projects of this scale deliver lasting public benefits and binding agreements and binding commitments rather than just ambitious proposals. I think that there's definitely a great opportunity here for Holborn to fix all of that and to amend some of those promises that haven't been followed through, but it's going to need some support from council first. I hope that we can kind of see that happen, and I definitely have had some friends that have been forced out and chose to go back either home, whether to the States, Europe, Australia, because they felt like they can't afford it here. I'm fortunate that I have been able to afford my time here for a bit, but I hope to see that that is able to stay, and hopefully I can place down my own roots in the city, in this country. But at this point in time, it does feel like I'm better suited to go somewhere else, and I would hope that that doesn't maintain the case. But thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Great. Thanks for calling in. Okay. Speaker 206, Oif Dunn.
Speaker 206 is not on the line.
Speaker 207, Kabir Madan.
Speaker 207 is not on the line.
Speaker 208, Maria Dangio.
Speaker 208 is not on the line.
Speaker 209, Martin Huey.
Speaker 209 is not on the line.
Speaker 210, Lawrence Ireland.
One moment. Speaker 210 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 211, Edna Nantino.
Speaker 211 is not on the line.
Speaker 212, Emmy and Ocampo.
Speaker 212 is not on the line.
Speaker 213, Brittany Bethinger.
Speaker 213 is not on the line.
Speaker 214, Sonia Chua.
Speaker 214 is not on the line.
Speaker 215, Jonathan Narisma.
Speaker 215 is not on the line.
Speaker 216, Mohammed Osman.
Speaker 216 is withdrawn.
Okay, WD. Speaker 217, Dom Gantuya.
Speaker 217 is not on the line.
Speaker 218.
Oh, sorry, 217 is on the line now.
217 is on the line. Okay, Speaker, are you there?
Just one moment.
Hello?
Hi there, Dom, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Dom Entuya, and thank you for giving me a chance to speak and opposing for this development.
Sorry, Dom, I just need to check. Are you a resident of the city of Vancouver?
Yes, I am.
Good, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. So my name is Dom Entuya again. I work in hospitality industry for more than 10 years. I am 2019 Vancouver Tourism Awardee for the entire Vancouver. I'd like to speak my own opposition for this development. I was originally an employee of the former Trump Tower and now Paradox with the same owner for the Holborn development. And for me as a hospitality worker, we don't need more hotel rooms. We need affordable housing in the city of Vancouver. The hospitality worker is struggling financially, emotionally, and even we don't have time for our family because we have to work part-time jobs aside from our full-time jobs because of the affordability problem in Vancouver. We beg to the city of Vancouver, to the city council, to please reconsider approving this kind of development because the city of Vancouver, based on my experience and based on the guest comments from other countries, that we are very nature loving. The city of Vancouver is not condemned, but if we keep approving development like this, the city of Vancouver is going to be condemned There's more traffic. Like, there's no more, like, nature-loving community who cares for, exercise, for the parks and all this stuff. And what I'm saying is, like, please, reconsider, revisit your decision with this kind of development in the city. We need more affordable housing instead of this high-rise building, high-rise, more hotels. We have lots of hotel rooms empty in the city of Vancouver. We need rooms to stay after hard work, or after our hard work in the whole day. I just finished my work right now. Honestly, I'm walking from the SkyTrain, but I tried to be myself available for this city council because I want you to hear from the bottom of my heart the sentiments of a regular worker in the city of Vancouver who pay taxes and try to live by my means. But please, reconsider this development. And thank you so much for giving me a chance. My name is Dom Hintuya again, and hopefully you will give us a chance. You will hear our voice. Thank you so much, and have a nice night.
Yeah, thanks for calling in, Dom. Appreciate it. Speaker 218, Emily Kurishi.
Speaker 218 is not on the line.
Speaker 219, Rosa Gomez.
Speaker 219 is not on the line.
Speaker 220, Noah Portisip.
Speaker 220 is not on the line.
Speaker 221, Christie.
Speaker 221 is on the line. One moment. Speaker is unmuted.
Speaker, are you there? Christie?
Sorry, is that me?
Hi, Christie. I need to know your last name.
Oh, I'm Christy Harvey.
Okay, Christie, and are you a resident in the city of Vancouver?
I was till recently, but had to move out.
Okay, fine. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So, I actually own a business in one of the Holborn buildings that's being proposed to be taken down. I started a small business. I have 3 kids. I went to school, became an RMT, opened up a wellness clinic. I think I did everything right, and I was living in downtown Vancouver, and we were living in a 1-bedroom with 1 kid to start, and tried to find a 2-bedroom several times, but ended up with another child. So I had 2 kids living downtown, and we thought we'd be there a long time. I started my business there, and eventually, we had to find another place. Had another one on the way. So, and I asked my building that I lived in the West End, if there was any 2-bedroom, just a 2-bedroom anywhere that would be affordable for us, but there was absolutely nothing that was even in my price range. And she even offered me to go look at buildings, that other properties that they owned, and that she would try to talk to the management to see if they would lower the cost. Like, she did everything she could to try to help me find affordable housing for me and my kids. And but it just couldn't happen. I had to look out further, and I ended up finding a place somewhere. It's in White Rock. Costs the same what I'm paying here for a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, large place. Parking's like $25 is so cheap for parking, which I couldn't find downtown. And I'm paying the same what I'm paying here for a 1-bedroom I was paying in the West End. So I did get kicked out of Vancouver because of the affordable housing, and I am a hard worker. I went to school, got my certification,
opened up a massage clinic in the Hollyburn building where I'm renting right now. I'm still renting there. And it looks like I might get kicked out of there too, ironically. So I'm really hoping that I can at least keep my business in Vancouver because I can't afford to live in Vancouver with my kids. And unfortunately, I'm a single mom now, but with 3 kids. So I feel like I've done everything right, but things have worked against me. I'm not rich. I worked hard. I did everything from scratch. I renovated my office and did a lot of do-it-yourself projects and didn't get a loan from anyone or the bank or nothing. And I'm really proud of myself for what I've done. But it looks like looks like the rich people always come in, take over, and it's what Vancouver is becoming is just for rich people. It seems like only rich people can live there, and only rich people can have businesses there. No one can have small businesses. Families can't live there. I mean, it is completely, you're kicking everybody out. I've done everything right. I've been a good tenant, good renter, opened up a small business on my own, and yeah, I just can't believe that you're going to, again, shut down a bunch of small businesses who, actually in my building, a lot of those businesses have been there for decades, and they've worked really hard to be where they're at and built a lot of clientele, and they're well known in the area, and they service people in that area, and it's just sad that we're all going to potentially get kicked out for our hard work, small businesses, and it's just not fair, I think. And we don't need another huge hotel in Vancouver. Obviously, as many people have mentioned, I don't need to list off numbers or anything. That's been done several times. But obviously the hotels are not being booked out right now. Why do we need another gigantic hotel? And it really sounds like they're just doing a little bit of social housing just so they can get approved, because it doesn't sound like it's
Christy,
a lot.
Thanks for calling in. That's your time, okay? Have a good night.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks a lot. Okay,
bye.
Okay. Speaker 222, Orlando Figueroa. Hello, Orlando?
Speaker 222 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker Suyan Figueroa, 223.
Speaker 223 is not on the line.
Speaker 224, Chantel Spicer.
Speaker 224 is not on the line.
Speaker 225, Randy Helton.
I believe Speaker 225 is on the line. One moment.
Good evening. Are we connected?
You betcha. Go ahead, Randy.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, and thank you, everyone, for your diligence and persistence into the late night. I'm calling to speak about 2, I think, quite serious topics. One is that it's a big question. I lived in Japan. I experienced earthquakes and also felt the ground shake in Vancouver. And we're talking about the tallest buildings in Western Canada being proposed here. So the question is, has a 300-meter or taller tower ever been tested in a real megaquake? And I believe the answer is no, that no 300-meter super tall tower skyscraper has ever stood near the rupture of an epicenter of a magnitude 9 or greater subduction quake. I went through the referral report and all of the comments and the urban design panel meeting minutes. And as far as I could tell, there was no mention about the seismic safety of the building. I heard earlier Councillor Pete Fry did mention it, but I haven't heard much, I'm not aware of how much serious discussion there is between the city and the applicant. I think this is a very important matter of public safety, and I think that this should get a lot of top-level attention from the city of Vancouver. We're about 326 years since the last mega thrust quake, which was January 26, 1700, and we're within the time window when it could occur any time. So I had a look. I'm not an expert in seismic engineering, but I did have a look at the building codes, National Building Code of Canada, BC Building Code, and the Vancouver Building Code, which I think has now been replaced. But they were written primarily for standard low, mid, or typical high-rise construction of up to 100 or 150 meters. We're talking about 315 meters or so for these buildings. So I think that, again, that very serious consideration needs to be made. This discussion needs to be done in public, not just among experts, because it is such a serious public matter. Just comparing the standard code seismic expectations, the primary goal, I think the applicant, architect, Enriquez, mentioned that they'll be sure that the buildings will stand and people can get out. So that is the goal of the standard seismic code is collapse prevention, so life safety so people can get out. But what is really demanded for a subduction megaquake would be minimizing urban displacement and the infrastructure lockup. It's a much higher standard. And another thing is for standard code testing, the testing is for 30 to 60 seconds of intense shaking, but to withstand a mega thrust quake, it should be 3 to 5 full minutes, apparently. These are just some examples of the level of consideration that should be given for a record-setting tall building in Vancouver. There's also, in case of a major quake, there's major economic impacts because for a tall building, the road around the vicinity around the building could be disrupted for months, preventing safety, evacuation, and then restoration of regular economic activity. So again, I was quite surprised to see no mention of this in the documentation, and I do hope that the city of Vancouver will consider this. And another thing is that there's been some concern about foreign influence on the democratic systems in Canada. I would like to put that in perspective that American-based policy activists have had a major influence, which have basically rewired the relationship between the provincial government and the city of Vancouver and other municipalities. And this, I think, this is a much bigger issue than a handful of people calling in from California for one public hearing. And I also would like to point out that the company Holborn is a Malaysian company, and the company has treated the people of Vancouver with great disrespect, as people have pointed out with the Little Mountain case. I think that because of that behavior, that they should not be able to jump the queue and go to the front of the line. And I think that they should not be done. They're not owed any favors based on their past behavior, and that's it. So I would like to see council not approve this today and to let the due process happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Speaker 226, John Perdido.
Speaker 226 is not on the line.
Speaker 227, George Temple.
Speaker 227 is not on the line.
Speaker 228, Ismail Askin.
Speaker 228 has withdrawn.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to skip ahead all the way to Speaker 254. I'm going to come back to the others later. 254, Jin Lee.
Speaker 254 is not on the line.
Speaker 255, Russell Chong.
Speaker 255 is not on the line.
Speaker 256, Christopher Leonin.
256 is not on the line.
Speaker 257, Chelsea Bragger.
Your 257 is not on the line.
Speaker 258, Emily Armitage.
Your 258 is not on the line.
Speaker 259, Ruki Unua.
Speaker 259 is not on the line.
Speaker 260, Magid Senbel.
Speaker 260 is not on the line.
Speaker 261, Don Moulton.
Speaker 261 is not on the line.
Speaker 262, Lauren Shinneman.
262 is not on the line.
Speaker 263, Nicholas Obrotza.
Speaker 263 is not on the line.
Speaker 264, William Pollard.
Speaker 264 is not on the line.
Speaker 266, Martin Holst.
Speaker 266 is not on the line.
267, Jordan DeLorme.
Speaker 267 is not on the line.
Speaker 268, Lucy Stylertrack.
Speaker 268 is not on the line.
Speaker 269, Eve Peterson.
Speaker 269 is not on the line.
Speaker 270, Louise Boylevin.
Yes, I believe Speaker 270 is on the line. One moment.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you just let me know if you're a resident of the City of Vancouver?
Oh yeah, wait, let me just hold 1 second. Let me just get this one out of the way. Okay, so yeah, hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Are you a resident of the City of Vancouver?
Yes, I've spoken at City Hall before in person, and I'm actually in the area of Fairview. It'd be like the South Granville Fairview area of Vancouver.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm also a peer-based journalist on the Megaphone, Megaphone magazine in downtown Eastside. The Shift newsroom.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, and also I work at Wish Drop-In Center and on all that. So yeah, and I've spoken before about the Broadway plan stuff. So yeah.
Cool. All right, go right ahead, Louise.
Yeah. So for me, I'm upset about what happened. Way back in the early 2000s and all that about Little Mountain. I'm still upset about what happened to, the displacement of people at Little Mountain. And I'm also upset with what has happened to the Dunsmuir House. It's really upsetting for me as a longtime born and raised Vancouverite that, our heritage buildings are being destroyed left, right, and center. And the last thing that this city needs is more like expensive rentals and stuff like that, and towers that, you know, it's geared to the rich and all that type of stuff. I'm actually like the native part of that development is nice. Like I like the sounds of that, but it's just the bit with the housing that's like for low income. It's only 200 something units. Like it should be way, way, way more than that. And then also just there should also be co-op housing for people to own and stuff like that, because this city in particular lacks co-op housing, and also, I mean, the rent to own, it's only great if people, regardless of any income level, can actually rent to own. So this bit with like, you have to only make 30 grand or whatever per year, something like that, in order to be able to buy anything or to rent something. Like it should be open to all income levels. And also, another thing is that the Woodwards building, one of my complaints is that I have friends of mine who they live in the Woodwards building, and they live in the social housing part of the Woodwards building. They cannot access that very bougie hot tub at the very top. So to me, it's like segregation. Like, you know, it's like, you know, regardless of if you are in a social housing part of, you know, the building, you should be able to be allowed to access that bougie little hot tub that with the big W on it at the top, you know, that type of thing, right?
Chair, we're not actually discussing the Woodwards building. I wonder if the speaker could direct their comments to specifically what they do or don't like about this proposal.
Sorry. I'm just using that as an example. Sorry.
An example? Of
yeah,
what?
just to say like how some of the newer buildings that do go up in Vancouver, how like their social units and whatever, like it doesn't really include, like, you know, so just say like the people who have the money on one area of the building, they have access to a gym, have access to a pool and stuff like that. So, you know, like I'm just trying to say from that standpoint, like regardless of if you're in a social housing section, you should have access to the pool, the gym, whatever, that type of thing, that the other part that are paying more, whatever, should have, like, you know.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Thanks, Louise.
Yeah, sorry, but thanks.
Yeah, you bet. Take it. Speaker 271, Misha George.
One moment. Speaker 271 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 272, Felipe Antunes.
Speaker 272 is not on the line.
Speaker 273, Michael Powell.
Speaker 273 is not online.
Speaker 274, Felipe Stanoga.
Yes, one moment.
Hello?
Hi. Speaker, can you just let us know if you live in the city of Vancouver?
Yes, I live near the cross section between Knight and Kingsway.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. So yes, I'm also calling in opposition to this project, as I'm sure you are tired of hearing by now, but I will repeat. The same group that is proposing this new project is the same one that still has yet to deliver in the promises of the Little Mountain project, and it's been over 15 years. So maybe before you consider a project of this magnitude, maybe you should tell them to actually deliver on the promises that they made on another project first, right? And I would also like to actually push back a little bit on
on they saying that like it was not relevant on the previous caller said about the example of the housing, because from what I've understood in the during the presentation part, that this project will be like part social housing, part I don't know, mid-level housing or whatever that means, and part like market level housing. Yeah, it is a concern that like, will all of them have the same access to the same things, despite the different prices? Because that would be it would be really it would be very bad if you would be able to live in the same place but not be able to access the same amenities, right? And also another thing, a project of this ambition, this magnitude, is definitely not something that we need. You don't need to turn the city of Vancouver into Dubai, right? We don't need this in our skyline. Our city is pretty as it is because of the people that live here and because of a beautiful Canadian coastal nature of British Columbia. Well, yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks very much. Okay. Yeah. Councillor Carbio?
I had a super quick question. Is the speaker still there?
I don't know. He's gone.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Speaker 275, Desmond Reed.
Speaker 275 is not on the line.
Speaker 276, Nathan Davidovitz.
Speaker 276 is not on the line.
Speaker 277, Alex Henderson.
Speaker 277 is not on the line.
Speaker 278, Adam Gooden.
Speaker 278 is not on the line.
Speaker 279, Fabian Hernandez.
Speaker 279 is withdrawn.
Okay. Okay. Speaker 280, Libby Manning.
Speaker 280 is not on the line.
Speaker 281, Petra Watson.
Speaker 281 is not on the line.
Speaker 282, Ryan Pepper.
Speaker 282 is not on the line.
Speaker 283, Maya Pearson.
Speaker 283 is not on the line.
Speaker 284, Eddie Pedrera.
Speaker 284 is not on the line.
Speaker 285, Ryan Kanan.
Speaker 285 is not on the line.
Speaker 286, Bradley Cardstadt.
Speaker 286 has withdrawn.
Yeah. Speaker 287, Nick Kalaljic.
Speaker 287 is not on the line.
Speaker 288, Nina Mendoza.
Speaker 288 is not on the line.
Speaker 293, Javier Oje.
Speaker 293 is not on the line.
Speaker 294, Sterling Richter.
Speaker 294 is on the line. One moment.
Okay. Hi, Sterling. Go ahead.
Hi there. Sounds like a lot of Californians went to bed.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Sterling Richter. I live in the west end of Vancouver, and I support the report recommendations with caveats. And then I've written out something here. Hopefully, we can all go to bed and sleep in. This development's design is outstanding, and in my opinion, long overdue for a city of our stature. While our city is blessed with natural beauty and breathtaking vistas, we must remember that this is indeed a city, not just a view of mountains, and not every view of them is from Queen Elizabeth's Park. Vancouver deserves to be a site of remarkable beauty in its own right, especially from the vistas of the east, west, and north of the city, where the only pinnacles cresting over the horizon are the city itself, such as the view from Lions Gate Bridge. The hotel component with its glass sponge massing is exceptional, and in that regard will contribute greatly to the local storefronts in that neglected area of West Georgia, not to mention the development's future residents. This project is a bold and commendable step toward Vancouver's skyline being every bit as extraordinary and monumental as the landscape it inhabits. This proposal, too, is timely, as our own suburbs have already begun to eclipse us not just in height, but ambition in urban design. After all, Metro Vancouver used to be New Westminster District. Who's to say that one day it won't become Metro Surrey for the urgency and ambition Surrey is building out with? Further, Vancouver needs more affordable housing, and large mixed-income builds like this contribute to easing the housing crisis. Namely, by soaking up the middle and higher-income earners who move downtown or upgrade into newer condos so that lower-income residents and families throughout the city aren't competing with incoming professionals for the same aging housing stock. Purpose-built affordable housing is essential in crisis, but today's new market condos become next decade's affordable affordable apartments. Taller buildings mean the developer can afford to make more units middle income or affordable after construction costs. That said, this development should at least replace all of the low-income units lost in the Dunsmuir Hotel. My worry about this project is that its generous public amenities, as promised in this design, aren't built, are reduced, or closed to the public upon its completion, much as has been done with regards to West Bank's Vancouver House. To me, the vision of the proposed plaza with the egg-shaped restaurant and transit access structure in the corner of Georgia and Seymour is, design-wise, the best proposed version, should Holborn be trusted to realize the work of the architects. I may not be able to one day afford living in this building, but would love to relax in this plaza, visit the rooftop, and dine with friends at its restaurant and cafes as visualized in the renders. I would like to see the developer held to these ambitious promises and all its amenities making it to completion, if anything because the heritage loss of the Dunsmuir Hotel and its social housing must be for the utmost common good. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling in.
All right.
Yeah. Speaker 295, Victor Wong.
Speaker 295 has withdrawn.
Okay. Speaker 296, Birgit Goffmeyer.
Speaker 296 is not on the line.
Speaker 297, James Brown.
Speaker 297 is not on the line.
Speaker 298, Natasha Fisher.
Speaker 298 is not on the line.
Speaker 299, Yushin Liu.
Speaker 299 is not on the line.
Speaker 300, Jesse Martin.
Speaker 300 is not on the line.
Speaker 301, Alicia Makara.
Speaker 301 is not on the line.
Speaker 302, hang on a sec. 302.
Speaker 302 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 303, Amy Walker.
Speaker 303 is not on the line.
Speaker 304, Nick Gibbons.
Speaker 304 is not on the line.
Speaker 305, Sahara Jacobson.
Speaker 305 is not on the line.
Speaker 306, Tanya Walker.
Speaker 306 is not on the line.
Speaker 307, Philip Rodriguez.
Speaker 307 is not on the line.
Speaker 308, Chad Sloan.
Speaker 308 is not on the line.
Speaker 309, Susanna Campbell.
Speaker 309 is withdrawn.
Okay. Speaker 310, Shane Brook.
Speaker 310 is not on the line.
Speaker 311, Lara Tai.
Speaker 311 is not on the line.
312, Allison Wick.
Speaker 312 is not on the line.
Speaker 313, Savannah Sutherland.
Speaker 313 is not on the line.
Speaker 314, Canwall Mayring.
Speaker 314 is not on the line.
Speaker 315, Jesse Baudreau.
Speaker 315 is not on the line.
Speaker 316, Adi Sesnick.
Speaker 316 is not on the line.
Speaker 317, Margot Canavia.
Speaker 317 is not on the line. Actually, 317 is not on the line.
Speaker 318, Kazra Bashiri Sakpui.
Speaker 318 is not on the line.
Speaker 319, Alla Bariabchek.
Speaker 319 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 320, Sophie First.
Speaker 320 is not on.
Speaker 321, Ben Devison.
One moment. Speaker 321 is withdrawn.
Okay, Speaker 322, Tyler Kin.
Speaker 322 is not on the line.
Speaker 323, Lauren Millsap.
Speaker 323 is not on the line.
Speaker 324, Christian Steckler.
Speaker 324 is withdrawn.
Speaker 325, Felicity Jansen.
Speaker 325 is withdrawn.
Speaker 326, Amit Joe Singh.
Speaker 326 is not on the line.
Okay, I'm going to go back to 229 on what I see are a number of U.S. Area code. Speaker 229, Vicky Lee.
Speaker 229 is withdrawn.
Speaker 230, Christian Salzo.
Just give us one moment, please.
Okay.
Speaker 230 is not on the line.
Speaker 231, Jennifer Gonzalez.
Speaker 231 is not on the line.
Speaker 232, Sophia Hayden Khan.
Speaker 232 is not on the line.
Speaker 233, Madeline Lay.
Speaker 233 is not on the line.
Speaker 234, Stella Cow.
Speaker 234 is not on the line.
Speaker 235, Dina Paredes.
Speaker 235 is not on the line.
Speaker 236, Jamela Guzman.
Speaker 236 is not on the line.
Speaker 237, Santos Vasquez.
Speaker 237 is not on the line.
Speaker 238, Rosalva Medina.
Speaker 238 is not on the line.
Speaker 239, Alejandra Siciliano.
One moment. Speaker 239 is not on the line.
Speaker 240, Marco Alcala.
Speaker 240 is not on the line.
Speaker 241, Ashia Anderson.
Speaker 241 is not on the line.
Speaker 242, Matthew Richard.
Speaker 242 is not on the line.
Speaker 243, Robert Graney.
Speaker 243 is not on the line.
Speaker 244, Chris Milbrook.
Speaker 244 is not on the line.
Speaker 245, Veronica Colonel.
Speaker 245 is not on the line.
Speaker 246, Samuel Vance.
Speaker 246 is not on the line.
Speaker 247, Garrett Montoya.
Speaker 247 is not on the line.
Speaker 248, Juan Luna.
Speaker 248 is not on the line.
Speaker 249, Maria Anna Orozco.
Speaker 249 is not on the line.
Speaker 250, Hoon Kim.
Speaker 250 is not on the line.
251, Giovanni Ramirez.
Speaker 251 is not on the line.
Speaker 252, Tina Melendez.
Speaker 252 is not on the line.
Speaker 253, Dylan Davila.
Speaker 253 is not on the line.
If there are any additional speakers in the chamber, please come forward to the podium. Clerk, are there any additional speakers on the line?
One moment.
Okay. Should I, All right, this is the third and final call for speakers. If you wish to speak to council about this item, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be displayed during the recess. We will now take a 2-minute recess. for any additional speakers to call in or come forward to the podium. Thanks. Okay. Clerk, do we have any speakers in the chamber or on the line?
We have speakers on the line.
Okay. Okay. So first speaker with the number ending 8463. Are you on the line?
Speaker 8463 has already spoken.
Oh, okay. Speaker 1392. Sorry, speaker with number ending 1392.
Oh, I already spoke.
You already spoke?
Yeah, I already spoke.
Okay, thanks.
Wait,
Have a
should
good
I-
night. Okay, speaker with the number ending 3453.
Hello?
Hi there. Is this,
Hi.
can I get your name and whether you're a resident of Vancouver?
Of course, my name is Tyler Winter, and I am not a resident of Vancouver.
Tyler Winter. Okay, Tyler. Go ahead.
So, Mayor and Council, I can see reasons to support redevelopment of this block. It is transit rich, the hotel and convention space should strengthen downtown, and the Abbott Street site should deliver social housing, childcare, and cultural space. But I cannot support the proposal without stronger guarantees. First, the housing must come before or with the hotel. The report allows the hotel to proceed independently and says there's no direct phasing obligation between the hotel and social housing. If the 237 social homes are a central reason for granting exceptional height, require the Abbott Street building permit and construction start before any above-grade hotel permit. Second, restore the scale of the Social Housing Committee. The city's earlier permit record described 378 social housing units at the Abbott Street. The current referral has 237. Council should ask for a public explanation of the 141 unit reduction and require either restoration of those units or an equivalent permanently affordable housing contribution. Third, add below market rental on Georgia Street. The approximate 276 rental units are secured market rental. A project receiving an unprecedented height increase should include homes affordable to people earning local wages. I suggest at least 20% of the rental units at permanently below market rents. Fourth, protect the Randall buildings more meaningfully. Staff say facade only retention generally does not comply with heritage policy and that the building is generally good condition. Approval should require an independent structural investigation and a redesign that retains substantial original structure, not only the street facade. Fifth, complete the higher buildings policy review or create binding project-specific standards that are not at least as strong. Council cannot simply say that this will not be precedent. The approval itself will influence future negotiations. The decision should state measurable minimum requirements for affordability, heritage, sustainability, public space, and completion security that the future ultra-tall project must meet. Finally, clarify the SRO permits. The Dunsmuir Hotel was demolished in January 2025, yet Council is now asked to approve a demolition permit because of the SRA bylaw's legal structure. Explain this plainly to the public and separate the 167 replacement units from the additional community benefit. With these changes, this could become a project that combines growth with public value. Without them, the city carries too much risk and receives too little permanent affordability. My position is therefore conditional. Do not approve the application as written. Refer it back with clear instructions and bring forward a revised enforceable housing first agreement. These conditions should be written as prerequisites, not aspirations. Terms such as seek, explore, and consider are not enough for the core public benefit. The bylaws and housing agreements should state exact minimum unit numbers, affordability levels, start dates, completion dates, and security amounts. Conditional support is meaningful only when the conditions can be measured and enforced. Thank you.
Caller with the digits 4377. Are you there? Caller, are you there with the last?
Yeah, can you hear?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can I get your name, please?
Hi. Yeah, my name is Jin Lee, and I'm a resident of Vancouver.
Okay, Jen. Go ahead. You can speak now.
Okay. Yeah, I oppose this proposal for Holborn super tall towers. Firstly, these towers do not comply with city rules as they stand. I want to ask, why has the city not completed its public review of its tall buildings policy prior to Holborn's proposal, which we are all currently here for tonight? It begs the question why Holborn seems to be receiving special treatment and why this project in particular is being fast-tracked. Perhaps Holborn might have historically demonstrated that they are dedicated to the people of this city, much as the city council has also promised to do. Or perhaps they have built social and affordable housing in the past, something the residents of this city also desperately need. That is glaringly not the case. Holborn has promised in the past to replace social housing at Little Mountain by 2010. It is currently 2026 and Little Mountain still does not have social housing. Holborn had also allowed previously the former SRO at 500 Dunsmuir to fall into such a state of disrepair that City Hall itself had to order its demolition. So we do not, with this, I don't think that we need a luxury mega project, which could displace over a dozen independent businesses, some of whom are longtime tenants, as other speakers before me have already mentioned. I also want to ask, why are there 920 hotel rooms being developed for this project when Vancouver, as a World Cup host city, has already proven that there is an excess of hotel rooms? Hotel workers, in fact, this FIFA round in Vancouver have lost working hours, and this sort of displayed need for more hotels does not really correlate with the facts of what we've seen as a host city of FIFA. Neither myself nor anyone in my circles, all of whom are currently renters scattered throughout Metro Vancouver, we would not be able to afford these condo units or the rental units perhaps being offered by this project. So I'm not against development nor rezoning in and of itself. However, this project does not demonstrate or reflect the needs of Vancouver residents who are currently facing an affordability crisis. And yeah, that's it for what I have to say. Thank you to the chamber for your time tonight.
Thank you for calling. So the next speaker is with the 4 digits 8490. Are you on the line?
Hola, señoras y señores.
Hey, how you doing, girl?
Hi, Councillor Clausen. I promise I'm not a carpetbagger. Anyway, I oppose to this rezoning. I applaud you for your patience working through the registered speakers. However, given the many problems already mentioned by many of the speakers, I think that's a key indicator of why people took the time out, spoke, and then registered and waited hours and hours and hours in the dead of the night. Many people have already mentioned about the higher buildings policy exemptions, and there are other previous speakers already talked about it having implications for Vancouver as an earthquake-prone zone. Not that many of you are going to be on the hook when that happens. The precedent setting would be a concern for future negotiations of other copycat developers. Also, the bait and switch tactics of the other two social housing sites, the Abbott Street and the Randall Building, they're also concerning from the slippery language of the affordability definition to there's also another height exemption that hasn't been reviewed by the urban design panel before the rezoning. So I think at this stage, given that it's being fast-tracked. I think this is wasting a lot of people's time, unless minds are already made up. Also, there are also staff already admitted in the referral report that it generally does not comply with the council-approved heritage policy, if you even care about that. I do believe council should adopt the staff's alternative recommendation, refer the package back until the higher buildings policy review is complete, and then hold a new hearing, unless your re-election chances heavily depends on getting this through. And lastly, to the yes in your backyard activists celebrating another luxury mega projects while existing Vancouver renters are economically cleared out of the city, perhaps demand 3 additional benefits like free language lessons, visa counseling, and one-way airfare for everyone your housing policies eventually drive out of Vancouver. Anyway, let's get another Trump Tower, boys. Adios.
All right. Okay. Speaker with the last 4 digits, 5147. Are you on the line? Speaker with 514.
Hello?
Yeah. Go ahead. What's your name?
Mike Morissette.
Can you spell that for me, please?
Morissette.
Okay. And are you a resident of City of Vancouver?
Yeah, North Vancouver.
Oh, North Van. Okay. Got it. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to stay politically correct. I had a total different speech. I own a company called After Dark Hospitality, and I think that this is amazing to have a man come in and spend hundreds of millions of dollars and create all these jobs. And I think people fail to realize that our federal government and municipal government and provincial government are all in debt billions of dollars trying to keep everybody housed and keep everybody looked after. But we need the 1% to come in and pay the heavy property taxes and buy us the bottles of champagne. And, this isn't Pleasantville, and our rents are never going to be like they are in Mission. Vancouver's never going to be like that. So for us, for the people that can afford, through their property taxes, their income taxes, and every other way, this is the way we get to look after everybody else. And if we shun everybody that wants to spend $2 billion on a project like that, well, these companies are starting to go bankrupt now, so these are going to be few and far between. So I think we have to live in reality and take the good with the bad. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks for calling in. Speaker with the last 4 digits in your number 3445. Are you there?
Hi, I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear
What's your name, please?
Manira Mahamud.
Okay, and are you a resident of the City of Vancouver?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, this application asks for an extraordinary increase in land value. The public should receive an extraordinary housing return. The Georgia Street proposal includes about 1,270 strata homes and more than 270 secured market rental homes. The advisory contribution includes 237 social housing homes. Across the combined package, the largest share of housing remains market ownership, while the main site contains no required below market rental component. My first question is, what housing standard did the city use to decide that this is enough? The report values the Abbott building and land at about $184 million and identifies a $20 million cash contribution. But council needs more than the total dollar figure. How much additional land value is created by permitting a 315-meter tower and 2 other towers of 68 and 79 stories? What percentage of that lift is being returned as permanently affordable housing? The 237 social homes also include different rent levels. The minimum commitment described in the report is 20% at shelter rate. 10% at or below housing income limits, and the remaining units at market rents. The city hopes to reach a deeper one-third, one-third, one-third model, but that is subject to operational viability and outside funding. Why is the deeper affordability target not guaranteed before rezoning? How many residents on income assistance can actually live in the building? How many units will be affordable to low-wage workers, seniors, and people moving from SROs? Will market rents inside a social housing building rise to neighborhood market levels over time? The market rental homes on Georgia Street are secured for the life of the building, which is positive, but security of tenure is not the same as affordability. Why are none of the homes required to be below market when council is granting height far beyond existing policy? I would support a revised bargain with 4 clear improvements: a larger number of social housing homes, a guaranteed deeper affordability mix, a below-market rental component on Georgia Street, and construction milestones that place the Abbott housing before or alongside the first commercial phase. Council should also require an independent public summary of the pro forma, including the land lift, projected private value, construction costs, and the value of each public benefit. Residents should be able to see whether the exchange is fair. This is not a choice between no development and this development. It is a negotiation. Please refer the application back and negotiate a housing package that matches the scale of the private opportunity. Council should also ask whether the housing contribution grows if the market improves. The applicant receives a permanent zoning entitlement, but the public contribution appears fixed. Could a value-sharing mechanism require additional affordable homes or cash if sale prices, hotel value, or approved floor area exceed the assumptions in the pro forma? A fair bargain should protect the public from both downside risk and the unexpected private upside. Thank you.
For calling. Okay, speaker with the last 4 digits, 7304, are you there? (7304).
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's your name, please?
Yes, my first name is Raul, R-A-H-U-L, and I live in Vancouver, downtown West End. So,
okay.
Sorry, I sent you guys like 10 emails back and forth because I ended up getting out of the line and then I came back and
go right.
stuff. So,
great, go ahead.
Yes. So yes, my name is Raul. I live in Vancouver downtown. I've been living here since the last 10 years. I am gonna be very brief and short. I oppose this project with big O. So Polyburn has I'm sorry, this company has a very bad track record with the Malaysian developer has a very bad track record with the people. We need more subsidized housing, or we need more affordable housing in the city. One of the lucky ones that that I have a roof over my head, I pay the mortgage, but most of my coworkers and friends don't, and I feel for them. They are priced out. They work in Vancouver I work in Cold Harbor Hotel, and we work in Vancouver. I'm sorry, I'm just so tired. We work in Vancouver downtown, but they sleep in Surrey. Like their home is in Surrey or Langley or Abbotsford or outside. Like one employee that I know does like 2 hours of transit. So it wouldn't be that case if our city, which you guys represent, would provide affordable housing to its people. That people don't have to commute, people don't have to go out 2 hours to commute back to work. I listened to the lady that moved to White Rock as well, and that's just not fair at all for small businesses, small owners to get out of the city, whereas the big developers come in, they just take the piece of land and all the traditional housing, they get demolished that too. So to cut the story short, I oppose this project. I don't believe we require that. And if the builder still wants to go, Paulburn, sorry, I mixed up the names. Paulburn is not a small builder. They're one of the wealthiest development groups in the country. If anyone can afford to build real affordable housing on them, it's them. So if they want to build that property, they should do it minimum, I would say, 50% affordable housing, and the rest that they can do for the others. So, like I said, I oppose this project. I reject it as is. and demand the real affordability, not 30%, not 40%, minimum 50%, and stop pretending luxury towers can resolve the housing crisis that we have in Vancouver. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thanks very much. Okay. Caller with the last four digits, 3281. Are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
What's your name, please?
It's Christopher Lanernen. I live in Vancouver, and I've lived here since 2002.
Okay, great. Thanks. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like I said, my name is Christopher Lanernen. I am a resident of Mount Pleasant, but years ago I did do a lot of work in the downtown east side, so I'm familiar with the neighborhood. And I'm speaking in opposition to this proposal because it is wildly out of proportion with the rest of what's going on in the neighborhood, not only in size, but more importantly in expense and the class of the people who are targeted to live there. I apologize in advance. This is going to be a little bit scattered because it's 12:30 at night, and I recognize that you've all had a very long day. But it isn't great to see councillors chatting with each other while other people are calling in on the feed. And currently, there's no one visible on the feed. But anyway, moving on. I just want to let me start over here. So I'm just going to respond to some things that I heard at the start, like when city staff and the submitters were sort of presenting the proposal. And city staff mentioned that most of the schools in the neighborhood were already at or over capacity. Buildings were outside of the area where the higher buildings policy currently covers. All three buildings on the Georgia site are going to be the highest in the city. Why do we need this? As world class as we'd love Vancouver to be, these are very out of place and represent more of a playground for the rich in a way that almost extends into caricature. That on its own, those factors on its own should be enough to reject the proposal, but at the very least, it really should be sent back for resubmission for some of these things to be addressed. To get a bit more into the weeds, the Abbott site, which was former social housing and is going to become another site with some social housing. Again, responding to that, something Councillor Orr questioned: the 20% shelter rate, 10% hills, and 70% market. It doesn't make any sense given the location of where this is. It's in the downtown east side, where it should be the 30-30-30 as has been discussed earlier, or the one-third. So at the very least, we got to go back to that, as well as going up to the higher number in the original submission, if possible. I'm going to respond also to some things that the submitter said. I don't remember his name, I'm sorry, but ask the question, if not here, then where? And then continue to discuss how Nordstrom left the city without mentioning that part of that was because the city wasn't able to support a retail store of that size, of that luxury. And then went on to describe the site as twice as large as International Village, a mall that is famous for being a retail ghost town due to its unsustainable rents. I'm not sure that we really want to repeat that here on a larger scale. Later on, the same presenter said, "We have the inertia and goodwill of city staff, and we need to act now," which sounds a lot like a desperate call to cram this proposal through a friendly council, friendly staff, or something before what could well be an electoral bloodbath in October. If not now, then when? Maybe we should wait for October when the city's had an opportunity to reconsider what they want to see, when staff have had a chance to, when everyone has had a chance to revisit the high buildings proposals, and the submitter has had a chance to resubmit a proposal that's more in line with Vancouver's own city policy. I don't actually know how long I've been going on for because I don't have my timer handy. I forgot to turn it on. So I guess I'm just going to end with two sort of quick points. One of them, which other speakers have mentioned many times, Vancouver's not in a hotel crisis. We don't need more hotels. We don't need the largest hotel in the city or the province or possibly the country to be here. This was mentioned in another site similar, was mentioned, the Woodwards building. And I think it's important for us to note that when Woodwards was built, rents all around it, residential rents in that neighborhood, skyrocketed, and many people were displaced. Some people lost their homes altogether, and this is going to represent another rent bomb along those lines. And then everyone has already mentioned also, or many people have already mentioned.
Thank you very much. That's the end of your time. Thanks
All
for
right.
calling.
Well, this is extremely inaccessible.
Thanks a lot.
I should be in bed. You guys should be in bed.
Thanks. Good night. Speaker with the 4 digits ending 1026. Are you on the line?
Oh yeah. Hi.
All right.
I'm in the opposition side. So it's like a 315-meter building is not simply
Hang on a second.
a taller version of.
Sorry, I just need to get your name and whether you're a resident
Oh, sorry.
of Vancouver.
Oh yeah. I'm Sheila and I live in Vancouver.
You do live in Vancouver. Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
And I moved here 5 years ago
That's
already.
fine. Go ahead.
So right. So 315-meter building is not simply a taller version of an ordinary tower. And it creates a different level of emergency, evacuation, and resilience responsibility. And then the referral notes that specialists in super tall design participated in the urban design panel. That is useful, but the public record should also explain how the project will function during fire, earthquake, and prolonged power failure, and extreme heat, smoke events, or a failure of water pressure. And also, how long will it take to evacuate the hotel, observation deck, ballroom, and upper floors to fully occupancy? And also, how many protected stairwells and refugee areas are proposed? And can a firefighter reach and operate effectively at the highest occupied levels? And what independent peer review will be required beyond minimum building code compliance? And the hotel and convenience center could place thousands of visitors in the building who are unfamiliar with its exits. The observation deck may attract large crowds to the uppermost level. And what crowd management and assisted evacuation plan will apply to the children, seniors, and the people with disabilities? And also, will emergency drill and staffing level be legally secured? 7 levels of underground construction and major excavation also creates resilience questions. What happens to adjacent street, utilities, and rapid transit operation during an earthquake or underground water events? The report requires further hydrological work. Why should zoning be enacted before the city has a final groundwater and foundation risk assessment for a project if this depth and scale? Power resilience is equally important. Will elevator, ventilation, water pumps, communication system, and refuge areas operate through a multi-day outage? And how much emergency power is available? What fuel or battery systems are proposed? And how often will they be tested? Can the residents remain safely in place during extreme heat if the electrical grid is stressed? And council should require a public-facing safety and resilience report prepared by the independent engineers and reviewed by the Vancouver Fire Rescue Services, TransLink, and emergency management staff. And the report should address evacuation time, seismic performance, redundant system accessibility, emergency communications, and impact on surrounding infrastructure. And, I'm not claiming that a safe super tall building is impossible. I am saying that that extraordinary height requires extraordinary evidence. Also, minimum compliance and future permit condition are not enough for a decision that may establish Vancouver new ceiling. And please delay enactment until the safety case is complete, independently verified, and understandable to the public. The landmark should be known not only for its height, but for the setting the high standard of resilience. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for calling. Okay, speaker with the last four digit 5578. Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay,
My name is Chelsea.
go ahead.
I am a resident of Vancouver.
Okay, what was your first name again?
Yeah, my first name is Chelsea, and I am a resident of Vancouver.
Okay, go ahead, Chelsea.
Okay, thank you. So I am a member of Unuk BC and Bayan BC, and I'm on the opposition side, and we are on the opposition side of the redevelopment project and hotel being pushed by the Holborn project. This will displace long-term residents as well as small businesses, and we see housing as a basic human right, and yet all over the city we see an increasing trend towards displacement that especially impacts working class and migrant neighborhoods. As overseas Filipino organizers, we fight for the issues affecting Filipinos here and in the Philippines. We stand in solidarity with the struggles of the press wherever they are. And in this case, we see Myron Manor residents and long-term residents who have lived there for so long with families being displaced in the name of profit by capitalists and the bureaucrats that they conspire with.
Speaker, can you just pause for a sec?
Point of procedure, the speaker speaking to Myron Manor, which is another rezoning application. It is not this item.
Yeah, thanks for making that point. Speaker, can you focus on the application at hand? Thank you.
Yes, of course. Thank you for correcting me. In any case, this is an issue of housing affordability, right? This is yet again another redevelopment project that's being pushed through. And the question is always, for whom is this being pushed through for? I do not think it is for the residents that this that are being displaced, right? In this case, it's not a coincidence that the neighborhood where Holborn and the city's redevelopment project that is displacing these long-term residents, a third of whom are Filipino migrants, used to itself be a Filipino neighborhood
Chair?
20 years ago.
Chair, I'm not sure the resident is speaking to the correct item. There are no residents being displaced in this one.
Yeah.
This is a parking lot, for example, in the social housing building. So I think perhaps the speaker is intending to speak to a different item, but that is not this project. And we need to, the public hearing rules dictate that we should focus on the matter before council.
Okay, thank you for correcting me. I was informed that this was the item that I think I was misinformed.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll appreciate you calling in. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Speaker with the last four digits 4606. Are you there?
Yes, I am here. My name is GB. I'm a resident in Vancouver. I have 8 years.
Okay, GD, go ahead.
Hi, Council. This project may reshape Vancouver skyline and influence future height policy. The referral reports approximately 2 to 3 public submissions on the application. 223 comments are not meaningless, but they are small foundation for a decision for this scale. The separate higher buildings policy review has attracted thousands of public touch points because residents understand that the location and height on the city tallest buildings are citywide questions. Why should council decide the most consequential example before that border consultation is complete? If the project is approved now, many people will reasonably conclude that the policy review is being asked to explain a decision rather than guide it. The consultation methods included postcards, right side, web pages, and digital model and online comments, where vendors, low-income residents, seniors, youth, people without reliable internet access, and residents outside the immediate mailing area meaningfully reached. Was information available in the language commonly spoken downtown and the downtown east side? And the two sides also involve different communities.
Did residents near above street receive a dedicated discussion about building operations, affordability, cultural space, and neighborhood services? Did downtown residents receive a separate discussion about super tall height, heritage, wind, airline closure, and construction? An all-over nothing package can blur the issues and make feedback harder to interpret. Public consultation should also occur after key information is available. Many matters remain unresolved. Final tower separation, podium design, plaza rules, and cultural operator, social housing operator, transit connection, and detailed affordability. How can the public give informed feedback when major outcomes will be settled later? I ask Council to adopt alternative recommendation, complete the higher buildings policy review, and return with revised plans for a new public hearing. Before that hearing, hold accessible in-person sessions in both neighborhoods, publish plain language, financial and facing information, and clearly show what changes because of public input. This is not delay for its own sake. It is the sequence required for the democratic legitimacy, establish citywide rules, revise the project, disclose the agreements, and then ask the public to respond. A tower may stand for a century. The additional months required for a complete process are small compared with the permanence of the decision. Please do not confuse the application deadline with a public mandate. Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Okay, caller with the last four digits, 4102. Are you there? Or 102, are you there? Speaker with the last four digits, 4102, are you there? Or 102? Okay. No answer there. Okay. That would your is that the information you got for now?
No additional speakers on the line.
Okay. Okay, seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Clerk, has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item since 5 p.m.?
No, there is not.
Okay. Seeing that there are few or no public comments received since after 5 p.m., I'm now closing the receipt of comments. This meeting is recessed until Monday, July 27th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. here in Council Chamber and electronically to continue with this item, which is item number 4, which is, and I will remind Council that it is very important that you do not engage in any discussion or correspondence in regard to the remaining applications. Thanks very much and have a good night, everyone.
Richard, did you say